keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high.
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher.
don't wanna show. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. They say life is not fair. Pain, not easy to share. So pray for all the things you've done, the little things you've done. You don't wanna show. Don't wanna show. Are you kind of my type? Fool, probably right. Confused by all the tiny lights and all the things you bought. Don't wanna show. Don't wanna show. Do, 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 do. Don't wanna show. Do, do, do. Don't wanna show. Don't wanna show. Do, do, do.
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool.
You say the fact that you can't deny it.
No, you're not in control.
Once you connected, you feel the fire.
And she's pulling you close, you close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. Fumbling for words, you feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it.
The fact that you can't deny it.
Yeah, it's taking control. Oh,
It's so intense and she feels the fire.
and she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The
ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe, but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live, BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light Biz Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, L.O. and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, Daru, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep. The choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go?
Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free.
什么是季后赛？
我觉得季后赛就是强者的舞台，它永远适合那些有着大心脏的明星选手。
更难吧，
能证明自己的一个机会。
我们一年的努力的结果。
为了拿冠军的一个过程。
我觉得季后赛就是各家队伍拿出真本事、真刀真枪对抗的较量。
大家都是奔着冠军去的，
要去赢就行。
季后赛就是成为冠军的第一步，就是通往世界舞台的康庄大道。
能去世界赛的唯一途径。
定小目标，先打个冒号赛吧。
希望是能够去4场，
目标肯定是世界赛。
季后赛就是每项竞技体育当赛季的精华。
热血沸腾的，是时候发挥了。
有一颗回到距离线的加速，他敢加速，他不敢加速，可能这个瞬间形成一波反打，拿到了一波狂抓 Q， 我的天 ，JK 了！
希望大家好好加油，争取进到世界赛。
亲密，我的天，369！
季后赛是每个赛季最为令人期待、最重要也最精彩的时刻。
今年是最后的机会，这样的感觉。
莫奇少年穷。
这个泳双还要跟 Lucky 来进行最后的黄色 PK， 自己独自回了一口，有掉了一个 Q 战练过去，再次练独自，这个也太准了！
我觉得在季后赛的赢家才是真正的赢家。
季后赛对我来说的话，就是一个证明的时机吧。
技能深空切，假子跳斩，再接闪现，晕中2个，先去狂斩后排，再接英雄登场，直接先要去融化你的前排，假子又一波跳斩，再去跳后排，晕中了3个人，我的天，天上博主，人间太岁，有驾六 Scout 看下吹波 Q。
后面会继续努力，大家也可以期待一下吧。
2个人的上位距离，一波机会，马上要帮直接起点，想要先赶掉右边被分割的一个微的威慑还是有关表的。小的反手进场杀。
나 진짜 상대 팀에 관심이 하나도 없기 때문에 그냥 잘했으면 좋겠다.
我对每年的季后赛期望其实都是一样，就是希望看到一支超级黑马战队能够翻盘，能够战胜那些所谓的夺冠大热门，然后打破所有人的眼睛。我觉得这就是季后赛，就是 LPL 的魅力。
想告诉大家，上单这位置是天变万化的。
拿下来，小奶油有一个秒表，可以再拖一会儿。上去可能也要死，没杀掉，我们真的没杀掉，山鸡也是锁住了。这波蓝魔直接拿了一个双杀。
希望我们这一次季后赛能走得更远。
杀的 A 波，闪现过来，杀的飞，不是 A 波，开挂了 A 波，但最后还是被沙皇给推死了。这反应已经很夸张了，但是冷少拯救了局面。我希望这次的季后赛可以看到下位圈的队伍对上位圈的队伍发起冲击。
季后赛遇到我们的要倒霉了，我们将一场不输。
都要睡到了 Elk，
这边大招已经被2个已经被秒掉了，Elk闪现
先没赚好的这一波被抓住机会了，放 Flash 这里还要再继续追。
我觉得我们肯定能进决赛。
还是没有机会换掉阿乐，在上路完成了单杀。
不过这波骚粉来了，阿乐这波又给他吸起来了。
希望再碰到 top，
让他们放马过来吧。
蛮想上去碰到京东的，然后把他们干了。
如果你们是跟我们打的话，那我只能说你们有点倒霉。
希望能走得更远吧。好好准备，
请多多指教。
现在开始100都不吃。
觉得我们3比0好。
你看我干不干你就完事了。
别暴杀一片，
要么放假，要么以小博大。
让我们一起见证，欢迎来到季后赛。
You know, Lyric, you came in today and you're like, oh, I'm gonna bring up AL. You're gonna look silly because I always bring up Ultra Prime to him and how delusional his take was. But you know what? I'm doubling down. AL are gonna make playoffs, dude. They're gonna upset EDG. It's gonna happen. Top esports a little bit too hard.
Gonna make him playoffs. Can we like stick Ox on the cast and he has to cast into the panda suit? Or is that the bet? Is that if AL don't make playoffs, Ox has to cast one of the games in a panda suit?
Welcome everybody to the LPL playoffs. Here we are. Orcs, you're looking wonderful today. I have to say, I'm loving the commitment to the cause. You know, the Panda Warriors live on.
Yep, yeah, and they were one game away. It was a close bet. You could have nearly had Lyric and Dagda wearing a similar outfit, but no, I lost the bet, and this is all I have to deal with. So I hope the viewers enjoy it because it's getting pretty hot already.
I was going to say, you look beautiful, but my God, you are going to be toasty by the end of today. That's easy to say. Welcome, everybody, to the LPL 2022 Summer Playoffs. I can't believe we're here already. We're close to the end of our year, but playoffs is still ahead of us, and it's going to be an absolute banger the entire time. We started off with a banger matchup too, but before we jump into the matchup, we need to talk about our best in every role for week number 10 in the LPL. So let's quickly roll through our awards for week number 10. And across our best in role, we actually have one of our players that will be playing today, Summit, up in that top lane. But most importantly, in my mind, Tarzan making it to the top 5 here. Really nice to see.
Yeah, LNG have had their late resurgence. If anyone remembers last year, LNG went into the summer playoffs in a pretty rough spot, and then they managed to make that super miracle run to World. I think played 7 best-of-5s to get there. And I'm not saying it's going to happen this time around, but they did make it to playoffs. Tarzan has started popping off, so maybe there's hope.
Maybe there is. Let's take a look at our best rookie for week number 10 as well. He'll be playing today. It's Shanji up in that top lane. Him against Summit is going to be a banger matchup. But Shanji, honestly, such an impressive split from him. Such an impressive year from him, honestly. Coming into the LPL and just consistently proving that you have to give this guy respect.
Yeah, I feel like Cream had his edition last year, and he was such a standout, got a ton of praise for obvious reasons. It felt so crazy to me that we get a new player coming in who has done similar, right? Shanji absolutely popping off so far on the top lane. And I think more than anything, he's brought his own charm to the role, brought some of his pocket picks, and also just been popping off on them, let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, pop it off it feels like an understatement for what Shanji has stood up in that top lane. In the mid lane, though, our MVP for week number 10 is going to be Xiaohu. Some excellent games from him. Obviously, finishing the week on a little bit of a low against LGD, but individually, Xiaohu having an incredible week for himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, the outcome for RNG not quite what was hoped for. People are thinking they'll get second, maybe third, all the way down to fourth, but Xiaohu still pretty consistently performing, even when the team did have some struggles. And obviously, won't be seeing him for a while, as he is still quite deep in the playoffs. But yeah, still expectations are high for this RNG roster. The reigning LPL champs from spring, and obviously claiming MSI as well.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone knew that. RNG actually 3 times MSI champions. I don't know if we've mentioned that at all on the broadcast. LPL 2022 Summer Playoffs, though. Here we go. OMG versus FPX will be our first matchup. Tomorrow we'll go into LNG versus BLG, and then you can see the grueling gauntlet that awaits each of our winners. This is no mean feat to make it to top 4 this year.
And honestly, I feel like sometimes in playoffs, we get a team who started the split strong and has started to fall off, or started the split in a rough spot and started to ramp up. Like Top Esports in the spring had to go on a long run. But I feel like here, it's quite convincingly segmented, right? I feel like it just gets harder and harder and harder as you go along, which is the expectation, but it doesn't always pan out that way. But I really feel like any team making it from the start to the finish not only has to step up their play, but really has to run a gauntlet.
I'm just saying, LNG have done it before. It's possible. Let's wait and see, though. I will say, I came back out of those graphics, and I'd kind of forgotten you were in a panda outfit. Oh, dear.
You know
if
what,
anyone
Joe,
missed it at the start,
I didn't forget that I'm in a panda outfit.
No, that's really surprising. Let's quickly talk about the patch we're going to be playing on. We've got some housekeeping to get out of the way, and then we can jump into our series. 12.15. That's the patch that we're jumping into for playoffs, and 4 massive nerfs here. Not necessarily the size of the nerf, but the size of the champion that's being nerfed, right? All 4 of these massive priority picks in the LPL, and all 4 of them getting hit on the patch.
Yeah, Klesta is actually still 100% presence on 12-14, banned 52 times out of 58, which is crazy.
It's insane, isn't it?
And these nerfs, they're not humongous, right? I feel like it does vary. I think Talia's are kind of sizable, but I still expect these picks to be seen. What might happen is picks like Klesta that are heavily banned might just see a bit more play, but ultimately it's just trimming them down, right? We've had so many big patches during summer. This is a bit of a smaller one, and just hitting some of these picks, toning down their power, making them more reasonable, but I still fully expect those 4 to pop up. And obviously there was a lot more changes in 12-15, but these are the big ones. The other ones are kind of, you know, we'll talk about them if they come up, but a lot of them seem a bit irrelevant when we look at the pro meta at the moment.
Yeah, it doesn't. These are the ones on 12-15 that feel like they're going to have the biggest impact on the way that the LPL plays right now. It's going to be interesting to see whether here on day number 1 of the patch, we see OMG and FPX changing their styles coming into the game, because I'd say both of these teams have very clear defined styles of how they want to play, right? So in fact, let's dive straight into that. Let's start with OMG, because straight off the bat, I'm just going to talk about our man up in the top lane. Shanji has been an absolute monster, and a lot of that, especially in recent weeks, has been down to the help of Aki as well.
Yeah, I feel like that's a big thing to hit on, is it feels like Shanji and Aki are like best friends, highest top jungle proximity in the league, and as a result, the kill participation at 15 for Shanji is 3rd in the league as well. And obviously this means if he picks things like the Rumble that can really snowball effectively, he can take over games. The downside is we do tend to see OMG sometimes leave their bot lane out to dry. Very low AD carry jungle proximity, and we have seen teams look to punish that with ganks.
Yeah, they definitely have. But crucially, a lot of what has happened, what has worked in terms of working towards Shanji from Aki, is that when it comes to the objectives, when it comes to Drakes, when it comes to Heralds, these guys have been absolutely on it, especially the first of the game, taking those leads that they found in the laning phase and using them in skirmishes, not necessarily 5v5s, but just early fighting in general. It feels like that objective focus is so strong.
And I love we have these pocket picks from OMG. I feel like more than any team in the league, OMG are a team who have their own flair, their own style, but it's also how they perform in those skirmishes, those fights around those objectives. A lot of dive threats, picks like Akali, Samira, the Shyvana from Shanji, where your backline will get focused down, will get punished and targeted.
Yeah, I mean, look at this first clip. Name another team in the LPL that is willing to go toe-to-toe with V5 in a skirmish that's, let's be honest, down 2 hands difference, right? And just take it to them. Shanji roaming down to make it happen as well. But, I mean, there are just so many clips of this team being so aggressive to make things happen for themselves.
Yeah, and I feel like talking about the dive threat, Shanji, a player who will just heat-seek towards your backline. We're seeing it here. And as you said, this is V5. This is not some run-of-the-mill team. And Shanji just not allowing Rookie or Photic to live in that one. And I feel like we've just had this sort of level of play consistently. Shanji here on that Rumble we've seen him bringing out in recent weeks.
Yeah, and it looks like a lost fight against IG, right? But then that equalizer, absolutely huge. And Cream and Shanji on the top side of the fight, just winning a 2v3 as well. It's so impressive to see the way that this team skirmishes, the way that they will just take the very best in the league and beat them mechanically. Like, that is no mean feat in the LPL, and it's consistently so impressive to watch. I'm so excited to see what OMG can do in this playoff bracket. But they need to beat their first opponent first. And FPX are certainly no slouch, especially when it comes to the early game themselves. This is one of the reasons I'm so excited for this matchup, Hawks, is because for FPX, it's, you know, the early Phoenix gets the gold. I know it's a little cliche, but this is a team that lives and dies by the early game, right? The first blood, highest in the entire league. First tower, third in the league. Kills at 15, extremely high as well. This is a team that gets the ball rolling quickly.
And the thing is, that's fantastic, but they also need to get the ball rolling early. They have a quite low average game time, 4th in the league, but that's because they either win fast or they have a tendency to lose fast. I feel like something the team struggles with is when they're behind, trading, you know, evenly, they'll often like overcommit into a side lane for a tower, and then the enemy team will take like 2 towers and a kill on the other side. Team fighting can sometimes be a struggle to set up as well. So I think the stat I want to draw your attention to is their win rate when they have a deficit of 15 is 0%. That means this entire split, they have never won a single game when they've been down at 15, which is kind of mind-boggling.
Yeah, it is. Part of that, though, is down to the picks that they go for, right? Because you can see in the bottom lane, they love the Kalista, they love the Lucian Nami, right? They want to dominate. The Gnar in the top lane wants to win lane. And then when you look towards the picks that Care goes for in the mid lane, quite often more supportive and more focused on getting into those side lanes. So a lot of it is about that snowball. So we need to see FPX finding advantages early. But so much of that early presence comes from Clid. This is a very long clip. We want to exemplify the way that Clid moves around the map.
Yeah, I mean, Clid is someone who is super responsive to lane states, and this was happening a bit in spring as well, where if he saw something happen, like a bad trade from the enemy team or a potential dive setup, he would drop camps halfway through to move over and make things happen. You see here, tries to go for this dive bot that's been set up, doesn't find the window because SOFM is there. A lot of players might just go, okay, back to clear, and he still has his Raptors and Krogs up. But then he sees a window mid where Angel's taking a little bit of a rough trade, and he sees another opportunity there, and he'll once again try and make this happen. Clid, you know, has been very proactive around his lanes in the early game, and when they are trying to look for these first blood and early gold opportunities, he is there consistently.
Yeah, it's so great to see that he's willing to be aggressive, like expending his flash early in the play there to guarantee this kill onto Angel, to get Care a lead, to get himself a lead as well. But then also just, we've seen how aggressive these side lanes are. Like LWX and Hung, happy to dive 2v3. I mean, LWX and Hung, comfortably one of my favorite bottom lanes in the entire league. They are so aggressive and they are dominant in the 2v2 as well.
I feel like more than any bot lane, they will look to find advantages in the 2v2. That's why Lucian, Nami, Kalista are there in the picks that they've been playing, because they will challenge, they will fight, and I feel like that dive was a perfect example of it.
Okay, so we talked about the bottom lane. We talked about how much they love to dive. Our two top laners, though, not afraid of a dive themselves. It has to be said, this is going to be an absolute bagger of a top lane head-to-head. If we go through the entire series without a single solo kill, I will eat my hat, because Summit versus Shanji, this is going to be a bagger. First in solo kills for Shanji at 20 this split against Summit, who's got 12, but he only joined halfway through the split, so it's still damn impressive to be 5th place.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like this will be such a battle. We often see resources poured towards Shanji in the top lane. Aki spends a lot of time there. We see Shanji very active in the early plays, but Summit has been super confident in the laning phase, right? Really high CS difference as well as goal difference has been high. Damage per minute second, often playing things like the Gnar and just harassing. I'm personally interested to see what Shanji brings out in this matchup, to see if he does bring some spice to it. But we have some clips for you, and here Shanji going up against Rich and just decimating him.
I mean, the key thing about Shanji is that if you give him a window, he will punish you. He will find the solo kill. But more importantly, Shanji is actually a good team player, right? We see him in the team fights. I mean, this fight is kind of just hilarious, right? Mako trying desperately to stop the dragon. There's just nothing he can do to save Viper. Viper using absolutely everything, and just nothing can stop Shanji. But the way that we see in those statistics, like Shanji plays for the team, Shanji plays for these skirmishes. He's not really the lane-focused player that the stats would maybe suggest, and maybe the explanation is there. But Summit, he is that lane-focused player.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll look for those solo kill opportunities. We'll look to gain advantage, and has been frequently playing the Gnar, so that he is strong in the lane of this. He does have that really powerful blind, but also bring that into the team fights, right? If you get a Gnar ahead, as we saw here, you can be an absolute monster in the 5v5.
Well, apparently we are ready to head to Shanghai here as we kick off our series. We kick off the LPL 2022 Summer Playoffs. It's going to be FPX stepping onto our stage first. And this is a roster that honestly have had an incredible year. When you consider the fact that FPX completely rebuilt around LWX this year. They started again from scratch, and they put this roster together that had a pretty rough... they've had pretty rough times, especially at the start of this split, but have managed to pull it together. And both splits, despite the big shakeups, have managed to make it into playoffs.
Yeah, but the hope is to go further than just this first round. Obviously, we saw in spring, they didn't manage to get knocked further than that first round. Went up against EDG, lost 3-1. So the hopes is they can go a bit further, challenge up against OMG, and maybe take it to the next round.
Yeah, it's a similar story for OMG, not quite as recent though, right? Where OMG, they had Cream come in last year, 2021 summer. They did make playoffs, but unfortunately weren't able to take a single game. Got 3-0'd by WE. Now they've changed their roster just a little bit more. Shanji coming in that top side feels like the biggest and most positive change for the team. And we'll see if it's going to be enough for them to go further in playoffs. And I certainly hope so, because this is a team that hasn't had a win in playoffs since 2017. That is so long ago. This used to be an organization that was always there at Worlds, that were always there representing the LPL. This is a historic team, but they haven't been able to replicate that. And I feel like this iteration, this roster, should finally be able to change that history, get some playoffs wins on the board.
I mean, I feel like for both organizations, it'd be huge for them to take this, for both teams. And I feel like beyond just the organizations, you know, we've seen the success in the past of FPX, but for the players, for the likes of Care, who was brought up from the LDL and has had such a fantastic debut, for Cream, who obviously was our rookie of the whole year in 2021, and then Shanji, who has been such a fantastic addition. This is a huge opportunity for them, and I feel like we have such a great matchup between these two because of things like the fact that, you know, they are 3rd and 4th in average game time. Like, this is not going to be your slow-paced game, and we're in the LPL. No game is really a slow-paced game, but these two are two of the fastest-paced teams in our league, and I expect a complete slugfest.
All right, well, before we jump into what I agree hopefully should be an absolute slugfest, let's talk predictions, because we have a very split casting team on this series right now. A lot of people believing that the series will end with one team on 3 wins, so not controversial there, but 4 for OMG here, 3 for FPX. And I feel like there's a lot of 3-1s there as well. A lot of people thinking this will be one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, but even then, I feel like there's no 3-0s, right? Everyone believes that at least the other side will get a game, but still a lot of 3-2s. I think this is going to be a close one. I think it's hard to call, and we are going to dive straight into draft. We see Kalista banned away, Gnar banned away from FPX. We talked about those picks earlier, but also the Silas. Not only strong in the current meta, but one of Cream's best picks in the mid lane.
Absolutely. I'm curious if OMG will ban that Lucian. We talked about LWX's Lucian. There it is. Take it off the board. So removing the aggression from the bottom lane, trying to neuter LWX and Hung down there. Whereas FPX focusing on Aki, the Poppy, the Wukong, taken out of his hands, and Cream Silas as well. So now to first picks. The Talia is open, but Cream wants the Ahri.
Yeah, and this is a huge denial. I think a lot of people agree that the Ahri is Care's best champion, has the best performance on it. So OMG being willing to pick it to deny it. And that's crazy considering Zeri is open and available. So clearly OMG have a plan, a strategy in place for FPX taking a Zeri. But I feel like it's one of those things where even if the enemy team has a plan, you're still going to pick that champion. It's just so busted right now.
Yeah, I will say Sivir and Yuumi are both open. I don't know if Abel and Cold will be willing to lean in that direction. Sivir has not really been a champion that this team has lent towards. Giggles on the faces of OMG. I don't think the Belveth will be locked in. I think that's just going to be a hover for now. But, you know, Sivir, incredibly strong if you want to go for aggression. Oh, my days. A Tristana for Abel. We get to see the OMG bottom lane taking it straight to LWX and Hung.
And this was like the old school counter that we saw to Zeri when she first got released. We saw people taking Nautilus because that point and click CC from the ultimate, and Tristana because you just, you know, jump on ahead and blow her up with the explosive charge. the concept here for OMG is they're going to try and bully LWX out the lane, and FPX make a great adaptation, pick up that Braum, not only in theme with the Freljord, with the Sandra, but the CC, the lockdown, and it makes it very hard for Tristana to ever stack up that bomb on top of Zeri.
Yeah, Braum can be so frustrating to play against for the Tristana, but Abel, I mean, he's been one of our Tristana players in the league. This is a guy that's known for playing Samira. He's got 6 games of Tristana across the course of the split already, so no stranger to the matchup. But with our mid laners locked in, with our bottom lanes locked in, it means this jungle pool can be pinched just a little bit. The Xin Zhao taken away from Aki. While it's been a fringe pick in the meta, it's been Aki's second most played across the course of the split.
Yeah, and for me, I think in terms of junglers remaining, Vi for OMG and Viego for FPX feel like the good picks for them. So we may see the opposite sides ban them. We've seen Ahri with Vi so many times because when Vi dives deep, Ahri can always be there to follow. And then for the side of the Lissandra Viego, that really strong combo where you get the Frozen Thralls and the reset. They actually go for the Pantheon instead. So targeting a bit more of that point and click CC, it does mean that Vi is available. I feel like OMG maybe could look towards a Viego ban themselves, but we'll see what they do with the last one. And right now, still, no real top lane is banned away apart from that Gnar that came in the first rotation. So a lot of options for both of these two. And we expected Shanji to maybe bring out something crazy. We do actually see the Gwen come out as a final ban, though.
And crucially, Summit will get counter pick, right? We talked about counter pick. The Vi actually locked in for FPX here, so denying OMG. But crucially, this will be the first Vi game for FPX for Clid this split. Over to OMG then. They need to go for a blind pick in the top lane, and they need to go for jungler. But look at the faces on OMG. Still big smiles. I'm loving the energy that OMG are bringing to the studio today.
Man, blind rumble. And I mean, it's Shanji. We kind of expect he's willing to do this, but still, the confidence, right? They've taken 2 top laners out the pool, and Shanji says, that's enough. Give me the rumble. Give me the team fighting power that we need. And now looking towards junglers for Aki, there's still things like the Trundle available, the Viego on the cards. You see him hovering over both of them. It feels like that will be the decision to make on which you'll go out of those.
Yeah, wanting a bit of early presence here, and the Trundle will be locked in. So good for the 1v1. Now, one of the clips we showed earlier on today was Summit on that Aurelia, managing to get solo kills against the Gnar. Now, it's a very good pick into Aurelia specifically. Whether or not he wants to take that into the Rumble will be a different question. But perhaps wanting frontline instead, because this is a relatively squishy team for FPX so far.
Yeah, and I mean, the Aatrox we've seen a couple of times here and there popping up, being pretty powerful if you can get onto your targets in those team fights, land those combos. We saw Xingqian play it for top esports pretty recently. But yeah, I mean, I feel like going up against Shanji, you have to expect the likes of the Rumble will come out. So Summit ready to respond with this. And I feel like ultimately a ton of team fighting power on both these teams, I think, is quite apparent. A lot of lockdown, a lot of potential to get fights rolling. But I feel like there is more pressure going to be on OMG in this one because they have that Tristana, whereas FPX have the scaling aspect of that Zeri. If you let that Zeri get fed, I think it's going to be really hard for OMG.
I mean, I feel like that statement is just true every Zeri
tame
game
statement,
in
yeah.
every league. Like, it's just such an insanely strong champion. So OMG, they're working it out. But I will say, if they could put FPX behind, statistically, FPX have not won a game this entire split when they're behind at 15 minutes. So perhaps the scaling pick being their crutch might not really be the best plan for FPX. We'll have to wait and see.
I mean, I think at least they have tools to get the ball rolling, right? The bot lane I expect to be... I mean, I say this, even as I'm saying, I don't agree with that. I say the bot lane's going to be a bit more defensive, but I know LWX and Hong, they will take any opportunity they get. They will be fighting 2v2, but it's a mid-jungle. Finding the advantages there, because in an isolated 1v1, a Trundle will beat out that Vi, but the Vi and the Lissandra has such good lockdown onto a single target.
They certainly do. We'll see if they can find that lead. Clid and Care working together. Clid and Summit against Aki and Shanji. They're up against Aki and Cream. It's going to be a tough task for FPX, a tough task for OMG, but all I know is it's going to be a barn burner. Welcome to playoffs. Welcome to the LPL Summer 2022 playoffs. It finally begins. Our first best of 5 is here as it's OMG taking on FPX, both with plenty to prove.
Oh, what a series to start off playoffs. I think a big thing to take into account is the level 1. We have a Braum in the game. Whenever we see Braum, you got to ask, will we see some level 1 action? So powerful with that Winter's Bite, with the stun passive as well, the concussive blows. And we see Cold slam down a ward quite early on to see if he can prevent any shenanigans from happening.
Right off the bat, I want to talk about, it looks like we're not going to get the level 1, right? So let's talk about the junglers. Let's talk about what the game plan has to be for both Clid and Aki, because both of them have junglers that can be proactive in that early game.
Yeah, I think OMG, we typically expect, we talked about it, Aki to be playing towards topside. And I think as well, when you have this Rumble with Ignite, you really do want to play with him. It's going to give you strength in the 2v2 where Trundle's already struck. Yeah, I love how they just flashed. They was like, try and do something, you won't.
They're like, we know you know. We know. We just don't care.
Yeah, so this is even more emphasis on the top lane than even we typically see, because we're ending up with a bit of a map split where Aki's going to be starting off in Clid's topside jungle. And this really means Summit's in a painful spot, because not only do you have the extra threat of the Ignite from the Rumble and the early harass that you can see with the Flame Spitter, but if you try and trade back in return, ample opportunity for Aki to get in behind you. So that's kind of my expectation for how I see the early game going for OMG. For Clid, however, we often see him be a bit more responsive to what happens. If someone takes a bad trade, if a dive is set up, he'll look for those opportunities and care. I mean, this is a power of Lissandra.
Yeah, this is the power of Aki's pathing as well. Goes to the red buff and then straight down towards his bottom quadrant. So actually opting not to split the map in the end, and it will give Clid the opportunity to roam up towards that top side himself. So Shanji might need to be a little cautious there. He's very pushed up in the lane.
Yeah, but I feel like the plan for him is probably to go in for that blue buff, and I'm just interested to see how this pans out, because he has a thin window now, because I feel like Aki, after he's done his red, he will beeline straight to his blue. So Clid has to make his mind up. Are you going top, or are you going for the blue? Because I don't think you get time to hang around for both.
Look at this pathing. Aki is just going buff to buff to buff here. Takes both red buffs. Now wants to contest the blue that he just knows Clid will be on. If he can find the grub comes out once again. Can he get the smite here? Yes, he can. Finds level 3. Denies the escape. And now Clid being chased down in the jungle. There's no way Vi wins the 1v1. Shanti's moving over, as is Summit. We promised a barn burner. And what a way to start. Aki flashes over for the 2v1. And he finds first blood.
Completely shuts Clid out the jungle and then just chases him down. Shanji was there for cleanup, but wasn't even needed. And Clid, he is being run around by Aki. And now, I mean, Summit, do you dare TP in here? I think it's so risky. He's gonna go for it. We'll see if they try and dive or they let him go.
I don't think they could go for the dive here. It's an Aatrox. I think it's too scary. They decide against it, but wow, what a start for OMG here. Straight off of the bat, pure aggression. Shanji now will spot Clid on the Krugs as well, so Aki still playing with full information. Shanji's going to try and steal that Krug. Okay, not going to happen. Let's take another look, because this is just... the emote flashes from Aki. OMG are coming in with Chad energy today.
Absolutely, they are bringing it to FPX. I mean, the fact he gets the blue is one thing, but honestly, this play probably wouldn't work if he didn't. He wouldn't have access to all his abilities. He gets the chase down power onto Clid thanks to the pillar, and there's flashes after him, and this is why Trundle is so strong in the early game. The power of that press the attack off the chomp, not only just doing a ton of damage, but also reducing Clid's AD, meaning there was no chance he could turn it around.
Big damage onto Hung here. The Unbreakable will do a lot of work, but Exhaust going to be popped. So a nice little find there. Cold did use the Ignite as well, but ultimately Abel and Cold putting pressure down in this bottom side. And that's crucial, right? They need to be winning that 2v2. We know both of these 2v2s incredibly aggressive, both happy to go for the 2v2 fights, but you can't afford to fall behind a Zeri.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you want to be finding windows where you can jump in and just all in every opportunity where LWX is isolated. Right now, it's a bit trickier with the Braum there, but there'll come a point in the game where Hung goes for a roam, right? Maybe it's for the first Herald. We see both supports move up, and that's where LWX has to be super careful. You saw him there playing towards the wall. As soon as the hook came out from Cold, he went to leap over it with the E. Maybe a bit too over-eager because it left Hung out to dry. But ultimately, you can see that's how he needs to be playing the lane right now. We've seen Zeri countless times really spiking those 3 items. The time being, just trying to mitigate that laning pressure from the Tristana.
All right, Orcs, I've got a riddle for you. AD carries are 1 CS apart from each other, but their culls are 3 CS apart from each other. Explain it.
Wards. That has to be it, right?
I think it's the bottom Scuttle Crow.
Maybe It could be. It could be the Scuttle Crab. That could be a factor. It's something like that, right? It could be wards, could be Scuttle Crab, could be either or. But yeah, not minions. I think it's the definite answer we get.
Cold is in trouble. Okay, good ward. Clid not pulling the trigger too early. As Cold is, because Aki's arriving, and suddenly OMG just go gung-ho on the play. LWX does get over the pillar, though. A close one. But Aki can't quite do too much. Cares over the wall here. Blast Cone available. Are they going to find an opportunity onto Aki? Feels like FPX are a little more nervous to pull the trigger than OMG this game.
Yeah, well, I mean, which is surprising when they have their mid laner there, the Lissandra with the level 6 super powerful spike, and Cream wasn't there, and also is on low mana. He's still trying to make something happen. Doesn't go for the charm, so Kerr can just claw away. But Aki gets what he wants. He gets the Scuttle Crab, and look at the CS difference that has opened up in this jungle. Clid really far behind right now.
Clid off the back of that level 3 play that we saw from Aki, off the back of that creative pathing, falling massively behind. Abel alone in the bottom side could be in a little trouble if he's not cautious, but on the Tristana, you can just push the wave and get back for yourself. So Shanji should be able to continue pushing in the top side, and it's feeling good for OMG. The lane's looking good as Aki moves in mid, and they burn a flash from Care. It feels like all 3 lanes are going beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, Shanji even using the Equalizer here to clear out the wave, but also just pressure Summit. Already taken one plate. Care using the claw aggressively there, gets punished, and we do see a little bit of return in the bot lane, though. It's kind of what I expect. LWX and Hong are the 2v2 who really love to find pressure when they can. And despite the matchup, Abel oversteps and they manage to get a decent amount of damage. But this is kind of the problem, is that as much as you can trade well when Abel and Cole jump into you, very hard to chase down a Tristana when you can just rocket jump away.
Yeah, Tristana, especially when on the concussive blows, it's very predictable when that stun will come up, right? So very easy to buffer that one. The one thing I will say, Zeri can proc it very quickly thanks to the autos and the Q, both being able to add stacks there. So interesting bottom lane matchup, that's for sure. But a 700 gold lead and a good start here for OMG. And I have to remind everyone, FPX, when they fall behind at 15, they've yet to win a single game all split long. As we are looking at 3 different parts of the map here, the supports, you can see Hung roaming as Shanji tries to make things happen up top. I feel like the Chinese casters must have been talking about something there for the 3 box to come up, but I don't know what it was.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're just more insightful than us. We do see the difference is that Hung started to move early, got a little bit of vision down, but Abel and Cold secure bot prior. If you look towards the minimap, we can see they pushed the wave in deep, and they're now moving up towards the top side of the map. We're already seeing the Herald being started up, I believe, by Aki, so OMG want to make sure that they have enough members ready to move, but I think they've kind of made the call here. There isn't a contest coming out. Let's just stay towards the bot side of the map. What I love is that by Abel and Cold not showing up anywhere and by doing this red, it means that Clid can't steal the red in return, but also they don't expose themselves to gank. They don't reveal where they are and show that they're ready to pick up this wave in the bot lane.
Yeah, and I feel like, honestly, this game has been quite a quiet one, and I think that's the nature of the fact that both teams are so proficient at being aggressive. Hang on, we've got a dive on our hands. Shanji going to be caught by the Infernal Chain. Summit using his Q, but that's going to be on cooldown now. The World Ender procced as Aki just moves in, starts to chomp on down. Pillar available here, knocks him back, but Summit dives on through. But even without a kill here, OMG can slam the Herald.
Yeah, absolutely can. With a Trundle as well, you take plates so fast. This should be a full tower take if they get it down in time, but Clid is moving over, and I think they might just have to back away from this one. They're still ready to take the 2v2, though. Even without the Equalizer, the Ignite from Shanji is so threatening.
Yeah, honestly, I don't blame them, because that Ignite as well, giving the reduced healing onto an Aatrox. So it's a tough one for Summit in the matchup here when it comes to that 2v2. But it looks like both junglers will back away for the time being. 2,000 gold lead off of just 1 kill so far. OMG just straight up winning across the map, winning CS leads, winning in plates, and just winning in terms of that jungle match.
Yeah, just being able to find those advantages, which is going pretty fantastically so far. Can't complain. And the fact that they got that plate in the top lane, they forced Summit away and forced Clid to respond, but then they don't use the Herald. Like, as much as FPX going to defend that, they still have that looming threat, the Herald. So if any lane resets at a bad time, if Clid tries to go over aggressive, like let's say Clid tries to make a gank happen, and then immediately Aki can just slam the Herald down on the other side of the map to get as many plates as possible. So FPX really going to be neutered a bit until that Herald comes down, and their job is just kind of trying to mitigate how much gold it's able to get.
Yeah, Hung caught by the charm here, but Not too much more with the Unbreakable blocking the Orb of Deception there from Cream. You see OMG trying to fight for a bit of vision on the bottom side of this river. Drake obviously not coming up anytime soon here, but just fighting for control of the map. And I have to say, you know, fairly slow start to things. It's working out for OMG, but I feel like this is the nature of game one of playoffs, right? You can see that the players are a little bit antsy. OMG still happy to go forward, but FPX very much playing this one a lot slower than their regular split games.
Yeah, it feels like they haven't really pushed the same pace, but I think that a big aspect of that is Cleared and also the bot lane. These are the areas I expect to see the most aggression in the early levels, and the bot lane matchup has meant FPX haven't really been able to find it more than what we've seen, and Cleared also just being set so far behind has struggled to find opportunities, and it feels like Aki has been the one who's constantly driven the pace of this game.
Summit up here on the top side in a 2v1 once more. As Aki just moves in, helps push this wave. You can anticipate that the Herald is going to go down this time. Clit and Care moving over as fast as they can. And I feel like maybe Aki's sort of overplayed his hand this one. Won't get an opportunity to go for the Herald again.
Yeah, so FX did a really good job to respond. And that's fantastic, right? You're stopping them from getting the full tower top. But every time you move, Care is losing farm. He's about 20 CS down as of this point. And Aki still can't just throw this Herald down mid if he wants to and get a couple of plates here. It's still going to be a fine scenario for OMG, but it also means that Kara has just lost out for moving to match the Herald leans that we've seen so far.
In the meantime, all in on the bottom side. Abel exhausted. Knock up onto LWX though as Hung taking the brunt of the damage from Abel here. LWX steps up, but just gets chunked himself. Aki's moving in from the side here. Low health bars on both FPX bottom laners. Hung desperate to finish his recall. The pillar comes in onto LWX, but Clit is here. And Aki realizes he has to back away, but OMG will win the trade. They get an opportunity for plates.
Yeah, they can really do some damage with this Tristana, although the Ultra Shock Laser comes out, and I think the threat from Clade might be a bit too much. So we'll be able to mitigate, and Clade is doing a good job of putting out all these fires across the map, slowing OMG down, but it is still OMG gaining these advantages. I have to say, I'm not surprised LWX and Hung went for that all-in, just knowing the nature of those players. But Abel already had a Kraken Slayer completed, and LWX had no Mythic, so definitely felt like a bit of a risky play to go for when you have that extra true damage coming in. But ultimately, they don't lose their lives. But a lot of summoners burn, and also some CS missed off. And now we're going approaching that 15-minute point, and OMG have a 2-minute lead. And as we said up before, FPX have a 0% win rate when they go into that 15-minute point with the deficit. They have never won a game this split when they'd be behind at 15. So it is not a super positive moment. I still think that compositionally, right, they have a Zeri. That should be okay. But how the team has handled these things before, it does make me nervous for them.
I will say, Orcs, it kind of goes both ways though, doesn't it? Because OMG's mid-game has left something to be desired this split. They've had quite a few games where things have gone a little bit sideways in the mid-game. And I feel like there's a very real chance that over the next 10 minutes, we start to see this game get real aggressive from both sides, get real action-packed, and some big decisions will be made that could lead to massive leads on either side. Clid trying to go for an invade here, sorry. But looks like Cream will be able to block him, get a bit of vision down. Summit was moving over as well. Summit roaming down as Drake is about to spawn here. Care escapes.
Yeah, and I mean, we see all of FPX moving to try and make a play. Good poke onto Summit, but now Negate's coming in.
Abel jumps away. Cold Anchor, max range there, but will be caught up and finished off. Good pick from FPX. It's answered in the mid lane, but the charm goes wide. And it means OMG cannot answer for the pick.
Yeah, but Summit chunked with nothing left. It means he's not in a great position to fight. Oh, they're going for the tower.
They certainly are. Tower low here. Equalizer down. They're just going to burn through. Clid 1-for-1 in the fight now. As Care chased down by Cream and Shanji. Big damage though to answer, but Shanji flashes in. He ain't stopping for no one. Rooted though as Care slowed now. Shanji trying to close the gap. He just can't seem to get on the Lissandra though. As Summit threatens Cream in the meantime. It's 2 for 2 in the game. As Cream now trying to escape. Good Everfrost. Hung roaming over as is LWX. But I think OMG get away with it.
Oh, just about, but now Cold is back on the map. Both junglers going to be spawning in a second, and the Dragon was the main aim there. Both teams trying to find those picks, trying to get the ability to take that neutral objective, and now we kind of get a bit of a reset coming back in, but a lot of tools are available, a lot of ults down to set up for this Dragon. Now, Summit just ends up going over aggressive, and this is really unforced because he steps up, right? He's the one who goes for the aggressive trade. When his team are making a play and they're finding a pick on the bot side, you should just play it safe, and that gives the confidence to OMG to go aggressive. Now, I will say this tower survived way longer than it should, which kind of led to Aki's demise, but Shanji's doing so much damage here onto Clid.
So FPX off the back of all of that will have control enough to go for a second Drake. Crucially, 2 Drakes in a row for them, trading the early gold lead that OMG have had from focusing on the Herald and on towers for the first 2 Drakes, and they're rewarded because it'll be a Hextech Soul. Hextech getting that massive buff per Drake here. And also, I mean, the Soul didn't need a buff, let's be honest. The Hextech Soul was already plenty good enough. So FPX with a Zeri and a Hextech Soul potentially on the cards, I'd say they're in a pretty good spot looking towards the late stages of the game. But they have to defeat that statistic that we keep on parroting. They have to win from behind, which we've never seen them do before.
Yeah, but I do think that the fact they have 2 dragons gives them their best chances yet, because OMG, they can't really threaten Soul as a win con. You are so far away from a Dragon Soul. By the time it's even on the cards, LWX is certainly going to have 3-4 items and just be a menace. So they need to keep pushing the pace of the game, and they can't be making mistakes. They're going aggressive here, and Summit is waiting. I don't think he sees a window yet.
Won't find a chance to go in on the mid lane there. You see Shanji moving down to the bottom side. I want to point something out that's going to be very, very important later on in the game. Care having Spellbook and TP, Summit having TP, nobody on OMG has access to a TP. So very, very important factor. Later on when it comes to playing for side lanes, that lack of TP really could bite OMG in the bottom.
I think as well, even when we look at how teamfights might break out, it's going to be very difficult for Shanji to find himself onto the backline easily. Sometimes just being able to TP in is the greatest option to just appear on the enemy backline. Whereas if Shanji tries to approach a flank, it's so easy for Clid or Care just to say, okay, you're dead, right? Point and click CC, can't really outplay that. So does mean that I feel like OMG need to be really careful with how they approach fights, because we see windows like this. Care is looking for a flank.
FPX finally being proactive, called the target once again, picked off, but they want 2, they want to double up. Aki the target and taken down. The 5-man squad of FPX take themselves an advantage.
Yeah, 2 kills on the board from that one, really closing the goal gap, and now looking towards that mid lane tier 1. I think OMG are going to be able to defend this, but they might look for a bit more. Nope, Care doesn't follow the claw, the wave gets played out, so still a real big positive for FPX. They get the 2 kills, but they aren't able to translate it into anything more.
Trying to find presence on the map, right? Trying to turn it into more, but Cream and Abel, no respect. 2v4, they're winning these trades hilariously as Shanji moves over with Equalizer in pocket. You know that you have to fear that Rumble. You know that Equalizer will do more than equal things.
And I mean, this is just the power of Lissandra combined with the Vi, right? Goes over the wall. They end up putting like the basic CC, the Everfrost, on the root on a cold. But they know Aki is a tankier target, a bit harder to take down. So both ults committed onto him, and they have enough damage to finish him out. So really nice pick coming through. And I was saying OMG need to make sure they aren't making mistakes. That definitely was one. And we're looking at that dragon in 2 minutes. That will be the first dragon after Baron is spawned. What OMG want is they want a massive teamfight win where they end up having enough members left that they can just go and do the Baron. That is the ideal scenario for them from here on out. Because I feel like if they start to lose more fights, if they lose this next dragon in particular, things will look really dire for OMG in this game 1.
Oh yeah, they absolutely will. You do not want to lose that potential soul point, right, to FPX and OMG. You can see that they know that. They want to pick on the bottom side. Summit in all kinds of trouble. Does have his flash available, but I don't know if Flash is going to save you with a 3-man goon squad moving down to body Summit. He's Aatrox though in a 1v3. That's a lot of sustain available, but he burns to a crisp nonetheless. Aki taking a bite out of the barbecue.
Yeah, really nice play, really nice pick set up by OMG, and perfectly timed because Baron is only just spawning now, so FPX have no chance to respond with it, no chance to even threaten it, and it means that they can throw down the Herald as well on the bot side and get that tower on top of it. So OMG doing a little bit to open up that gold lead once more.
There are pings. There are pings on the tier 2 coming out from OMG here. Okay, looks like they will back away in the end. I wasn't sure if they were going to really hard commit to try to get a tier 2. I was excited. I'm ready for so much to happen in this game.
Oh, well, Joey, 30 seconds until our next dragon. I feel like that is going to be the moment that we are looking for. I think they were just trying to go for the next charge, but Clade can just clear this Herald out and stop it from getting it. And now Reset's coming in, but this is so late. Bear in mind, it's a Hextech map, which I'm just going to say is the best map in the game. They have the Hex Gates to fly in quickly, but both teams are going to be very late to this Dragon. 8 seconds away, and this one is so important. I expect this to be a full 5v5. You can see everyone already moving over and trying to posture. Cream trying to hold this triangular vision they have here.
Yeah. Cream looking for a pick. Abel gets mid priority, but FPX, they don't care. They're just going to allow that wave to die. The wave does not matter to FPX right now, and I can't say I blame them, because Soul Point is on the cards. Double control ward in the pit for OMG, as well as one behind the pit. But Summit on a flank now. Cream wants to find a way in.
Yeah, he has seen this control ward. Oh, he has to be so careful.
There goes on Everfrost each here. Cream still has his ultimate available. Holding on to that one. Cream not to be deterred here. Does not want to use the cooldowns. Did have to cleanse out of the play. Still holds on to his ultimate. This feels tense, Orcs. How does each team win?
I feel like it's all about... Oh, I mean, they're going.
The hook comes in, Equalizer on the backline as well, but Summit surviving for now, and Shanji can't say the same. Abel, aggressive upon Cold is down, and FPX handily winning the fight here. Abel and Cream alone in the world, forced out of the play here, but LWX, he wants to keep this ball rolling. Flashes forward, wants revenge for the lane phase, and Cream chased down, zapped down, and FPX come alive.
And there's your answer, Joe. Just like that. That's how they win the team fight. 5-0. OMG find no momentum. And FPX get the cleanup. They have LWX picking up the kills at the end. And I said OMG wanted a clean team fight win so they can get a Baron. And FPX will be the ones rewarded. We'll see a replay of that. And ultimately a lot of damage on a Summit, but he's so hard to pin down. And look at Care just beelining in. They instantly delete Shanji. Abel doesn't even get a chance to auto because he's instantly caught out by a Vi. And at that point, the fight's already lost. And you see LWX like, right, this is go time. This is my window to clean up these kills.
I love that from Clid as well, right? Like you say, just shutting down Abel at the start of the fight, and then just full retreat. Flashes into the pit, keeps himself alive. So literally not even using Vi for damage, just using Vi as this CC bot to stop Abel having any say in the fight. Massive moment for FPX. For the first time in this game, they're the ones with the gold lead. 3,000 up now,
no.
and a potential pick onto Shanji as well. He has flash, but he's in a 1v3. This will not go his way. Equalizer down, but it's too little too late.
I mean, as well, I just feel like the fact that there's nothing you can do there. Even if you have flash, Care holds the ultimate, Clid holds this as well. You're just dead. And now with the Baron, going to be really hard for OMG to defend against this push. And I said, I feel like you have to be so cautious about FPX getting to the point where Zeri has 3 items. Look at that inventory, Joe. Infinity Edge finish for LWX. If you get caught by an Ultra Shock Laser, that's like 600, 700 damage. It's disgusting.
It is absurd. It is so terrifying, and it's something that OMG have to be cognizant of. Now defending in the base. But against these Baroned up waves, it's going to be a tough one. And I have to say, Care on this Lissandra has had a fantastic game. It's only his second Lissandra game of the split, but it fits the FPX MO so beautifully, right? The roaming has been perfect. The setups for these fights have been perfect.
Look at the confidence here, though. 4 members of FPX, they're happy to leave Clid in the mid lane, letting the Baron minions do the pushing now.
Oh, what a pick! What a pick onto Aki. How do they even find that? OMG should not be getting caught by a play like that, and now FPX, they could just move in, and it looked like it was going terribly. It looked like too slow of an early game for FPX, but now blowing this base wide open, and OMG left wondering what on earth to do.
I feel like it's just desperation at this point. They need someone from FPX to overstep so they can land a charm, a dredge line. Oh, they try it, but they don't manage to connect, and that's kind of the window gone. Okay, you missed. Say goodbye to your base.
Cream does have 1 Spirit Rush charge left, but he'd be putting himself in harm's way and does not have flash available. So it will be FPX backing away. Crucially, no inhibitors actually taken. So the pressure won't increase, but also the amount of farm going to OMG won't increase either.
Yeah, they won't just get to pick up those waves for free. And honestly, for FPX, I feel like taking bot mid inhibitor wouldn't make that much of a difference because the next objective I'm looking to is that dragon in 2 minutes. It will be Soul. Hextech Soul for their composition is disgusting, especially Zeri, because you get the chain lightning on your ultimate that kind of connects to everyone. You're also going to get that from the Hextech Soul, and it's going to slow. It's so frustrating to deal with. So I think OMG are in a desperate spot. They are 7,000 gold behind. And they need to find something. They need to find an avenue. And honestly, I was saying the Dragon's next objective. FPX like, no, we're going to go for that top tier 2.
Yeah, Dragon's up in a minute and a half. That means we've got a minute and a half of taking towers to the top side ahead of us here. Straight onto the tier 2. You see Abel still in the mid lane trying to clear those waves. So it's difficult for OMG to do too much clear. But without the Baron, it will be doable. There's Cream there on the Ahri. Able to clear waves. It looks like FPX decide, okay, let's not push it too far. Let's still play this one safe. We've got ourselves a lead. Let's finish in style. 60 seconds on that Hex Tech Soul for FPX. We've been talking about the 2,000 gold lead that OMG had just about 5 minutes ago. Well, it's now 7,000 for FPX. What a ridiculous swing.
Yeah, massive. And I feel like I'm struggling to see the avenue for OMG. They really need to just connect onto LWX or maybe onto Summit and just be able to burst through them. But this is just going to be so much harder because look at the inventories. Stopwatch for Summit, stopwatch for LWX, already a Zhonya's for Care. Even if you manage to land an Equalize on top of LWX, he's going to be able to stall out most of the damage. But OMG, maybe they look for a pick. Maybe that's the angle. But they need something because if they give over this Dragon, the game is just done.
Grouping up Care could be the target here. If they can find him, it'd be huge. Goes into the play, turns golden, and instantly Able just about one-shot. He's in the middle of everyone and taken down by the lightning clash. And FPX now, with a gold difference and a half, can just clean house. FPX, they lose the early game, but for the first time this split, they don't care. A triple for LWX and a win in their first game of playoffs. FPX are here to make a statement.
And it just looks so much better. This is a team where we've seen them struggle with some of their team fight setups. We've seen them struggle from behind, and they managed to pull out in this one. Great turnaround when they're at a deficit. Great ability to find the fights. And a pretty convincing game one start. Remember, Joe, we all said this was probably going to be a close series. FPX really making a statement in this game one.
Yeah, tentative in the early game, but crucially, they just denied the enemy, right? It wasn't necessarily tentativity. Is that a word? Tentativity? Tentativeness?
It is
It
now.
wasn't necessarily them being timid. It was them denying the plays from OMG, not giving OMG those early fights that they crave. And then once the mid game comes around, that's when FPX strikes. So phenomenal game. And I have to say, a stark difference to the regular split from FPX as well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's the thing is that we haven't had much time off between the the end of the split and playoffs. But you got to bear in mind that like FPX's last opponent was WE. I feel like as well, just you've had time to prepare a bit to focus on this matchup into OMG. And clearly they feel confident. They feel confident in the carry potential of LWX on the Zeri. They mitigated the pressure. And as much as Clid got put behind in the jungle, we can't dispute that. Aki had a really strong early game. Remember the fact that Clid was just like, okay, put out a fire here, put out a fire here. You know, douse some flames over there. It really stalled out. And so despite the advantage that OMG had, it was only a 2,000 gold lead. Maybe if that was a 4,000, 5,000 gold lead, we wouldn't see them be able to fight their way out of that. So I think they did a good job quenching that aggression and found their way back in the game.
And also, speaking of Clid, like after such a great start in the jungle for Aki, Clid falling so far behind. When it came to the team fights, like the difference between Clid and Aki was night and day. Clid just every single fight diving onto Abel, not allowing Abel to play the game. And I mean, the gold graph is just a perfect way to exemplify what happened this game, right? FPX at about the 20-minute mark just come alive.
Look at the damage though. Like I know LWX obviously did a lot in the last couple of fights, but I feel like when you have that much damage, you expect it to be like a constant build up over the game. And it kind of feels like nothing really happened and then suddenly Zeri. And I feel like this is why you can't leave this champion open. OMG clearly had a strategy with this Tristana Nautilus. I'm just going to say it's game one. It's a best of 5. It's fine. You've let Zeri open and you've realized that was a mistake, but I don't think they do that again this series. That champion is just a bit too bonkers to give over once again. And LWX showing that if he gets 3 items, that's all he needs.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, Abel, I'm sure could do the same on a Zeri, but he didn't get a Zeri. So maybe you needed to ban it instead. And this is why I love best of 5, because now we can enter that conversation of how do the OMG bans have to change? Because they wanted to ban the Lucian and the Kalista, because they don't want LWX to have the aggressive AD carries either. But do you have to then start going for 380 carry bans? That feels like a risky game to step into.
I mean, all I'm going to say is they could have first picked Zeri, right? They decided not to first pick Zeri because they had this strategy in place. and they weren't able to execute. You know, they opted instead to deny the RE from Care, which I think has its merit, but I think it's clear that despite the nerfs that we've seen several times in a row, Zeri is still bonkers. And I'm glad we had this game to learn that lesson.
Zeri is still an extremely strong champion. I don't know who could have seen this one coming. We're going to jump into a break, but what a treat. What a way to start our series off. We'll be back with game number 2 right after this.
Such a good setup. Finally getting some gold, but do they care? I mean, IG might even 4v5. The all-in, Mole over the wall, and Chrono Trigger Part 2. It's a time crisis for IG's AD carry. Genji now joins in. I'm just waiting for the brink of this fight, and he's still so cheap with his bone skewers. But Xiao flashing forward, gets stunned up. The RNG mid laner with a massive whoopsie as he's now in the middle, but it could be a bait with the shock down from Gala. Breeze joins in. It was a bait, but X marking the spot as an invigorous shadow comes through. And Yeji as well. Look at this Pyke support. Reset, reset, reset. Another onto Ming. Reset. Jin Zhao onto Gala. Reset, no! The Immortal Shield Bow comes in clutch. And Gala again. Stop giving this man Zeri. It's too shocking.
Here in the sniper of what you're looking to do, but with the amount of vision control they had on that side of the map, is Allah needs to be careful.
He needs to be very careful. I think he might be going down if he's not, but he can turn this one around. He's got to tough it out, so he's regenning back. He's looking to do it, and there's the solo kill.
Kevich to be able to bring it home. SOFM looking to bring another challenge.
He doesn't want to go too crazy into this one, though. He does know that Allah could maybe try and turn this one around. Look at the attack speed. He's got the tower with him as well. He gets the knock-up, but the shield is good. And now he's going to try and go into the tower. No way! No way! Welcome back, Allah!
And it's on Doggo again. As much as he survives, and it's someone else who goes,
oh my god. Bin just goes in 1v5 and it comes way to follow it up. Bin is an absolute monster. He's unstoppable. And now turning it into more as well. Doggo here to sweep up some kills. But Bin, take a bow. He dominates WE.
Playing the aggressive stance there. Tian goes straight for Betty. Betty has nothing to say at this point, but Tian might have overextended. Shadow Surge gets Jackie Love. Harder shuts him down. Shadow Surge reset, but the rest of his team is getting picked up. He goes back in. He's trying to get the damage on the back line. This is actually working out for anyone's legend, but here comes Tian. He's going ham with the World Ender, but he gets caught under tower. He takes down Betty. It's a quick fight back and forth. AL Knight shows true in the end, and Knight will take them down.
nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me.
整个常规赛的话，我觉得我们队伍的话就是有一段很差的状态，然后后面会慢慢调整了过来。然后对于我自己的表现的话，我是觉得可以在后面再加强一点，因为我们的常规赛成绩不是很好嘛，所以季后赛排名的话会比较靠后。季后赛就慢慢一步一步的挑战吧，看看能走到哪一步。我只能说，接下来要遇到我们的人要倒霉的，我们将一场不输。
Oh, strong words out from LPX there. They're not going to lose a single game. You got to be lucky. Well, they've started off definitely in that direction. And I will say big improvements from what we saw in the regular split, right? Changing the way that they draft, changing the way they're approaching these games, and that mid-game looking much cleaner.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the fact that they managed to, well, fell behind in the early game, but managed to dampen what OMG were able to do, and they're able to come back into the game off the back of LWX being so strong, but also Care just being so active on the map. Really fantastic play. And if you're just tuning in or tuning in during that game, you're wondering why I'm wearing a Panda outfit. I bet that AL would make it in the playoffs. They didn't. And this is my forfeit, unfortunately. So Dagda and Lyric could have been in my position if AL had won one more game.
And it is warm in the UK today. Let me tell you, I've got a fan on. I've got my windows open. I'm just in a light shirt and I'm sweating. So I can't imagine how hot you are right now, Orcs. I do not envy you. Let's talk game number 2 here between our two squads. Because OMG going to have blue side once again. They're the highest seed in the first round of playoffs. The highest seed gets to choose side selection for their choice of 3 games. So most teams will pick game number 1, 2, 3, hoping to get a 3-0, right? So OMG going to be on the blue side once more. Let's talk picks and bans, Orcs, because I feel like things need to change here for OMG. Not banning the Zeri and then first picking the Ari, that doesn't feel like the ticket to me.
Yeah, I feel like fortunately, because we're on blue side again, there's a very simple adaptation. Pick Zeri. I think it's that simple. Just deny it away from the opponents. If you have to ban it, sure, but I feel like their bans were more directed to FPX, whereas I feel like at this point, if your AD carry can't play Zeri, I don't know what they're doing. And, you know, it's definitely something Abel can bring out.
Yeah. Let's take a look at our top lane, though, because Summit going to grab MVP for game number 1. Fantastic game on this Aatrox. Doing a lot during those team fights to help find the picks. The Infernal Chains multiple times being huge, but also just buying a lot of space for his team in the fights as well as surviving a lot of the pressure, right? We saw Aki focusing on that top side a lot of the game, but still managing to have a great performance.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing, is that there was so much tension, so much focus towards the top lane, and Summit kind of just weathered the storm. He was completely fine with it. I think Clid as well, someone who really shut down some of the plays, but for such a long time, we saw, you know, this advantage being given to OMG, Shanji being the one setting the pace, Aki being the one leading the charge, and then we got these plays, TP coming in from the Aatrox, and then in these fights, just decimation. It felt like even here, he was focused first, and they just weren't able to cut through him.
Yeah, like, it was just invincible, unkillable. The world ender, quite literally. And it's set up for LWX to just take over these fights. And you see LWX flash forward aggressively at the end because he has so much freedom thanks to his team setting him up on the Zeri. Really, really great stuff. And then this one, this was the pick that ended the game, right? It's all off of that Infernal Chains to start with, Care locking him in there as well. Really, really great stuff coming out. And just a pleasure to see not only Summit popping off, but FPX, like, clearly on the same page, clearly working together as a unit, and clearly feeling confident off the back of that LWX interview as well.
100%. I mean, I feel like, you know, as much as the fact that OMG clearly came out confident in that early game, it just felt like FPX more than comfortable to lean in the late stages, and their team fight presence so good. I feel like even the moments where OMG were like, hey, we've caught them out, like the final play, we've caught Care isolated, able to stall for time, and the whole team is just there in a second. So definitely feels like they've leveled up since regular season. I think that's fair to say. The question is, can they continue this, right? One game in a best of 5 we've even seen, you know, many a time a reverse sweep happens. So one game really not super meaningful, but a good start. And for OMG, they're in a position where they can adjust things, answer back. I don't think they'll give over Zeri again. And I feel like FPX losing out on that safe scaling advantage they had in the bot lane could change the pace. If we see Aki have a strong jungle performance again, maybe FPX don't have as much power to get back into the game. But we'll have to see how that pans out in draft.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Also, honestly, the big thing that I'm looking for here in game number 2 is the matchup between Clid and Aki, because Aki starts the game off incredibly strong, right? Gets a solo kill in the jungle, 1v1 with Clid, with Summit trying to move into the plate as well. Like, 3 buffs, as you say, like, fantastic start for Aki. But when it came down to the way that they interacted with their teams, it felt like Clid was just suffocating Aki throughout this game. Every time Aki tried to make a play towards the top side, Clid and Care move over. Every time Aki moves down to the bottom side, Clid and Care are there waiting for them. So it did feel like Aki wasn't really able to extend that lead any further. And so now, game number 2, I feel like things need to change for OMG's jungle, and they need to do a better job of setting Aki up and being able to influence these side lanes.
Looks like OMG not going to go for the Zeri themselves, but will ban it. And something I want to bear in mind is you may think, oh, well, you know, they left Gnar open, that's fine. OMG could just play the Gnar. No. Shanji hasn't played a Gnar game this entire split, which is kind of surprising considering how prevalent it's been. So this is just meaning that Summit can get his signature pick if he wants it, if he wants to pick it up. Now, FPX did ban Wukong here. They've actually adapted despite the fact they won that game 1. They're still deciding to change things up a little bit. They ban away the Akali, obviously something that Cream can bring out. So now OMG, they have a few choices here. You know, they don't have as good answers. They don't have the 2 best picks for Cream in the mid lane. So it looks like, once again, they do not want to give over the RE to Care when Cream doesn't have his best picks to answer it.
Yeah, I can understand still wanting to take the Ahri away from Care. He's, you know, 75% win rate over 8 games in the regular split, and 9 KDA over those games as well. So really important to deny that for Care. But Care looked amazing on that Lissandra in game number 1. Still 100% win rate over the 2 games he's played on that. Feels fantastic for Care. And now Clid could have his pick of the litter in the jungle, or, we talked about it in the first draft, the Sivir available, Yuumi still available too.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder what OMG going to take in this. We've seen a lot of Sivir and Zeri traded off against each other, but obviously Zeri banned away, don't have that option. It does mean that Wukong is something that we can see Aki take, and it gives them, once again, a pretty strong jungler who also, I feel like one of the powers of Wukong is he's so strong in the team fights as well. So if he does get a lead, may be able to offer more than a trundle. But I think AD carry pick has to come through here for OMG. The Felios is something Abel has really brought out. everyone knows him for a Samira, but I think into Alessandra, I probably wouldn't want to be playing Samira with how easily she can just stop you in your tracks.
Yeah, it's going to be the Aphelios here for Abel, which, you know, it's going to just be trying to play defensive in the bottom side, but honestly, you're never going to get priority in that bottom side, and it's going to be tough to pressure a Yuumi. So, you know, that weakness of the Yuumi in the bottom side, not really going to be exploited too hard by OMG here. Renata available for Cold if they want to go for the Aphelios Renata lane, but Alistair, the focus taken off the board here by FPX.
Yeah, trying to shut down one of those engaged champions that can really punish Sivir. Like Nautilus, she's fine into, you can spell shield the hook, but with the Alistair, you can't actually spell shield the combo. We could see Renata or even Lulu banned away here if OMG want to match with scaling in the bot lane. But for now, OMG banned away that Vi. We obviously saw that Lissandra Vi being so potent at shutting down threats when it came to team fights, so wanted to deny that away. One question is, will we see the Gnar ban? Because that has been left available. We also saw the Gwen ban in the second rotation. Even less top laners banned away in this game than we saw in that previous one. And despite the fact I said, right, the Nautilus hook can be spell shielded by the Sivir, still opting to take away this. And I think FPX showing they feel confident that no matter what OMG brings to the bot lane, they will outscale it. So they're kind of just trying to shut down any aggressive options for OMG.
Yeah, and the Nautilus ultimately, even if you can spell shield one of his CCs, like he has so many, if he flashes forward as well, that he can still be a nightmare to deal with. So FPX is not wanting to have to manage that one, and it's just the jungle takeaways from Aki here when he's already got his Wukong. Now to FPX, they want to leave Summit's pick until last. They want the counter pick for the top lane, despite the fact Gnar is available. We'll be looking towards cleared, I assume, in that jungle.
Oh, interesting enough, going for the Jarvan here, which is something we haven't seen a ton of, but did get some recent buffs, right, to his passive, the cooldown skills down late in the game. But we haven't seen him up, but I mean, you're into an Aphelios who is a mobile. You have a Yuumi in the support role, so if you lock people into that Cataclysm, so easy for the Yuumi just to connect on the top, so easy for the Sivir to bounce those ricochets. It's going to be interesting to see what OMG bring in return. Thresh isn't something really you see at the moment, but obviously is very good at mitigating Jarvan, but instead just going straight for that Amumu, going for the aggression.
Amumu down in the bottom side. I mean, we saw FPX banning 2 hard engaged champions, and Cold is like, you know what? There's a third one available. I will say the Amumu quite squishy. If you do get locked up by the Lissandra, by the Jarvan, LWX is going to be able to dispatch you fairly easily. Up to the top side now. Is Shanji considering a blind Renekton? We're going old school here.
Yeah, so feels like OMG once again leaning into that early pressure. We did see Gnar recently on 12-14. He had his base health nerfed. It meant those matchups where he can get up in his face, he is a bit more vulnerable. But I have no doubt Summit feels confident to take this matchup. He's going to go for it. And, you know, we said in that first game, OMG needed to find the momentum. That is true once again here. You were into Sivir, Yuumi, Gnar, Jarvan, these super strong combos when it comes to team fights. FPX is completely outmatched in the 5v5, I've got to feel. Like, if OMG are going to win, it needs to be in the mid game. It needs to be because LWX missed positions. But they need to get the ball rolling early. And I have to say, they did a fantastic job of it in game 1. But we'll have to see if they can recreate those circumstances.
We'll have to see if they can. I will say, FPX drafting up a dream across the course of today so far. Shanji now playing his 14th unique champion of the split. This will be his first game of Renekton, and I'm surprised to see him bringing it out blind. Things like Sejuani would have still been available if you wanted to go for that, but wanting a bit more aggression here in the form of that Renekton. A lot of work cut out here for OMG. They need to prove themselves. They've had such a good split. They were denied playoffs by just a single place last split. It was FPX that were in 10th above them in the standings as well. And now OMG, they make it to playoffs once again. They're in the same place that they were in summer 2021. Last time around, they get a win against WE. Now they need to prove that they can get a win in playoffs this time around. They need to get their first playoffs win in 5 years up against FPX.
Yeah, and I mean, they need to be coming in with confidence once again if they're going to do it in this game. We saw them have that early momentum, and I feel like instead of what some teams can do in the situation is going, okay, that didn't work, let's change the pace, they've gone, no. This is what we need to do to win. We changed up the recipe a little bit. We give maybe a bit more opportunity to play through that top lane with that CC lockdown from the Renekton. And Aki, you need to once again have an absolute banger start to this game if you're going to find this, because FPX, they have this Sivir Yumi so potent. I feel like the LWX and AD carry who really flourishes when it comes to those team fights.
Yes, indeed. We're on Summoner's Rift, the Hawks, for game number 2 here between OMG and FPX. And I'm curious, because Summit has his signature Gnar once more. The picks and bans changed for OMG to deny LWX. But somehow LWX is on a Sivir and he's got a pet Yumi. And OMG are really going to have to do something magical to find a big win in that bottom side. We're looking at Clid in the early game. We're looking at Clid denying Aki the pressure that he'll want to find.
And I do want to take a moment to talk a bit about the Mumu and why it's been picked here. And there's a couple of reasons. First and foremost is that with a pick like Nautilus, which obviously was banned, but if you use the Q on a Sivir and she spell shields, one of the things with Nautilus Q is you drag yourself in, but you also drag them closer. If it's spell shielded, you don't drag them closer, so you can't follow up. Whereas with the Mumu, even if it's spell shielded, you still close the gap, right? It allows you to follow up with the ultimate, and you have 2 charges. So spell shield 1, the other can just follow. LWX knowing there's a lot of CC throughout the enemy team and has to take this cleanse, but it means if he missteps in lane, Cold is almost always going to have an opportunity to look for that all-in, look for that window to punish.
And crucially as well, has Glacial Augment, right? So the big slow field off of the Q as well, which you definitely can't spell shield. So Cold may look for all-in opportunities in that bottom side, but LWX and Hunk with the Sivir will have priority at least in the early stages. The Scream looks to go aggressive here, but Chlora Doom out from Care. Aggressive trades. Care seems to be getting the best of them.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth between these two. And you got to remember, since it changes in 12-14, Potion's a lot less sustained, so these trades are more punishing if you start to make mistakes. Ooh, Shanji. Not only clearing the way, but also going aggressive. And level 2, you don't have too much stun in the Gnar. It's level 3, really, once you have your full combo, once you have that stun. So it does have to be a little bit cautious if he oversteps.
Gable on Cold permanently threatening the potential of an all-in, but not going to go for it for the time being as Clid moves up to the top side here. Interesting pathing. Decides to not go for the red, decides to not even walk past the red, just in case there's some vision there. Goes straight over towards his Krugs. As both junglers on the top side of the map right now, but Aki spotted on the ward. He'll at least be able to clear that. But Clid now playing with full information of where Aki is at. But Aki should be able to grab the Scuttle Crab regardless.
Yeah, could make his way down towards the bot side. See if he can grab that one as well. But obviously doesn't have full information on Clid, and it looks like he's going for this gank. They're going to run into each other.
They certainly are. Aki with double buffs here. Clid not. So now Aki has that information that the red buff has not been cleared by Clid. So should be able to move either to the wolves, to the bottom side of the map, wherever he fancies using that information. Care needs to live up to his name here. He knows that Aki is in the area. Oh, Cream. Slightly wide on the charm there, trying to predict the dodge. A bit of an all-in on the bottom side as Cold finds the hook onto LWX, but just decides to back away. No, goes back in. Big damage on LWX. He cleanses the stun. Able moving forward, though. LWX, 1 HP. And OMG, they find the 2v2 they've been looking for. Another stun comes on in. Hung, not long for this world. One more auto. A double for Abel.
And you see prime example of what the Amumu can do. Spell shield comes out. The second bandage toss catches LWX. And yeah, he cleanses, but the Glacial Augment slow is still there. Able to not only get that 1 kill, but pick up Hung as well. Fantastic for them in this bot lane 2v2, and definitely the momentum they needed. We do see Clid showing up on the top side, but Shanji does just play it safe, and we'll get a replay. So I think what's great is not only does he get the spell shield, but notice, firstly, he lets FPX push up again. And LWX makes a mistake from going forwards. This also means that first bandage toss, the cooldown is already starting to tick down. They walk up. Abel has the slowed autos from the Gravitum. No way LWX escapes. Doesn't even get away far enough away to flash. But now, because Cold waited a bit, he has that second bandage toss with the slows and the Infernum damage, able to find both kills. A massive amount of gold. And you can see it reflected in the items.
And I like Abel holding the Gravitum as long as he did there as well, making sure that you can proc the Gravitum while the auto is in the air to guarantee extra damage on the auto attack. So just in case LWX does get some kind of flash off, that last auto will do enough damage to finish the job. So really nice stuff from OMG's bottom lane. And this is what we needed for OMG, is early aggression and side lane dominance. Well, they've got it in the bottom side with a double kill and up in the top lane as well. Bit of CS lead here for Shanji, who, despite the pressure from Clid, is still managing to find an advantage.
And now it's so scary. I mean, we saw them posturing before, but no cleanse for LWX, no vision in the river. Look at the control ward there as well. This makes this so dangerous. So Clid is going to hover around here and try and play defense, but there is a ward in that brush. If he steps up any further, there we go, he will be spotted. And now OMG, I think they have more confidence because they know that Clid is there and they can look for a play. He's trying to push it in. Oh, this is so bad.
They're going in. LWX is the target, and I don't think he's getting away with this one. Flash, Aki hit the wrong target, but Abel goes in. LWX lives on.
Matt, that was so close. I think the spell shield and the heal just saving him from the damage there. Down to the wire, but I mean, FPX have to be happy with that one. Trading up in Summoner, still very messy, but they survive the play. They survive the engage from OMG.
Massive moment there. Abel might have gone too far forward here. Takes a turret shot as well. LWX, can he actually follow this one up? One more boomerang blade will do the job. The slow goes wide. Abel goes wide on the boomerang as well. And LWX goes down. A huge fumble from FPX. And the bottom lane is falling apart.
I mean, Abel was just going for the plate. It was an overstep. Take the plate. Oh, I took a tower hit. But LWX gets overconfident. And something we've touted as FPX's big strength, their bot lane's willingness to challenge in the 2v2 is currently their downfall. They keep overstepping. And this time we'll get the first play. So great bandage toss. LWX doesn't even expect it. Or he would have spell shield. But here, Aki, I think the spell shield was for the damage from Abel, but then just didn't manage to finish him off there. The heal coming through. Bit of a flub from OMG, but then this follow-up play. LWX just sees, I mean, Abel gets a plate, and he's like, oh, look how low he is. I can go for him. But just completely oversteps. And here's the thing. You're playing a scaling lane. Going for this window, just so risky.
Really, really great juke from Abel there as well. Just as soon as he's out of vision, goes all the way to the right, dodges all of the damage, and then the rest is history. And now, Abel on Aphelios 3-0-1. He's in a phenomenal position to take over the game. And Aki grabbing a few kills as well. Clid, though, he ain't done focusing this bottom side.
Yeah, Cream's making his way down, but he's just cautious about being a trap being set for him. But ultimately, FPX don't commit. So a lot of effort directed down towards the bot lane. Nothing comes from it. And they can be super happy with that one. The fact that OMG, you know, all this attention is being put towards bot lane by Clid, by Care, and nothing comes from it.
Yeah, and I was a little nervous for Summit there as well. But more importantly, OMG, once again, 2,000 gold lead for themselves. But this, no. I mean, I don't think that matters that much. It's just the immediate thumbs up there from Shanji. You love to see it. Herald started off by OMG. A lovely start to game number 2. And it's good to see because Clid did such a good job of stopping these early plays last time around. But when the bottom lane is just winning pretty much 2v2, it's difficult for Clid to influence that.
Yeah, and I think something I was saying coming out of the draft was the fact that FPX in the late stage of the game, Sivir Yuumi is going to be so hard to deal with, such a potent threat. But when they're behind, it's kind of hard to play Sivir from team fights from behind because the whole point is like you are short range. You kind of do enough DPS that you just shred everyone in front of you. But if you're behind and you're dealing with things like the Wukong, the Renekton, the Aphelios, the Mumu, it's very hard to position in fights if you have to stay there and auto even more because you're doing less damage.
Yeah, it's a tough one. The close range AD carries like Sivir can really struggle if you can't get those autos off.
Yeah, this
Bit
is
of a group up on the bottom side here for Drake.
This is an Umbral Glaive just picked up by Clid, by the way, on the Jarvan. So gonna have a lot of vision control. But like I mean, I'm sure you've seen like the lethality Jarvan. One of the things that got buffed him in recently was his Q bonus AD ratio. It's like 140%. I'm not sure how I feel about you committing to like a one-shot lethality Jarvan, but I respect it.
Look, honestly, I'm here for it, especially after the early game. Your initial teamfight plan is kind of falling apart a little bit. Why not just one-shot Abel? They can't teamfight if they don't have an AD carry, I guess. So, look, Clid wanted to be a bit aggressive, and I respect it. That's what I wanted out of this series. I wanted an absolute barn burner. Game number 1, a little slow. Game number 2, FPX trying to be proactive. Care and Cleared moving up. They want to dive Shanji.
Oh, and this is going to be difficult if they get the CC down from to survive, but he starts to back away. And Cream's already moving over. Will use the Scrying Orb to spot them out. So now I think the jig is up. The dive isn't going to happen. And this is the second time in a row. FPX had that big lean bot lane, nothing. Now a big lean top, nothing. And this, even Wiz opens up a window for a dive. LWX has no flash, but does have that cleanse.
Scary moment for LWX. Here we go. Gravitum in. There's the curse, the sad mummy. He barely exists. Cold will go down.
Oh,
no, he won't. No, he will not. Has the stopwatch. And with the red and white weapons, you know that tower's falling.
And the fantastic use of the Herald as well, because it means even with the minions cleared away, the Herald was there to tank the shots. Cold played it perfectly. The spell shield comes through. The cleanse does as well. But the ultimate still connects onto LWX. 2 kills, the 2-for-1 you get from Ayumi, 2 charges, and the whole first tower. Look at that goal lead, 5,000 ahead. And look, FPX managed to bring it back from a deficit in game 1. This feels a lot more significant.
It certainly does. The second of the look is Cold just goes straight in. You know, the spell shield, like you said, can only do so much and even waits for the cleanse. So nicely played by Cold.
And then the stopwatch perfectly timed. You saw that tower hit about to connect, able to save himself, and then the Herald tanks it up. So just flawless execution. And, you know, I even feel like if they'd executed a bit worse, they probably still would have got the kills. Maybe Cold would have died. But the fact they give FPX nothing really hits at home and puts them in a bad position. And now they already have that first dragon. That was one of the things FPX had going for them in that game 1, was the fact that they got the first 2 dragons and started to be able to contest on that third one and get themselves a lead. But now FPX don't really have anything going for them, and OMG are continuing to set the pace.
Yeah, Summit really wants these Krugs, but Cold is trying to deny him. Abel, though, look at the tower plates that this Aphelios is getting. My God, we've all seen what a Fed Aphelios can do, but I can't remember the last time I saw an Aphelios this Fed. He has 2 crit capes, just because I guess that was the amount of gold he had at the time. But the Gale Force double crit cape here, he's going to hit like a truck off of the Calibrum.
Oh, man, for sure. And I feel like he's just going to keep scaling to be a monster. And how is Sivir ever going to step up to him? How is this Jarvan, who's gone
lethality,
ever going to survive his damage? And look, FPX are trying to do something in return, but now...
Oh my God, 2v1 Shanji! 2v1, the Crocodilio is in town, and FPX falling apart. LWX forced to flash here.
But you have no tower.
Slice and dice will be up in a second. Okay, LWX walks away with his life. You can see Care was roaming over, but my God. FPX, they said they're coming in. They're not going to lose a game in playoffs. They might be wrong on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it is looking rough so far. Flash bin from Care there as well. They are just losing every single spot on the map, and Hung made a mistake, stepped outside for a split second, and Shanji pounced on it. I'm going to be real. I expected Shanji to bring out some spicy picks. I didn't think it'd be the Crocodile, but he is delivering so far with that opportunity, because those are the scenarios we expect. OMG leaning topside. Shanji just has to play defensive, but we get the pro view and him finding this window so quickly.
I mean, just goes in, sees that Hung is not on the shoulder, and I mean, he only gets 176 gold for the kill. That says everything that you need to know about how this bottom lane has gone if you're just tuning in. FPX pretty much dominated game number 1 once it got to the mid game. They were a little bit behind in the early game, but Cleared doing a great job to deny plays from OMG, and then in the mid game, FPX just took over. The team fighting was immaculate. Now game number 2. OMG straight off of the bat, winning the 2v2. Aki doing a great job to influence that bottom lane as well. And now it feels like FPX are in dire straits. Just 14 minutes in, they are 6,000 gold down. And this Aphelios from Abel, you see him pop up on your screen, is just something beautiful to watch.
I mean, he is just going to decimate anyone who comes near him. And I mean, I feel like at this point, Summit's farmed decently well. He's nearly got his first item, but this Unbelievable Jarvan isn't going to be able to withstand many autos from Abel. That's all I'm saying. I don't think he's going to be one-shotting anyone either. Second dragon won't even be contested. I think FPX are in full damage control mode now. It is a 400 CS win con Sivir game where you just hope you stall out the game long enough that you get to the point. And something I will say is it is pretty hard to dive FPX when you have like Lissandra, Jarvan, Anar. Those are champions that make it more difficult to go for tower dives, and you have a ton of wave clear on that Sivir. So OMG, they've done fantastically. They are so far ahead, but I don't want to see them slow up at any point in this game. They need to keep finding plays, keep finding momentum, and maybe looking for something here on the LWX if he does overstep.
Abel moving forwards here, trying to bait them in as here comes Hung, here comes Clid. Can they get onto Abel? I don't think they want to get onto Abel here. Cream forward misses the charm though. Can't quite find it. I mean, Cream has not done so hot on the charms. It has to be said in this Ari. Game number 1 and 2. Felt like he's leaving something to be desired.
Yeah, hasn't been the cleanest connection. Obviously didn't land there, but still, Clid is so squishy. He gets absolutely decimated, but does survive. But now OMG, once again, just taking every objective. All 4 neutrals picked up by then. I think what they're doing a fantastic job of is Cream will push. Oh,
Aki goes in LWX. Not quite knocked up. The spell shield is good, but there we go. Abel. Just Gale forces into one-shots him, basically. My God, this is a terrifying Felios. And I want to quickly mention, Abel and Cold, by the way, 2 of the longest standing players in the LPL. Both have played for 5 years. Abel is only 22. This guy was scouted at 17, and he's looking amazing this spring.
Joe, you make me feel old, man, when you say that. I feel ancient, but we do see them just completely delivering this game, and Aki doing a good job of pushing the pace forward. Something to note is that FPX went for play on the bot side. You'll notice Cream's flash is unavailable. Did have to flash together that one, but does survive and get away. And this is the thing, is that FPX go for this bot side play. They try to kill Cream, they only get his flash. They are only now, I think, taking the tower in the bot lane. They lose mid-tier 1, they lose their Sivir, they lose top tier 2. So sure, FPX do answer back, and this is kind of one of the struggles that FPX have had when they're at a deficit, is that a lot of the times they trade like they did there, but they trade down quite significantly.
Hang on, Summit's in trouble here. This is going to be a kill for Cream, isn't it? Clid's moving over though. Cream, you've got to be real careful. But he walks too close to the wall, knocked up, and will be finished off here. One more auto will do the trick. Okay, yeah, they do finally get it. My goodness. Big pickup here for FPX. That should stem the bleeding just a little bit here. I want to quickly bring your attention to something though, Orcs.
Is it Abel's inventory?
Yeah. I as soon as I saw the double crit cape, I had a sneaking suspicion something like this might happen. Infinity Edge second and activated with the crit capes.
Yeah, well, Abel might be pressured now.
Ooh, good flash here. Aki trying to move over. A TP comes in. Care might just die. He goes in to make the play. 1 HP now as the rest of OMG have to clean things up. This is massive for FPX. I didn't quite see who got the kill, but that's a big old shutdown.
Yeah, a massive amount of gold given over. So as much as OMG, we're doing pretty fantastic. Couple of mistakes. Mistake from Cream, mistake from Abel, and all summoners burn from the Aphelios as well. And when you look at the team composition of FPX, we said in the team fights, a lot of strength. If you have no summoners on this Aphelios, you are going to struggle. So we'll see the replay and who got the gold. And ultimately, he does everything he can. He flashes the initial route. He cleanses only when the stun from the ultimate comes out. The damage is there. And I think it was Care who got the gold, I believe. Not entirely certain. But either way, big shutdown achieved. And, you know, the gold gap is still substantial. 5,500. But that's a lot. That's smaller than it was before. And they've also... we also are getting later in the game. So if they keep finding these plays in return, it is giving me some hope for FPX.
Clid has gone for the Umbral Glaive, but now he's gone Chem Tank. This is a hybrid Jarvan build where he goes for the vision control of the Umbral Glaive, but then still building tank, still wants to exist during the rest of the game. That tower, basically paper in the face of Abel at this point. Yes, he got picked off, but he is still terrifying at this point in the game. You see just the pressure across the map here. OMG, no intention of slowing down, and that's exactly how you said they need to play.
Yeah, and I think actually it might have been LWX who got the gold there, because he's got the kill and he's just picked up a lot. So wow, that's pretty fantastic. I'm gonna be honest, that is exactly who you want getting it. And as much as OMG are ahead, a lot given over to Shanji. Oh my, look at this flank. This croc is big.
Yeah, Dominus already used Care, and LWX trying to escape. Cream with the Spirit Rush needs to find the charm. This is Cream's moment here. LWX just being bullied, but the final chapter denies any kind of engage, and OMG, what looked like a great flank kind of falls apart just 12 seconds before Drake.
Yeah, I mean, it's played perfectly. Shanji tries to flash Q to bait the spell shield. LWX so patient on it, so he ends up only using it later, and Shanji's then out of range. And now FPX, you know, they are about to have the Mega Gnar. Drake is up. They should feel confident. OMG, they're just going to beeline towards Baron. They know they don't have control of the area thanks to Umbral Glaive sweeping out the vision. So they want to try and start a 5v fight here and now.
Yeah, and crucially, 7,000, 6,000 gold still up in favor of OMG. So even without ultimates, they are scary. Cold needs a big curse of the Sad Mummy. FPX able to deny the Baron. They answer correctly here. Dragon still on the map as Shanji dives over the wall to try and make his way over there. Find some presence for OMG, but I think FPX might be able to just brute for this. However, Khalid is actually not at the Dragon pick. Khalid's sticking around near Baron.
Which is the ideal way to do it, because now Clint poses a threat off the smite steal over the wall. Doesn't matter that he's leveled down anymore, since it's just 900 damage flat for a large part of this year. So OMG, you're risking a flip here, and you're losing the Dragon regardless.
They might actually just flip it. It's on 3k. They're holding it for now. Shanji fighting in the side. Clid over the wall here, but Cold can't land the bandage toss. Health bars are low. In goes Clid! And saves the day for FPX. Your gold lead be damned.
Man, 7,000 lead at 14 minutes is now a 4,500 lead at 21. Baron secured by FPX. The 2 deaths, who cares? They even trade one back onto Cold. Fantastic for them in this situation. And I mean, the timing, I think OMG just started to feel desperate. The damage comes over the wall with the boomerang blade from the Civet, and then here, the combo comes in, and they just try to contest it. The secure is there, an objective bounty as well. Remember, the biggest objective bounties are on Baron. So a ton of gold injected into FPX. And now Abel should probably be close to finishing his 3rd item, but so is LWX, right?
Yeah. Here's the thing, right? LWX getting a bunch of gold from just the local gold of the objective bounty from the Baron. But most importantly, right, you're getting a Baron here when OMG need to end things fast. It's impossible to push into those Baron waves. It's impossible to keep snowballing. The gold difference was 7,000 just a moment ago. Now, shrinking, right? 4,000 in favor of OMG. They are still ahead, but it's starting to feel like FPX are on top of things, and I think FPX have changed their tune from the regular split. Once again, we see that it's the mid-game. It's these team fights. It's these clutch moments in decision-making where FPX are coming alive.
And what I think is hilarious is the fact that in spring, we had this thing we talked about called the FPX Baron. And it's because FPX kept having this tendency where they'd start a Baron pretty sporadically, and the enemy jungler would be literally over the wall, and they would just flip it, and it would just go terribly. And it was so frustrating. And I think it's just so amazing that this is something they're using to get back in the game. OMG do the FPX Baron, and FPX answer. And now, as you said, I mean, the Baron was a big win con. The Soul was a big win con. Those are both being delayed. And I feel like OMG is starting to feel a lot more hesitant, a lot more nervous. We see a TP coming in, though. They're trying to make a play.
They certainly are. FPX collapsed upon here. Big fight. Cream in trouble. They're already down to half, but he escapes on the backside. Shanji goes in. LWX trying to survive, but you can't spell shield Renekton. Cream chasing down Kara on the bottom side as Hung escapes onto the shoulder of Summit, but he'll only be able to survive for a moment here. Care trying to sneak away on the bottom side. In the meantime, Summit has somehow found a kill, but Abel has the damage to chase Summit out of the play.
I mean, this doesn't even end up being that favorable for OMG. They still get more kills. They still shut down the Baron. They still get this mid 2-2. Fantastic. But considering how badly they look to start off, FPX managed to answer back. Care gets away. Summit gets an extra kill on the back end. And it all just gets very messy. We'll get the replay. So initially, Cream was very aggressive, but dips out again. Gets the charm onto Clid. And it starts to look really favorable. LWX has to burn both summoners immediately. Shanji up in the face of LWX and just deletes him. But then in the extended play, they don't get the Lissandra. And I want to see what happened with Summit here, because Aki, yeah, just got ran down. Just why go that direction? Why burn your W?
Yeah, clearly just not expecting the damage that Summit had to bring to the table, but we keep on talking about Summit's Gnar. We've been talking about Summit's Gnar since he joined the league just halfway through this split. Care will be able to finish this tier 1 up in the top side here, and FPX, it feels like they are starting to gain some semblance of control. OMG still ultimately winning that fight, still getting a tower in the mid lane, but crucially, LWX, despite how far behind he's been put all game, now on 3 items on the Sivir. And the redemption story continues here for FPX, right? Summit, you know, going to semi-finals just at the last Worlds, being in LCK for so long, and now having that split in LCS that didn't really work out, finishing in 4th, now moving to the LPL, and it felt like a rough start to this split for FPX, but Summit coming in, felt like the difference maker for them. Now in playoffs, leveling up their play once again. For Clid, a similar story. As actually, he's the one, sorry, that was in the semi-finals, I misspoke, at Worlds. And now moving into the LPL to try and change his fortune internationally. FPX have to make a deep run in playoffs for that to happen. But right now, it's looking good. They are still behind, though. 3,000 gold as OMG try and make a run down the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 towers already secured by FPX, so they need to trade up. They're going to be able to get this inhib tower here, but see how cautious they are to even stay any further.
This is actually a good trade for FPX. It looked kind of wonky because the inhib tower goes down for OMG, but actually they don't get the inhib. FPX get 2 towers across the map, and now Drake spawning. Remember, neither team on sword point just yet. OMG got the first 2, but then FPX were able to answer. Summit and Mini Gnar, but he'll very quickly build that bar up.
I think we need to keep an eye on LWX. If he can position, it's all going to be down to him, but no flash, no cleanse. OMG need to take the Sivir down. He's just too strong right now.
And LWX is a team fight monster. Care looking for the setup. In goes Clint to start it off, but dashes back out again. Final chapter goes across. LWX in the middle of everyone, and he's taken down. Aki with a double kill as OMG shred the health bars. Abel still going strong, but there's Summit on the no. Abel surviving, but no, he's still alive. Taken down by Summit in the end. It was so close on a knife's edge as Shanji slowed by the Drake, and Summit comes up huge.
Summit with the massive carry performance. Look at that damage, 6,100, and he ain't done yet.
Over.
He'll take out the jungler. That fight looked doomed for FPX. LWX goes down. Clid ends up going down. It looked like that was it. That was Dragon secured for OMG. And then Summit with the fantastic Gnar on top of the Frozen Sword. This is great from Clid. Ults in, burns Abel's flash instantly. He's like, nope, I'm out. I've done my job. I've got the summoner. But then LWX gets deleted here, and I'm thinking, okay, this is OMG, got it. 5 still up against 3, but Summit goes out of vision here, jumps back in, slams into the wall, insane. And the thralls underneath do all the damage as well. What a play.
Yeah, unbelievable. And Shanji desperately trying to save Abel. I thought Abel was going to walk away for a second there, but Summit turns it around. Unofficial quadrant as well as he chases down Aki at the end. Summit, we said he comes in from America here after being in the LCK on Sandbox for such a long time, unable to find the success that he wanted. Moves into the LPL, changes the fortunes for FPX, and now here in playoffs when his team is behind, he closes what was a 7,000 gold lead for OMG into just 800.
Look, Joe, this is the 2022 Spring regular season MVP Summit. From the LCS. He is popping off right now and delivering. And now that goal lead, 7,000 at 14 minutes. 14 minutes after that, the time when the game time's doubled, 700 gold apart. That gold lead has gone. The Dragon Soul win con out the window. It's going to be another 9 minutes before OMG can even threaten that. So I think critical mass has been hit. And notably, LWX, has a last whisper. He's going to be picking up a Lord Dom soon enough. At that point, Sivir just obliterates everyone. There's no one on OMG who's like a true tank. You don't have like a Sejuani, you don't have an Ornn or something like that. And honestly, even if they did, I don't think it matters at that point. 4-item Sivir just obliterates everything. And with the likes of a Lissandra, a Yuumi, a Job, and all that lockdown, it's going to be like being in a blender.
It really is. And OMG, I mean, the early game looked great. They started off so strong. Abel still an absolute monster when you look at his items, right? But at the end of the day, so is LWX. He's the one that got put back. I mean, look at LWX's scoreline, right? 1-6 with a 0-5 support. That says everything about how this early game went. But we're past the point of that mattering. Summit pulling out the big plays. This bizarre build from Clid actually working out beautifully for the team here. Honestly, this FPX squad leveling up for playoffs, and I am loving every second of it all.
I mean, they're just doing so well. And we expected a lot of hectic team fights between these two. I felt like something FPX had struggled with was how they approach team fights in the regular season. I thought that OMG would have the edge, but we're not seeing that here. There's still a game to go, right? We're just at an even state now. Yes, LWX is super strong, but Abel is still very powerful. So it comes down to setup for these objectives. And FPX, they have just started up the Baron with the Umbral Glaive from Clid. They sweep out all the vision. But OMG look like they're going to call them on it. And being stuck in that pit could be such a massive danger.
They need to go quickly, though. It's 3K on the Baron. It's already gone down. FPX Baron is a positive in 2022, that's for sure. Cream in. Shanji trying to get into the fray as well, but they just can't seem to close the gap. LWX still going strong. Shanji low on HP as Summit tanks everybody up here. Care will fall. 1-for-1 so far, but Summit in the middle of everyone. Charmed by Cream. Gets the heal from the Zoomies. LWX chased down, though. In goes Aphelios. Aki falls. LWX dodging, taken out. Click goes back in, and it's able this time around to flip the game. A TP comes out from Summit here, but Hong couldn't get on top. He's still in the base.
Yeah, you can't follow the TP anymore for a while. They nerfed that. Trying to combat things like this, where you could just TP back in with the Yumi attached, and I think maybe Summit goes in feeling confident, but thinks, nope, I can't follow up this. I can't make the play. This was so messy. And initially, Cream tries to get on LWX, does get the Everfrost, but the cleanse comes out, and then Aki goes in. But with the Yumi on top, with the exhaust, so hard to finish off the Sivir. And look what starts to happen is the messy team fight on this bottom end does go in favor of OMG with Abel doing their DPS. But look at when Aki tries to dive onto the Sivir, and LWX just absolutely obliterates him so quickly. And I think OMG are like, okay, we have to kill the Sivir right now. Unfortunately, with the caliber, Abel takes him out, but the damage being fired out by both these AD carries right now, if either of them gets the free hit, I feel like that's just a fight.
Yeah, but I will say you got to see in that replay as well that LWX on that short-range AD carry, when he gets the damage out, you can see the damage is there. But a lot of that fight, he couldn't do much. Summit could be in trouble here, uses the hot flash available, but does get stunned up. Curse the Sad Mummy, knock up, Charm, Everfrost. The man cannot move, and Cream will get the kill.
Throw everything in the kitchen sink at him, and now 20 seconds till Dragon. FPX cannot contest this. And we said the Soul Win Con's going to be out the window, but I mean, it's starting to come back online. I think FPX have to give this up, and there's nothing else they can really take in return. Maybe pressuring this tier 2 tower on the top lane might be enough, but still a heavy blow. And bear in mind that we just got a massive... I mean, Summit was 7-0 before he went down. That is a big shutdown to hand over.
Big shutdown, and importantly as well, Summit was one of the only 2 players with Baron on FPX. So now it's only Hong on the map that has the Baron available to him. So big turnaround for OMG. And you know what, OMG as well, just they remember that last Dragon fight that we just witnessed. They know what Summit did, so this time around they're like, you know what, let's deal with Summit before we try and go for the Drake.
Yeah, dispatch him first, deal with that problem, and then yep, Drake a lot easier when Summit isn't on the map. And now, you know, we can see the Baron power play in the top right of the screen, plus about 900. Not exactly what you're hoping for. They are still going to use the minions a bit to push in mid, but I think 15 seconds left. They got the tier 2 top. That's about it. They lose out on the Dragon. We are 300 gold apart. I keep bringing this up, but it was just so mind-blowing. A 7,000 gold lead for OMG at 14 minutes, and at 33, we are dead and even, and it still just feels like this could be anyone's game.
And I know we talked about it a lot in game number 1, and then FPX proved it wrong, but in the regular split, they didn't win a single game when they were behind at 15 minutes. This game, they were 7,000 gold behind at about 20 minutes. They were like 4,000 gold behind at 15. Like, unbelievable comeback here for FPX, and a change in tune for them as well. So you can see resets coming out for FPX. And I will say, I respect that they're playing it slow. One player that I really want to highlight, though, is LWX. Because coming into this series, man, like, first game, 2 bans against him, gets the Zeri, pops off and takes over the game. Second game, 3 bans against him, gets the Sivir instead, then gets the entire team of OMG focusing on shutting him down in the laning phase. And now he's got a bounty over his head. Now he's the teamfight monster, and now he's the man that OMG have to stop. Shanji goes through the Hex Gate, could be in trouble here, but he's pretty tanky.
Yeah, Clint just goes for a bit of heavy trade, gets a bit of gold from that first strike, but won't really be able to do too much more. What I do love is the vision setup that's coming out from FPX. One of the fantastic things about Yuumi is it's very hard to pick Yuumi because she's attached to, in this situation, a tanky Jarvan who has GA and mobility, but they also have the Umbral Glaive, so these two can work together on a warding mission, slam away any wards. Yuumi places the wards down, and it's so hard to find a reliable engage on the Jarvan. Chances are, if you go for it, FPX will just swoop in to respond, so it means you can do this. You can just aggressively push in, contest vision, get control, and make it so hard for OMG to even walk in their jungle.
And on top of that as well, you have such great side lanes for FPX, right? With the Gnar and the Lissandra. they can very happily just push up as much as they want. They're very happy to be in a solo lane themselves. So FPX can play this real stuff. And it feels like they're now the ones setting the pace of the game, which is really scary for OMG because they've got the Renekton, they've got the Wukong. These are picks that you want to be quite aggressive early on in the game. You don't really want to fall behind because you get one shot when you get in the fights if you fall too far behind. And I fear we're getting to that point where this Renekton, this Wukong, not going to have the same level of influence that they would have wanted. And now with Drake coming up in 1 minute 50 seconds, he wants to find a pick on his shoulders.
Yeah, you do notice he doesn't have much MR, you know, only really has some Merc Treads and a bit from the Chem Tank, so definitely more vulnerable to Cream, but realistically, Ari isn't exactly like a high magic damage carry, so you can itemize in that way, and it does mean he's pretty bulky to most opponents on OMG. But the one I do want to take note of is we have seen Lord Dominic's Regard finished on LWX. He's approaching that 400 CS power spike we like to talk about. It has just now been answered by Abel. So both of these carries, that armor, significantly less relevant now. And I feel like the champions, the bulky frontline from both sides is going to start to feel that itemization of the AD carries. If anyone makes a misstep, a misplay, stays in range of them for just a couple of seconds too long, they will be eviscerated. And the setup, the approach is going to be really important. You basically want to be only in range of them when you're taking them out. And Blue Trinket comes down, but LWX solo starting the Baron.
Technically not solo. He did have a kitty cat alongside him, but not far off, I think it's fair to say. Summit continues to pressure in the bottom side. Both TPs available for our top laners here. Both ultimates available too. But FPX doing such a good job to control the state of the map, to just continuously push OMG in and deny vision as they move through the jungle here. And look, complete darkness around this Baron. The nearest ward is on blue buff right now. OMG have to face check in, but look at that damage out from LWX onto Aki there.
Yeah, TP coming in though. Care looking for a flank. Oh, fight starting!
Oh, cold 3-man ulti comes on out, and there goes Summit once again before the fight. LWX knocked up the team on top. GA down, Abel surviving. They need to finish this AD carry. LWX, he's fallen. 1 for 1 though. It's a 2 kill for LWX off the bouncers, but Shanji survives, and that's all that matters as he tries to close the gap. Care and Cleared, wounded, walk away from the fight.
What the hell was that from LWX? How did he kill 2 people coming out of GA? There was 5 members of OMG waiting for him to respawn, and he still just takes 2 down with him. Man, this could have just been game. This could have been OMG with the dragon in hand and maybe just ending the game even if they hadn't lost those members. I actually want to see what happened there, because this is a great call from OMG. They see the TP and full confidence, no vision. Cole's like, yep, we're going. Perfect timing so the Gnar can't leap away. And then they get the lockdown, they get the kill. They all say Sivir, Sivir, Sivir. That is the target. And they take LWX down. But I just want to see how he actually got all that damage off, because he just turns it around. Like, it's literally 1v4 and the AoE damage, the ricochet bounces. Oh, that's ungodly.
He just gets like an auto QW basically, and that's enough to just finish 2 half-health members. We said the Sivir is scary. Well, now the Sivir is on 6 items. This is terrifying.
Oh, no,
this is it. Summit again caught out, this time with Hung on his shoulder. This cannot keep happening. Cream, sorry, on the other side has Spirit Rush, the Frost. It's going to be enough. They take him down. This is 2 for 1. It doesn't matter. OMG, they'll get themselves a soul.
Oh, and after that huge play around Dragon from Summit that got FPX back in the game, he makes a critical error and not only sacrifices himself, but Hung goes down as well. And now Soul is in the hand of OMG. They could go for the Baron here. They did have a stolen just earlier in this game. With the power from the Soul, with the 5v3 on the map, they feel confident enough to go for it.
It's 4v3 here. Hung not available, so the sustain last cleared. Tries it again, but this time denied. I can't believe OMG are willing to just flip that Baron, but they pull it off this time. Aki gets the smite, and crucially, they keep themselves in the lead. What a game. And Summit just obviously feels like there's no one here. He actually hops into the brush.
Yeah. I think he thought Cold was like solo warding. Didn't expect them all to be there. Maybe it could be the Hex Gates kind of messed up with his like thought of how quickly they could get back on the map. Regardless, he goes down, And it wasn't a 5v3 on the map, sorry, it was a 4v3. Cream obviously did get caught as well, but the soul is secured for OMG. They have the Baron as well, and they're wanting to just push in on the back of this.
And this will be one inhib taken, no questions asked here. Able just comfortable to walk forwards and finish the job there. There's a big old wave at the bottom side too, as Shanji playing to try and zone everyone away on the side of FPX. Does need to be a little cautious, doesn't want to go too deep, as Summit is about to turn into Mega Gnar. But just using the Baron up waves, OMG should be able to turn this into 2 inhibitors. Not to mention that Hextech Soul makes the team fights much, much more difficult for FPX.
But look at how quickly the minions die. This is a problem in the Sivir. The waves just get decimated so quickly. I will note, something mentioned, both Flash is still down for the AD carries, but Cleanse is coming up, so have to be cautious about a potential engage. And we see Clade go in.
Cream has to use the Spirit Rush. Summit 1 HP as LWX just charged on by Cold. Sonya's under the tower, but the tower's gone. Look, Able just shred the buildings to pieces. They don't want the fight. They just want to take these objectives. Cleared now on the wrong side of the play, but OMG can't chase it. They need to retreat. They need to escape. Cold, 300 HP, but I think they've got away with it.
Oh man, they managed to get the inhibitor, and it looked it looked scary. Cold goes in with the bandage toss on LWX, and it's kind of hilarious because it got spell shielded, and LWX was just charging away.
It looked like Bile, honestly.
It did. I actually thought it was for a second. I thought we have a Vi in this game, but regardless, the stopwatch keeps him alive. OMG open back up on the map, and with bot inhib down, mid hit him down. They still have 50 seconds on the Baron, not much to work with, especially as Summit is clearing out that wave. But they are able to at least get what they want done with the Baron. With the super minions pushing in, it is going to pose more threat now. But he sees some item juggling from LWX. He's gone for the Navori Quick Blades. Bear in mind, his ult already reduces basic cooldowns. So he's going max DPS, like highest uptime possible on this WQ.
Your boy wants to ricochet. Your boy wants to ricochet. That's what that item screams right there. Expect many boomerangs. LWX wanting to be an absolute teamfight monster, does not sell the boots, crucially. That's one of the like classic AD carry swaps, is remove your boots for just more damage. But
yeah, I mean, Abel's done that.
Can be difficult. Abel has done that, as you say. Oh, it's a big pick. It's onto Cleared here. He will survive. Cold trades a lot of his own HP. Abel as well. I mean, like you say, LWX just chunking everyone.
It's like you don't even have to hit them. Just the ricochet does so much at this point. And you auto enough, you get the cooldown reduced, you have it back up once more. So OMG have to be so careful. I feel like it's not enough at this point to avoid being hit by the Sivir. Everyone has to avoid being hit by the Sivir because the ricochets will shred the whole team. You either have to be killing her or out of her range, and that is the only two states you can approach. So OMG, the Baron expired, they can't push anymore. And now we kind of go back to this point where we're playing for those big neutrals. Elder in 2 minutes. And look, I'm gonna be real, scaling, soul, no one really cares when it comes to Elder. It's basically whoever secures it almost certainly wins the fight. There are times where you win without it, but they're rare. I'm gonna be real. So we are 43 minutes into this game, and it feels like it's all gonna come down to that one Elder fight.
And the thing is, both these teams have shown that they're willing to flip the objectives. That's a really scary thought. I will just say as well, these two teams, 3rd and 4th in the league for average game time, both averaging about 30 minutes. But this matchup pushing them to almost 44 minutes on the clock. You can see across the board, almost full build. I mean, even Clid is full build. As a jungler, you basically never see that in League of Legends anymore. Even the supports, like, I mean, look at Hung. 2 completed items outside of a mythic? Like, when's the last time you saw that on a support?
Yeah, kind of rare, honestly, but a lot of gold has been funneled into them. And I mean, at least Clade had the first strike and a lot of cheap items, but now OMG just aren't letting them get close, aren't letting them approach. It is hard to maintain vision for OMG against that Umbral Glaive, just the fact that Clade can just slap the ward and instantly destroy it. But I feel like, regardless, both teams have to fight this. They know there's a lot of GAs available. Summit has his, Clade has his, Abel and Shanji and Aki all have theirs. So we'd have to kill them twice. And you can see here, FPX start to push out. It's all going to come down to this. Maybe the fight, maybe the smite. I feel like if you feel your team is stronger in the 5v5, you don't want it to come down to the smite fight. You want to just win the fight. And I think OMG with the soul probably feel that way about the situation. But honestly, FPX maybe feels similarly, and we just see them slug it out. Who knows?
Who do you feel has the fight advantage, and who needs the smite advantage?
Oh man, I feel like it's I feel like it really just comes down to execution of the fight. I don't think it's clear cut. I think it comes down to who finds the correct fight for them. I don't think there's a single answer.
Okay, well, OMG the ones in control of the area right now, forcing FPX to move over. Look how tanky that dragon is, 20k HP. Cleared over the wall here on the Hex Gate. It's 50-50able as Abel in the middle of everything. If he gets caught, it could be the end for OMG. In they go straight onto Abel here, cleared out the backside of the play. In goes Care to try and finish the job here, but he doesn't have the damage. Cole turns golden, Hung caught out as is cleared. He tries to get over the wall, but he can't. And OMG, after all of that, find themselves the fight. Crucially, Summit here, desperate to hold on with a Moonlight Vigil yet to be used. Calibrum available, doesn't use it. Abel just walking to the base. Forget Summit, they say. OMG won a game in hand.
And they both have GA, so now they're just going to kill each other very quick. But OMG get the game win. And this game was a roller coaster. I cannot wait to see the goal graph on this one because it will literally be a roller coaster. OMG with a massive early lead, nearly lose control, but bring it back at... Oh
no,
my
the
They're gonna end. It's fine.
Okay, they still get it. OMG, after 46 minutes of battle, take themselves game 2 in this series. We were worried that this would be a 2-0 after the way that mid-game went, but my God, do we have a series on our hands.
Man, just such a battle, and I feel like so many people popping off at different times in that game. Summit with the hero performance, and then a bit of a 0 in return, and then Shanji on the Renekton. I don't know how you feel. Everyone talks about Renekton. Yeah, useless in the game. He solo killed LWX. He just got him and went, "You're dead," and that was it. And I feel like OMG doing a fantastic job of stabilizing and making the right call. I said it really depends how the team fight goes. They felt confident in their setup. They managed to get on top of LWX. They managed to mitigate the pressure from Cleared, and they don't flip the Elder. They just go for the fight. They win. They get the game and answer this. And I think what's crazy is that was a long game. Let's be real. That felt like so many emotions mixed in it. It's 1 each, right? There's still a minimum of 2 more games in this series.
Yeah, still a long way to go. And that's where teams like this will be tested on their mental fortitude off of the back of a game like that. Like, my goodness, that is going to be a tough loss for FPX. Because the thing is, it was pretty much a loss, right? Early on in the game, it was a given. Like, when you look at that goal graph, it felt like it was over. Just like, I guess that's 20 minutes in. I don't know how far along the graph is 20 minutes, but, you know, early on, OMG felt like they got that one in the bag. Then FPX do such a great job to come back. And then in the end, it's OMG to win the fight. Summit getting caught, Cleared getting caught. It all fell a bit apart. I mean, I don't even know who would get MVP in this one, honestly. Such an insane game.
I feel like it's got to be Abel for me, but who knows? Like, I mean, I feel like he just was the big carry in that game. But I feel like this is just what we want from playoffs. This is why everyone's so hyped for LPL playoffs, because this is round 1, right? This is the first round of playoffs, and we're getting these absolute banger slugfests where also it just feels like so many people are doing these pop-up performances. I mean, I feel like there's countless highlight moments in that one game where I'm like, wow, that was sick. LWX got absolutely destroyed in the laning phase, got completely shut down, then ended up being a massive carry threat, and then the GA moment where he came back alive, killed 2 people before going down again, and he ends up losing. Like, I just feel like there was so many fantastic plays from that, but I feel like OMG found the edge, and Abel was consistently like a force to be reckoned with in that one.
Yeah, I want to say as well, just a quick shout out to OMG. This is their first playoffs win since 2017. Congratulations, guys. Getting that game on the board. They've outdone themselves from spring this year. They've outdone themselves from summer last year. And they've found themselves an even position in this playoffs. We'll find out how game number 3 goes, though, right after the break.
Level 3 for Caps. Yanko's already level 3.
Oh, Larsen's in trouble
Larsen
here.
locks in the stun card, charmed up. Maring's on the chase though. Trippy's here as well. Larsen levels up in the middle of the fight, and Yankos just able to survive.
我觉得 Caps 吧，有狐狸选上吗？
最先阵亡的人，先把那种残血的排除掉。我猜应该只能是皇子先死掉，狐狸还有闪现的。就狐狸闪现 A， 皇子不就死掉了？
哦，应该是皇子啊，不是皇子已经死了吗？皇子吧，
Caps 没操作失误的话，肯定是巨魔先死，难道是派克先死？就肯定是这两个其中一个，我猜皇子吧。
皇子吧，这应该是皇子吧，
应该是皇子吧。
皇子先死。
哎，皇子，哎，查着吧。
感觉应该是皇子吧。
哦，皇子。这应该是皇子死了。
我感觉是德玛西亚皇子先死，我觉得皇子先死。
这感觉应该是皇子先死。派克吧。
派克。
派克。应该是派克。Caps。那我选阿里啊。
既然这样问了，肯定是狐狸了。
也是巨魔。
皇子这个有点太容易死，感觉狐狸闪现 A 他一下就死了，这么轻易就死的话，那应该不是他，不然就不会出这个题了，应该是巨魔。
那就巨魔。不可能，我记得不是皇子。
Someone level 1, no way for him to go. Ignite taking orbital deception. No, that's right! Oh, he Q smited for the vision. That was beautiful from Malrang. What a play, and 2 kills come off it.
这都给巨魔，好像不走啊，好怪啊！
皇子不对，你已经说了，我就猜阿里吧，阿里也不对，那就派克。不对吗？
为什么能抢到蓝啊？这个怎么猜啊？
可惜。
惩戒回血。
我就知道。
哇！太扯了吧！
哦，巨魔啥意我都没看到。
那是谁呢？啊！你让我黑耶！哎，巨魔不是死了吗？已经。那是巨魔吗？哎呦！哎，要不就是巨魔用派克，他那卡狂拍给谁就以谁死。
皇子。巨魔。皇子回去逞了一口，我是没想到的。这种问题，最接近答案的就不是答案。
永恩吧？
永恩吗？是吗？是永恩吧？这个应该是永恩吧？
永恩吧？
应该是永恩吧？
永恩。对我都不需要等你念完，这个一看就是永恩，他们这个阵容。亚索脚印，然后这个上路这个装备，就是看起来都是永恩。
那肯定是永恩吧？应该那个 G2 上路是不会玩别人的。
应该是永恩。
我感觉是永恩。这个英雄是永恩。
永恩。这上路应该是永恩吧？
永恩，这个是永恩。因为我看了就是。
这个技能太简单了，装备已经出卖他的永恩。
刀妹，
永恩吧，应该是刀妹，还有莉亚，是吧？不对，韦恩也有可能，不过我感觉他应该会选韦恩，应该是韦恩吧？
是韦恩吗？凯尔，
是吗？
哦，
简单啊，破坏盾弓。
一批日历还是拿捏的啊。哎，
永恩吗？真的是。
是永安，你会开始就突然给我选上，没事 ，OK。
不是啊，我可以再猜吗？
不行，太难了吧？不行，太难了。对，太难，这个太难了。
开吗？三角形，方块也是差不多的这样吗？
Like hip-hop rappers not getting proper dough. Got my foot in the dough, time to rock the boat. Till I'm knocking straight jackets at the hospital. It's the juggernaut. Yo, you got to go or get knocked through a brick wall, all she wrote. Yo, listen, your mission's impossible. Concocting evil plots like Dr. No. But I'm Sean Corn with the magma flow. The magnificent man, I'm inflammable. In fact, you can't lay hands upon my coat. Cannibals can't bite folks, bombing those. You're on the ropes. My momentum grows. I'ma choke out your throat with these tentacles. Everybody else grows so identical. I'm abominable, so contemptible. Yo, we won't sympathize with anyone. No, no, no. We'll go just like a rolling stone. Get blinded by happy love. Ooh, we're rising up. Don't just stand in our way. Yo, I'm unstoppable.
我觉得我这年来的表现就还算可以吧，因为可能队友给我的关照比较多，就是平常上训练上或者说游戏里面，因为我刚上 LPL，然后他们就是挺照顾我的，然后我也可能不负期望吧。我觉得季后赛跟常规赛的差距在于，季后赛可能要准备的就是东西要多一点，然后我季后赛到目前为止都是1轮游，然后我希望这一次可以多打1、2轮吧。我觉得春季赛就还是挺遗憾的，因为春季赛我们就离季后赛就差了一步，然后当时可能自己心态和英雄池方面，就可能多多少少都就是有点影响，然后夏季赛呢就是我们5个人就是协调好，然后心态上或者运势方面都得到了就补强嘛，然后能走到今天这一步就挺好的。
Really great to hear some in-depth answers in our interviews as well. Good to hear from OMG there on the improvement of not just mentality, but also champion pools coming into playoffs. And it feels like different champion pools being pinched this time around. I'm joined by Orcs as we head to game number 3 of our playoffs and of our first series with OMG and FPX. And if you have missed it, you have been missing a banger. If you're just tuning in, well, first off, welcome. And second off, boy, do we have some stuff to catch you up on. Let's talk about our MVP for game number 2, because it was cold in the end. The franchise player for OMG. And this Amumu pick, I mean, 24 assists. This guy was just Giga Chad from start to end.
And I'm going to be real, okay? Enemy team picks Sivir, Yumi. You have a Felios. I was thinking Renata, Lulu. These are things you can try and, match the scaling. Cold is like, no way. Miss me with that. Picks the Amumu. And honestly, just decimates FPX's bot lane. This is the bot lane that we've said is like super focused on like finding advantages in the 2v2. And OMG not only brought it to them, but they really shut them down. Like here, baiting out the spell shield, second use of the bandage toss for the engage. And I feel like, sure, the laning was good. Absolutely dominated there. But the team fighting as well. So many of those plays were started by this little Amumu who could.
Yeah, the little Amumu who could, the perfect way to say it. This one, like, great play from Abel, but I feel like this bottom lane are just so insane. Like, Cold and Abel feel like they're permanently on the same page, permanently working together, and Aki swinging in there. But then, like, again, waiting for the spell shield before going for the Curse of the Sad Mummy. It feels like all of these plays so beautifully orchestrated.
Yeah, and here, the timing to catch Summit before he gets a chance to hop away is actually pretty difficult, right? To make sure that your bandage toss reaches him at the right time. And if you go for that play and you connect onto like the wrong person, you could just get blown up. But no, catches Summit in Mininar, they delete him, they get the advantage in the fight, and I just feel like Cold's play this game. It gets so hard sometimes when you're playing like these engaged supports in the late game because you're so squishy, right? Because you're dealing with these super high damage carries. He managed to consistently make it work throughout this game. And on a pick that we don't see Amumu that often outside of being paired with Kalista, where you have that safety net, you have the ultimate from the Kalista, the Fate's Call to get you out of sticky situations. Didn't need that, still just absolutely flourished.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff. And honestly, this bottom lane is becoming very exciting in the series, isn't it? Because this game, we saw OMG managing to get the best of it in the 2v2. I'm sure that game number 3, FPX are going to have an answer. They're going to change their attack. And crucially, 3 bans coming out from OMG in game number 2 against LWX. LWX was still a monster in those team fights later on. Still managed to make it 6 items. Got so much gold in that game that he was literally selling and rebuying different items on the Sivir to min-max. So like, regardless of that early game, both AD carries still having a monumental impact in the game. And it feels like that's the way this series is leaning, that it's all about the AD carries in the late game.
Yeah, I feel like these teams, like, despite the fact OMG gets a lead, they have struggled to accelerate that. Even the fact they had such a monumental lead in that second game, still weren't able to close it out without having a lot of hiccups. So having an AD carry who can be a monster in the late game, I think we saw in game one, the Tristana didn't hold up, but the Aphelios was more than capable. So I think as the series goes on, they know they need that late game insurance. Even if you have a plan to get ahead early, plans are all good until you get hit in the face.
Yeah, exactly. And then everything goes a little bit pear-shaped. I'm curious how this early game is going to go, though, because the matchup with the junglers, I have to say, like, I'm so impressed by Aki. When you think about the fact that this is still the guy's rookie year, like, Aki coming in up against Clid, a man that recently was in the semi-finals at Worlds, almost made it to the finals, and Aki coming up against him and doing a phenomenal job. Like, the fact that he's able to match a player like Clid is so impressive in his first ever year. Like, across the OMG squad, there is so much young talent. Shanji, Aki, and Cream, all, like, fresh faces in the LPL. And you've got Abel and Cold, who, like I mentioned earlier, both have played for 5 years. Abel, still fairly fresh face, only 22, but he's been playing in the LPL, or he's been playing at a professional level for 5 years at this point. It feels like this OMG squad, definitely with an experience disadvantage here because of all of those fresh faces, but it doesn't necessarily show in the game.
Yeah, I feel like what's cool is both of these rosters have such a mix, right? We have rosters where it's just raw veterans across the board. Like, you look up RNG, and I feel like a lot of those names, you definitely have more veterans on that roster. But you have other players who've been around for a while, gone to internationals. But here, it's like there's such a mix. And even then, it doesn't feel like a lot of those younger players are necessarily missing out, right? It feels like Aki, he's the one who's been setting the pace in the jungle, despite being less experienced than Clid. It feels like, in the mid lane, we both have two relatively new mid laners, and they've had their opportunities to pop off. But going into draft in game 3, I feel like it's been so important in this series. I feel like it's been this heavy focus towards LWX, and we're getting a repeat. These are the same bans since game 2. FPX changed, though. This is their bans from game 1 and OMG's bans from game 2. Bit of a meet in the middle, but once again, they are not letting Kerr Ari his best pick by far, and they're denying it from him once again.
Yeah, and we're just going to be rinse repeating here. FPX taking themselves that Sivir. I'm really curious if OMG are going to allow the Yuumi through again. That's kind of the big question for me. Honestly, I'm a little surprised that FPX don't go for the Sivir Yuumi first. Just, like, you don't need to take the Lissandra until third, right? We'll see what OMG are going to change. If they change anything, though, we could just have a rinse repeat, honestly. OMG did win that last game. They did have a massive lead.
I think the reason you don't go for the Sivir Yuumi is then OMG can take something like Alistar. They know that you have, like, a scaling lane. They can pick something that can really punish. Whereas here, now OMG, they're going for the aggressive lane already. They could go Samira, Alistar, then FPX might go something like Braum to try and mitigate. We'll see what they do. I would want to take my support here and have a good pairing, personally, because I think things like Alistar can threaten so well. But clearly, OMG are confident that even, like, they got the Amumu in the second rotation, so maybe they think they have enough tools in their arsenal. Regardless, we see the Xin Zhao come through for Aki. This is one of his most played off the split. Very strong in those early skirmishes.
Absolutely. It's been a comfort pick for Aki all year long. I do just want to correct myself from earlier. Obviously, this is Aki's second year in the LPL, not his first. I misspoke. The Alistar, though, taken away by Hung. I love this because now you can ban the Amumu. You can ban the Nautilus. It becomes difficult for Able to get a good pairing with Cold.
And honestly, Alistar is one of the best picks into Samira as well because, one of the problems with Samira is if you have a skill shot that you have to throw out to try and stop her ult channel, it can be blocked by a W, or she can just reposition. You can't dodge Alistar. If he W's you, unless you flash it, you're getting hit by it. Your ult's interrupted. You may even be knocked away. So it really helps to shut down Able. And it makes sure that FPX should have a good lane here. Now, we see the Amumu banned. FPX don't even feel like they need to ban another support. That in their minds, is enough. They take the Renekton away from Shanji. And OMG, we talked about the late game scaling of the Aphelios. Sure, Samira can pop off in fights later on, but I feel like this is more akin to game 1 where they need that early momentum.
And I kind of respect this Renekton ban coming out from FPX as well, saying, look, you've got a lot of aggression, you've got a lot of early power there. We don't want to deal with the Renekton up top as well after what Shanji did in the previous game. So The Gnar taken away from Summit as well. Looks like FPX would go for Clid's pick next. The Lee Sin has been comfort for him. Viego's still open as well. There are options in that jungle role, and it will be the Lee Sin locked in.
Okay, now it gets really, really, really hard for Able to play team fights because you have the kick, you have the Alistair, you have the point-and-click CC from Lissandra. This is not a fun game to be playing Samira, so FPX really targeting that pretty heavily, and now it's up to OMG. See what Shanji brings out blind. The Gnar being gone kind of frees you up to take a lot more picks than if it was available. Looks like they might just lock in the support first. I think Naught makes a lot of sense, despite the fact you can spell shield the Q. Level 6, as you said in the last game we were talking about it, you can obviously let them spell shield your Q and then you ult. But now for Shanji, will we see the Gwen? Will we see the Shyvana that he's brought out time before?
That would be the question. What does Shanji want to go blind? We've seen him do things like the Rumble blind as well, which, you know, I don't want to... Yeah, okay. Shanji, he doesn't care. He's got rid of the Gnar. He's happy to bring out the Rumble here. And now the gauntlet is placed down for Summit. And I'm not seeing much of a smile on his face here. I'm not seeing much comfort up in that top lane for him.
Yeah, I would have thought, because he played the Aatrox in game 1 and that went really well. I feel like just run it back. I don't see a reason not to. You have a lot of lockdown in your team, which makes it very easy to connect your skills. So they will take that one in this one. So this is... So the draft for OMG, they had Trundle instead of Xin Zhao, and they had Tristana instead of Samira, but very similar to the game 1. FPX is obviously a bit different. The Lissandra, which has been a running theme into the Ahri, but they have a lot of tools to make Abel's life hard. And I've kind of seen a situation like this before. That top esports game, if anyone didn't catch it, regular season, top esports, who were first in the league, who won a massive win streak, and OMG took a game of them because Abel just popped off and got like I think it was a quadra kill in a team fight or a triple kill. I feel like Abel is so good at Samira that even though FPX has a ton of tools, I'm still not completely confident that they'll be able to shut him down, but I'm ready to see them try.
I'm definitely ready to see them try because I'm ready to just see everything that this matchup has to offer. I will say, Abel Samira, for anyone that's just tuning in that hasn't watched OMG much before, this split, he's played it 5 times, won 4 of those games, but across his career, he has 25 games on Samira and 18 wins. That's a 72% win rate on Samira across his career with a 5.5 KDA. On Samira, of all champions. Like, having that good of a KDA on a champion that you either go 10-1 or you go 1-10 on, like, that's an impressive statistic here for Abel. As we head towards game number 3, Orcs, it's OMG and FPX, both wanting to prove themselves, both with a win in this series would outdo their previous iterations. FPX wanting to try and level up and try and get to the level that this organization used to be at a couple of years ago with Do and B, still living in that shadow, whereas OMG just looking to get back to those olden times of 2017. Here we go, game 3. Hazaki alone here, and there's a whole bunch of players from FPX.
Yeah, they're waiting for him. Remember, game 1, we saw Aki and Shanji late invaded together. They even popped a ton of emotes because they knew they wanted a ward. FPX are like, screw the ward. We're going for the kill. So if Aki goes to this late invade again, they will be ready. I'm so nervous about this. 5 members. They are going to send the bot lane back.
He knows. The frog comes out again. Aki, I think, is just going to start in his own jungle here. But then again, I don't know. Cream's moving in.
It's tense.
Okay,
it's
he's
tense.
backing away. He's backing away. He's backing away. I think we're okay. Cream going to go for a ward here. That'll spot Clid. It'll spot Care. Oh, and they can't even clear
I
it.
think
That's a heartbreak for FPX.
But that's just, I mean, I think Clid could have if he's skilled in ability, because you get attack speed on Lee Sin from your passive every time you use one. So he could have, but doesn't opt to in that situation. Regardless, though, I think that's the moment you place down the ward, you see the Sandra come out the brush, and Lee Sin's right there, and you're like, yeah. They were waiting. They were definitely waiting. So no craziness on the start for this one. We do want to again see Aki start on the bot side though. He's the jungle proximity between top and jungle for OMG highest in the league. We expect him to go top side, particularly with this rumble with Ignite. They will play through him and try and get an advantage.
Look at this aggressive level 1 from OMG here. Cold going for a hook. Big damage out from Abel already, just poking away at Hunt and LWX. and still managing to get all the CS. That's the most important thing in these early trades, is that you're still hitting those minions. But LWX able to answer very nicely. Cold wired on the anchor. But this level 2, that's really where OMG will pop up on the bottom side. LWX and Hung, they've got to be careful. They've got to respect this, because you know that Samira Nautilus will go aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, level 3 is the big one for Samira, but level 2, especially into an Alistar, if you can find the angle, you'll for sure go for. Now, top lane again, no surprises here, prior achieved by Shanji, but notice, Clid is gone. He kind of looped around and it's clear. He's gone for the Raptors, the red, I think it was red Raptors, and then Krog. So he is here where you typically expect him to be pathing towards the bot side. So maybe Shanji doesn't think he's there, and we could see a fight come out here, or bare minimum, Clid might just be covering for his top laner.
Clid actually going to go for the reset and then back down towards his bottom side. You would assume nice little ward there dropped as well, just to make sure that Summit is safe from any kind of dives or any shenanigans. Sasaki moves in to kind of reset the vision, I would assume, that was dropped earlier on. There it is. The ward comes on out, and Aki toying with the idea of a play to the top side, but that ward from Clid doing everything, and we said this in game number 1, Clid doing his utmost to suffocate out Aki and deny any plays. That vision sets up everything. Summit, he survived the pressure last time around, but now, OMG, they go for an early dive here. No, they don't. They just play for the place. No, now they go for the dive. Summit flashes over the tower, but Shanji finishes the job.
Really nicely played, and FPX looked like they want to try and answer on the bot side.
This is going to be a tough dive, though. Abel blocking the boomerang blade there. The wave not quite in just yet. Cold looking towards Clid here. The sweep comes out, sees the ward. The thing is, Samira can't clear waves very well.
Yeah, and we see them trying to look. It needs to be Hung who starts this off.
Oh, great flash from Abel here. Hook comes out onto the jungler as well. Clid ignited and taken down. OMG, 2v3. Looking beautiful.
Flawless flash from Abel, and that is the outplay on the Alistar. Very hard for Samira to dodge away from his combo unless you flash it. Really well played, and FPX end up missing out on the dives. Not only do OMG get a favorable dive top, they get some rewards on the bot side as well. Excellent play, and it's what we expect from Cold and Abel after the performance so far this series.
And this is the thing, like, people, when Abel came back into the league, like, he had a big break from the LPL. He was a hyped AD carry back in the time. Oh, good spell shot from LWX there. Then he came back into the league, and people were questioning whether he'd still be on form. He had kind of a rough entry to the league, but over the course of this year, I feel like he's just gone from strength to strength, building up as a player. And now, I feel like mechanically, one of the best ADCs maybe in the league.
So we can see again this replay. And I think Hung goes for the flash combo, but the problem is he now doesn't have flash to follow. So he actually headbutts, and then he pulverizes. If he'd actually just walked up and then W, he could flash to follow. They don't end up catching Abel. He just survives and gets that turnaround kill. Oh, no. Shanji just solo killed Summit.
We need a replay of that right now. Give me ProView. Give me ProView of Shanji right now. I want to see that solo kill. I said I would eat my hat if there's no solo kills in this top lane, and we finally get to see it. This rumble from Shanji is monstrous every time. Wait, he didn't even use ult to get that solo kill, by the way. He has it for the wait.
Wow, wow, wow. I mean, this is fantastic. Look at the CS lead. And this kind of comes of that early gank, that dive they played so well. I want to see the replay. I want to see what happened. But yeah, Shanji is currently first for solo kills in the whole league from the regular season, and he has decided to add to that number to pad the stats. And now bot lane is going well. You have a CS lead, you got that kill, top lane is going fantastic, and we'll get the replay. We get the pro view, everything you wanted, Joe.
Yes, indeed. Gets the slow, walks away waiting for cooldowns. Check out how he manages his energy here on the Rumble. Just flashes in with the overheat. And clearly, Summit just not expected the damage coming out. Didn't have his flash in.
Yeah, I think the early Sword Shoe spike's so nice because you get that 18 magic pen when Summit has no MR really apart from runes, but also the movement speed. It means once Shanji is on you, you ain't getting away. And now it's crazy that we saw the same matchup in game 1 and Summit was doing fine. He's in a bit of a rough spot. We do see the dragon picked up by OMG. Early Ocean, definitely a nice one for that extra regen in lane. And I was going to say maybe Clid looks for a dive. I think he's scared of Shanji.
Yeah,
and
I'm
I would be
honest. I feel like that would be not a good play to make. LWX rooted up here, but there we go. The interaction you talked about before, Abel just knocked out of the play. Expect that pretty much every fight this game for the Samira. Abel is going to struggle to find windows to get damage in.
What was really nice from Cold, though, is he did this trick we've seen quite a bit recently where you go to auto a minion and then throw your dredge line and hides the animations. LWX actually didn't spell shield the dredge line. Spell shielded, I think it was the E after the Riptide. So it was actually a really nice engage from Cold. But unfortunately, Alistar just says no, and that's the end of the play. It's kind of the issue. That's why they prioritize this Alistar, because it's so good in the Samira. But I love that Cold is trying to be creative, trying to threaten angles onto LWX. And I think even LWX actually bit his ghost there, which is no longer his cooldown, but still just constantly pressuring, poking, trying to find these windows.
Yeah, and I feel like we need to talk big picture for a second here, Orcs, because again, OMG have the early lead. Again, 2,000 gold up, but this time, look at where all that gold is sitting, right? Shanji with 2 kills, with a 10 CS lead. You got a 10 CS lead down in that bottom side as well. But this is an aggressive call from OMG. They do still need to get that ball rolling and snowball just like game number 2.
I completely agree. I feel like even when they set the Sivir behind in game 2, we saw what the Sivir could do when it got gold later on. I don't think you can hesitate on this one. Shanji is fed share, and the Rumble, I mean, Rumble and fed can be devastating, but they need to continue this momentum. First neutral objectives being secured in that Dragon, and the focus now is pick up the Herald. Remember, one of the changes we've got to 12-14 is it now gives that extra 200 local gold, so this will be a big move to snowball this team when they're already 2,000 gold ahead.
I bet Shanji's good to we don't see the Jarvan again this game, right? With the Rumble, the Jarvan ult could definitely be beneficial. Abel actually going to be going for the Krugs in the meantime as well. His FPX feels like a slow and steady game here. Falling behind across the map. Feels like Clid needs to just farm up for the time being. He is level 6 though. Care over level 6 as well. I'd love to see that mid jungle for FPX linking up a little bit and trying to cause some havoc in the side lanes, because that's really the success we've seen early in the game for FPX. Ultimately.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of action here.
Predicting the flash there from Aki, but the flash doesn't come out from Summit. He's just so damn fast with the whirlwind.
This is why you're 2 steps ahead of your opponent, and you're just a bit too far ahead. You trip over yourself. Aki unfortunately doesn't connect there, but now has the Herald. With the equalizer available to Shanji, Summit's low. Yeah, they have to back away, I feel.
Johnson played Electro Harpoon as well. You wouldn't expect Rumble and Xin Zhao to have this much poke, but apparently they do. They're just peppering away at Clid here. They continue with the 2v2, but I don't think there's any way that Summit and Clid can take that one at this point in the game, especially with the mortal wounds that Shanji has in his inventory.
But this does remind me a bit of game 1, where we saw OMG get that early lead. They had a Rumble then as well, and they kept trying to put the Herald down top, but every time Clid was like, nah, ain't happening. We're kind of seeing at least the start of that repeat, so I wonder if Aki will try and add more emphasis and like bring Cold up to make the play work, or whether he'll quit sooner and go, okay, we're just gonna Herald mid, or we're gonna Herald bot, because Clid has shown he will match you. He will do everything he can to stop you from getting a full tower with that Herald.
Yeah, crucially, Aki's still up on that top side, going to be going for the Scuttle Crab, whereas you see Clid moving to his bottom side of the map. So perhaps Aki will go back to the top lane. You can see a ping on that top lane tower as well, and then a ping on the enemy jungle, although I think that's the correct ping, actually. So maybe not the level of communication I was anticipating, but regardless, could be an opportunity for Aki. You see him moving back up towards that top side once again. Summit's got to be careful. He has his flash, but whether or not that will save you is a different question. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, just throw the Herald down immediately. Obviously, one of the things is that if you throw the Herald down close to the tower, it can take a bit of damage, whatever. Here, it's just going to walk straight in and charge. Nothing Summit can do. Clid is miles away. No plays to be made, and this should just be tower taken. The question is, will they get a second charge? And we'll see if Summit can stop that. Because right now, if you look at FPX, we saw Clid in the bot lane trying to make something happen, but nothing really will come from it. I think OMG's bot lane doing a fantastic job of just backing away when they need to now. Looks like they won't commit to the second charge, and I think that's because the Dragon timer. 20 seconds. We'll see them race back and try and get there in time and see if they can contest that one.
Yeah, I will say, it's not often that you're watching a Nautilus Samira lane and complimenting them on playing safe. Like, that is not the way League of Legends is meant to work. But you're absolutely right in this scenario. OMG, though, as you say, trying to play towards the bottom side, Clid in the mid lane, would love to get on Cream right before this trade.
I think the big thing is, as much as FPX are there first, they are so much weaker, right? Big items coming in for OMG. And it just feels like they need a pick if they want to make this happen. Now, Shanji, he's looking for Summit.
Level 10 here, dodges the Infernal Chains. Shanji wants to chase him down. The World Ender does get slowed, but still has that move speed. Shanji, happy to just trade ultimates, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, the Equalize is pretty low cooldown even this early. You can see it ticking away. It won't be there for the Dragon fight. I'm not sure we're getting a Dragon fight, though. I think we're just getting a Dragon take from OMG. It's a Hex Tech Dragon, which is just so fantastic to pick up in general, but also Cream.
Knocked up, cleanse used. Cleared, trying to get the ward hop there. Cream slightly wide on the skill shots, but ultimately surviving the attempted pick. And that's all that matters, because it buys Aki time and space to get on this Drake. So, OMG now, they've got 2 Drakes in this game. They've got the first Herald, next one spawning in 2 minutes time. They've survived in the bottom side, while Aki just camps top and gets Shanji a 2-kill lead. I mean, there's just no negatives to talk about for the side of OMG.
This is fantastic, and as well as I was saying, the Hextech Dragon, 2,325 gold worth of stats across the full members of the team. Obviously, some use them better than others, but Abel and the Samira, attack speed, ability haste, yes, please. It is going to be a Mountain Soul as well, if they're able to pick that one up. But for now, the focus will be on that, or on the Herald. Oh, he smites
okay,
it,
this
smites it.
I mean, I think we've all been there. We can all relate to that one, having to use the smite. But he does get it in the end, at least. But Shanji denies the drop. And I love this from Shanji. Knowing he has so much presence in the top side, knowing that Summit can't come and answer as well. So trying to punish Clid while Aki's on the bottom side of the map. You can see OMG, now they can start to try and push this vision a bit deeper. We need to see them keep their foot on the pedal here with a 3,000 gold lead. They do need to find more.
Yeah, they're starting to get some plates here, though. I mean, no one's here to defend it right now. They'll get a plate 20 seconds till they fade off. I think they might be able to get a second as well. Yep, so 2 extra plates picked up there. They obviously got all 5 in the top lane. A lot of gold, currently just under 4,000 ahead. And look at Shanji. He's just at level 11. He just cleared the wave with his ult. Has a Night Harvester as well. And, like, look at the ult tick away, the cooldown. It's so short now. The Night Harvester given 25 ability haste. The fact that the ult is just a shorter cooldown at level 11. This Rumble is a problem. And I don't think FPX have a solution right now to it. So it might be a scenario where they have to avoid fighting and just go for trades across the map.
I think as well, when you look at FPX, they have a very short-range teamfight, right? Sivir, not the longest-range AD carry. Lysandra wants to be in the mix. Here we go, Charm onto Summit as well. Look at the damage onto this Aatrox, but he's surviving. That's what Aatrox does best. He turns it around. It's a pick onto Cold instead. But here comes Aki onto Hung here. Abel trying to stack himself up. Hung gets onto him, but can't actually shut him down for now. There's the hedge, but the S rank has been hit. Knockup comes on through. But in the meantime, the rest of the fight is going to OMG. Aki falls, but in comes Abel to try and finish these kills. Summon over the wall. OMG doing such a good job of skirmishing their way forward.
But even so, I think FPX can be happy with that one. Ended up taking down Cold initially and got Aki on the back end. You're trading evenly when you're this far behind, you take it, but still such a messy fight. Oh, LWX.
No! Oh, no! Shanji does it again! You cannot ever misstep against this man. That's his 22nd solo kill off the split.
And he's looking for his 23rd. He has the equalizer as well. Oh, did he? He spotted it. Oh, no.
Oh, Glid, it's all gone wrong here. Cold's here as well for a bit of revenge. The equalizer comes on down. Look at the burn! Glid over the wall, but now Cares alone. He has to get out as well. Abel in the meantime, though, in the mid lane. Port out here, has the shield bow, has a bit of sustain. Can he survive? Ultimate comes through, but Hung denies it. And Summit finds a kill.
So many fights going on across the map here. Abel makes a mistake, gets taken out, but I believe Aki came in time to pick up the Rift Herald. So despite everything, despite FPX trading back, still a big win for OMG. 5,000 gold up, and with the second Herald in pocket, they are absolutely happy with how that has panned out. But I respect FPX for at least trying to find these angles, trying to find these windows. Now here, the problem here is Summit has a Hex Drinker, and both of these two are magic damage. They just don't have the damage to finish off. You can see the Hex Drinker shield comes in. They've already used their combos. So we see Cold get caught out, but OMG are like, look, we're strong. We're still in position to take this fight. The downside, the reason this play ends up so scattered is Hung plays Interrupt on Abel, and also Shanji doesn't actually have Equalizer in this fight, which is why it's not such a stomp for OMG. But we see Aki get that kill there, does end up going down, but then the escape starts to come through. But then Shanji just sets this trap, and I mean, the spell shield doesn't do anything against the Flame Spitter.
I love how LWX is walking past the pit. Clid is there like, please, let me jump. And LWX just walks by, you're on your own, buddy. But if only he'd had a jungler there. LWX denying the jump so he could take the Krugs and paying for it with his life. I may be misrepresenting it slightly there, but it's fun. OMG, though, with the Herald now, managed to move down to the bottom side. They get themselves one tier 1 tower. Look for one in the tier 2 as well as the mid lane kicks off. This is just a 4-man squad from OMG, brute forcing forward. That was almost a hook on Summit too, as Cream has to use the Spirit Rush here. But on the hunt out from LWX, Care has the movement speed. Jump goes wide. They won't find a pick.
The problem is, like, yes, they get the ult from Cream, but it's not enough considering how much you lost bot side. Now look at this flank angle. Hex Slash coming in.
This time the equalizer's there, and look at the burn across the team. There's nothing you can do. Abel chasing LWX down. He wants to find his counterpart. He wants to find the solo kill on the top side of the play. Desperately chasing, no flash though, so he won't close the gap.
And how different is this from game 1 where we saw the rumble? Oh, Abel, not again.
Abel. You might have stepped too far on this one. Oh, good effort on the cube. Can't quite get it. He will survive.
But now OMG get the dragon. So where we saw in game 1, they weren't able to secure those early dragons. They are close to approaching the soul, and they keep going for these fantastic plays. Leaning bot side, getting the towers, coming back, and this equalizer hits all 3 members, and Clid is stuck on it. He's just stuck getting melted, and then the ult comes on a Care. Yes, you have the self ult to buy time, but you are still going down.
And Abel so desperate to finish LWX off there. Wanted to finish the enemy AD carry, but won't quite be able to finish that one off. So 8-3 on the scoreboard, 7,000 gold lead, 3 Drakes as well for OMG, and I think that's the difference maker, right? Is that last time around, they had a bigger gold lead, but didn't control the bottom side of the map as well. Didn't have as many Drakes to work with. We saw FPX start to take control of those Drakes. A huge part of that off of Summit's Gnar. Now they're the one on Soul Point already in the early game. That win condition just 4 minutes away.
Oh, again,
very cheeky. Very cheeky.
Yeah, it's just a small victory, but we'll take it. I feel like now FPX, they're kind of in the position where the raw 5v5 is very hard, right? Especially this early when LWX doesn't have enough items. You kind of want to be making trades across the map or finding picks. They are going to get an objective bounty here, which is nice, but that's a Nautilus Rumble. You don't want to hang around against that one.
I don't think they can even get it right now. Cold wants to find the engage. He's going. He flashes in. He looks cleared up with the knock-up there as well. Shanji burns him to a crisp, and it's just another easy kill on the Rumble. Azaki, he's keeping the play going. Abel on the flank. How many times do you see a flanking AD carry coming in? FPX sent packing in the bottom side of the map.
And it just feels like OMG aren't even letting FPX cross map. Every time they just shut them down. I mean, early, it was kind of the mistakes from FPX, the outplays from OMG, but now it's like, you want to go for a tower? Get an objective bounty? Absolutely not. You can see OMG respecting the fact that both games we've had so far this series, game 1 and 2, we saw FPX claw back from a disadvantage. They aren't letting us happy. And here, Cold, so confident that the Warthog will come out from Clid, because why wouldn't it? That he goes for the flash hook onto him, and it's like either he gets Clid or he gets to the Sandra. Either way, that's a kill.
It doesn't matter which one he gets at the end of the day, right? He'll find the pick. Oh, close one there. The reset is that from Shanji. He buys himself a stopwatch. He's finished the Morella Nomicon. He is monstrous. And the thing is, so many of these plays have been winning plays in the end for OMG, while Shanji doesn't have the equalizer. I swear he's been using that ultimate basically on cooldown all game long, either to clear waves or to find kill threat onto Summit, who, by the way, going lethality on this Aatrox.
Yeah, I mean, Eclipse has kind of been the standard mythic now for Aatrox. Just the fact that you still get that healing, but you just do so much damage, right? The armor penetration, the percentage pen, and the flat pen really allowing you just to hit quite heavily, but less survivability than the Gore Drinker. And you can definitely see from that early Moore, he knows he's lacking the survivability department, especially with all the magic damage coming out from Shanji. And this just makes it hard to itemize, right? You need MR against this Rumble, but there's also the AD threat off the Samira as well. Now, they will finally get a tower. They've been looking for a side lane. Cream,
oh, that Everfrost. Cleanse comes out. Okay, Spirit Rush. And now Cream goes back in for a bit of damage onto Care. Knows the Care can't keep trading. But ultimately, no pick on the top side. The tower did go down. And now the answer in the mid lane. Cold with a hook, but slightly wide here. Cream caught, though. Already used the Spirit Rush. And Clid finally gets a bit of redemption.
Gets the kill. It's still a positive trade, I would say, for OMG. But when you're trading, when you're this far behind, you take it for FPX. Flash and cleanse burn from Cream. not going to be available for that dragon fight in a minute and a half. And I feel like that's what this is all coming down to. It's a 6,000 gold lead right now for OMG. That dragon fight's going to be big, but actually, FPX are TPing in. They want more gold now to set up for that.
The equalizer though to clear the way, but Care just annihilated Aki with a knockup onto Hung as well. Abel and Shanji have plenty of damage to burn through the Alistar ult. Abel can't quite close the gap though as Hung with a really nice flash there, but I think slowly but surely he will be chased out, especially with the Skullcrab there. And there's the crit to finish it off. Baron is on the cards right now. Clint alive, but 2 picks for OMG. They might just go aggressive.
Yeah, what they should do here is they should set up for the Baron, and then if anyone tries to contest, they just kill them. And if they die, Dragon is too soon, they lose soul. But it looks like they're just going to try and push up mid instead. They just want to try and force a fight here. Remember, Cream isn't actually available, so it's a 4v3, and this Sivir should just shred this wave. So I don't agree with this play, honestly. I think they should have set up for the Baron and gone for a pick, because now, as much as those kills were nice, FPX, everyone has respawned. They're back on the map. They're there to fight the Dragon. Yes, got a massive disadvantage, but yeah, I feel like maybe OMG could have done better to leverage the advantage. But for now, they're going to sweep out this area of the jungle. And FPX, you have to not only win this fight, but also probably just deny the Dragon. And that is a hard task to ask for.
I mean, they have to contest. Oh, Cream. Just about dodged the Sonic Wave. Good pick onto Care here. Bit of damage anyway. Spirit Rush available for Cream. And an Equalizer just blasted out at maximum range as OMG just charge at FPX. They do not want to allow the escape. Aki goes in. Knock up onto LWX there. Bit of damage there. But in the meantime, Summit comes into the middle of everyone. Just burnt to a crisp. Cut down by the Inferno trigger. And well, there's just fire galore on OMG. And FPX kind of caught in a weird fight.
Yeah, I mean, it was very awkward one, but ultimately the equalizer comes down early. FX like, cool, we can go for this, but Summit, like, he just gets shredded by the Samira. He's gone for the Eclipse, for the more Malmortius, doesn't have any armor really, and gets completely shut down. We'll see the replay. So I think they must have spotted him on the ward before that, and they try and scout him out, but a big chunk on a Care. Cream is like, my job is done, I just need to not get caught. The equalizer means Care really doesn't want to fight right now. And then here, I think Shanji messed up with his heat because he wanted to go for LWX, so not the ideal play, but ultimately Summit was the sacrifice, and Abel just absolutely shreds through him.
Yeah, no trigger to finish the job there. And Summit, when there's that few enemies, doesn't have that much sustain to work with. And also, there's a lot of healing reduction on the side of OMG at this point. It's 12-4. They got the Dragon Soul off the back of that play. It's a Mountain Soul, no less. And honestly, with the way that game number 1 went, with OMG getting the lead, and then falling in game number 1. With the way that game number 2 went, where OMG got the lead, kind of lost it in the mid-game, that just about clawed a win. I was starting to lean the way of FPX, but right now in game number 3, OMG, they find that massive lead once more. 8,000 gold in their favor with a Mountain Soul as well. And they're feeling like a favorite as Aki goes forward here. FPX try to escape, but Care locked up. Equalizer down. See you later, Lysandra. See you later, Summit. Double for Abel, the 22-year-old popping off.
And with that, that should just be enough to push in. They're looking for more.
They're not done just yet. The spell shield from LWX crucially might just have saved the game, to be quite honest, because that would be the last semblance of wave cleared down if he'd fallen. Waves in the top and bottom lanes right here for OMG. They could even go towards the Baron.
Yeah, I think Baron should be the play. You have so much disruption to try and stop Clay getting in the pit. I agree with you. I think if LWX dies there, that might have just been game. So very important he survived. Clay's going to make his way over. He has stolen the Baron before in the series, but Cold is playing interruption, and the equalizer is nearly available. If he face checks in a CC, he is just dead.
Such a tough one to try and face check in here. Cold playing body block here as the TP comes in from Care on the flank. OMG can't go too deep. They're onto Clint though. This is the pick that they needed. He ward hops out, but look at the equalizer onto the enemy bottom lane. FPX surviving for the time being. It's big damage out from Shanji. He's fighting for an MVP in this game, honestly, as Care. Now the next target goes in. Big damage onto Shanji here. Clint in the middle of everyone, but burnt down. Gets out the backside of the pit. There's one for LWX. Turns it into 2. Trying to pop off. Aki on the back line, though, trying to finish the AD carry. But FPX have turned it around.
They found the fight. They had the AoE damage to Lysandra, the Aatrox, the Sivir. They churned them up, and OMG, they've thrown.
No way does actually FPX find their way back into this game. Clint walks away and all game. Oh, no way! Aki actually finds a kill.
He manages to get one, but a big shutdown still worth to take. But man, OMG just end up overcommitting. And FPX, they find a fantastic fight. We see the replay. Bear in mind, OMG been a lot of tools here, right? The equalizer ends up going down again. The Spirit Rush isn't available. And here, FPX, they create a hot pot, essentially. Care ends up going in. And it's 4 members of OMG super clumped up in this situation. The AoE for the Aatrox. LWX is untouched right now, doing this AoE damage, and everyone just gets melted.
You know, Summit in the middle of everyone. This is Aatrox's dream, able to get those knockouts out. Sure, Aki finishes the 1 kill, and actually turns it into 2. So to be fair to Aki, he's literally the difference in that fight for the side of OMG. He's the reason that Baron still stands on the map right now.
Yeah, he did 4,200 as is in Zao. Not something you see every day, but obviously FPX getting what they wanted of that one. A lot of gold, a lot of shutdowns injected in, but still behind, still dealing with the Mountain Soul. And this was such a fast soul. We have Elder in 2 minutes, so I think OMG don't want to leave it to Elder to flip. They want to fight now. They want to start this Baron, and FPX, they have to respond.
Certainly do. Clid trying to move on in here. 7k on the Baron. Clid would love to make a steal happen, but Hunt goes in onto Cream. They're trying to deny the bounces, but that equalizer should buy so much space. Clid kicks Cream into the pit, uses him as a way in, but in the meantime, Summit's been found by Cold and Abel. Clid has to make the miracle happen, but that's the Sonic Wave on cooldown. Cold happy to sacrifice himself if needed, as in goes Shanji, forcing everybody away. Baron still going at 2,000 HP. Cream over the wall. Clid denied. There's the Baron taken. OMG, though, going for a 2v3 right here as Shanji falls away. Clid finds one onto Cream. Shanji turns golden. 3v3 now. OMG back away.
What a messy fight here. It's just turning into absolute chaos. People just dropping left and right, but these ins and outs. The fact Abel was left on the Baron alone, but OMG coming to secure it. I mean, we have Elder in a minute, bear in mind, so we might end up cutting this replay short. But first thing that happened was Summit just got focused down outright. But then the problem is, OMG, a lot of people use their mobility to get over the wall to join this fight. And Abel was kind of like, guys, there's an objective here, if you didn't notice. So he's like, okay, I'll just focus it down. And then Aki does, I think he either dashes or flashes back in. Yeah, dashes back in to secure it. But so messy. But I think at this point, we are probably just going to go back to live after Clid gets his kill. Elder Dragon is going to be the setup. And, you know, the soul be damned, the Elder can dictate games regardless of the 7k gold deficit, regardless of not having the Mountain Soul.
And let's just remember as well, LWX is on Sivir. Like, Elder Dragon, this is one of the best champions to use it. Like, Sivir and Karthus, I would say, are the 2 best in the game. You just keep those ricochets bouncing around, the dots ticking. And potentially
they make a trap.
Not Aki, surely. Be careful, man. Don't walk into that one. 3 men strong. 4 now for FPX as the Hex Slash for Hung is just a millisecond on time. That was so close as OMG fight for control of the area. Aki's so brave to step forward like this. LWX caught on the equalizer, knocked up as well. Cream finds the kill, and OMG have their opportunity. Clid dashes out, but Care won't be so lucky. Taken out by Aki, a 3rd on the board, and OMG, they can forget the Elder Dragon. They're going to the base.
Baron up, only 2 members left. This should be them taking the series to a 2-1. Summit and Clid can try and defend, but I just don't think they have the gas in the tank. OMG, once again, find the fight, find the closeout for the game, but let's see if they can end it now.
Summit trying to defend, low on HP, but 1 tower already down here. Going on to Clid. He's trying to stop the minion wave. They still have minions, though. They just need to end the game right here. Summit pushed away, focus the tower, guys. 1 minion left to Summit, forced off the Nexus. There we go. Nexus tower down. Inhib recently fell. This is going to be game as OMG. They play on a knife's edge, but the knife's edge is their comfort zone.
Oh, and I feel like once again, it comes to the Elder, but they don't flip it. They decide instead to take the fight. They manage to get it. And I mean, I feel like all these games have been so volatile, so back and forth, but they do deliver in the end.
Did you see the swagger from Shanji as he gets off of the stage right there, jumps off of his PC and like Millie struts away? And I don't blame him. What a game on the Rumble, bringing out his signature pick and just showing up.
I mean, this is his first playoffs in the LPL, and you wouldn't think it with the fact he's laughing in draft, he's just swaggering off stage. blinding rumble, right? This guy has just supreme confidence, and you love to see it. Remember getting that solo kill against Summit early on in the laning phase. I mean, just a fantastic game from him. But OMG in general, even when challenged by FPX, and that's why I think this has been such a great series. There has never been a game where FPX has just gone, okay, we've lost early, probably just done go next. They are fighting tooth and nail to bring it back, but they couldn't find it here.
Yeah, I mean, a tough one for FPX. And you like you say, fighting tooth and nail. Every single fight, every single objective that OMG took, FPX were there battling away. And every single fight was on a knife's edge, despite the massive lead that OMG had for themselves. FPX actually did a commendable job in these team fights of keeping it even. But unfortunately, keeping it even isn't enough when you're the ones currently losing objectives as well. Going even in the fight and losing a Baron just doesn't cut it. And look at the damage out from Shanji. If Shanji doesn't get MVP, I quit my job, honestly.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be, absolutely. But the difference between this game, because I felt like the comps a bit similar to that game one. It was 3 picks the same. You had Samira instead of Tristana. You had Xin Zhao instead of Trundle. It felt like OMG's comp was similar. But this time, they had it on lock. They secured all the dragons. And that was the problem, is the Soul was so early that, you know, we were talking about LWX and the Sivir. He didn't even finish his Infinity Edge. Didn't get to that 4 items where Sivir just takes over games. And OMG really pushed the pace forwards. Didn't give them any time to breathe. So I think, you know, just fantastic. And it feels like coming into game one, I felt like FPX had really shown they'd grown since regular season. Like, they'd been a lot better at making these trades from behind, setting up for team fights. OMG are really showing out. They've gone in this series, right? Even from game one, they're putting on a really clean display and executing well on how to accelerate the pace of these games.
Yeah, really, really great stuff to see. Honestly, a pleasure to watch OMG pushing the foot forward. And honestly, the fights we've had in this series in all 3 games have been so crazy. It's such an insane series so far. I'm desperate for FPX to win game number 4 just so we get the full 5 games here. I want it so badly. We'll have to find out, though, right after the break.
Such a good setup. Finally getting some gold, but do they care? I mean, IG might even 4v5. The all-in, Mole over the wall, and Chrono Trigger Part 2. It's a time crisis for IG's 80 carry. Genji now joins in. I'm just waiting for the brink of this fight, and he's still so cheap with his bone skewers. But Xiao flashing forward, gets stunned up. The RNG mid laner with a massive whoopsie as he's now in the middle, but it could be a bait with a shock down from Gala. Breeze joins in. It was a bait, but X marking the spot as an invigorous shadow comes through. And Yeji as well. Look at this Pike support. Reset, reset, reset. Another onto Ming. Reset. Jin Zhao onto Gala. Reset, no! The Immortal Shilbo comes in clutch. And Gala again. Stop giving this man Zeri. It's too shocking.
Here in the Sivir, what you're looking to do, but with the amount of vision control they had on that side of the map, is Allah needs to be careful.
He needs to be very careful. I think he might be going down if he's not, but he can turn this one around. He's got to tough it out, so he's regenning back. He's looking to do it, and there's the solo kill.
Kevin to be able to bring it home. SOFM looking to bring another challenge.
He doesn't want to go too crazy into this one, though. He does know that Allah could maybe try and turn this one around. Look at the attack speed. He's got the tower with him as well. He gets the knock-up, but the shield is good. And now he's going to try and go into the tower. No way! No way! Welcome back, Allah!
And it's on Doggo again. As much as he survives, and it's someone else who goes,
oh my god. Bin just goes in 1v5 and it comes way to follow it up. Bin is an absolute monster. He's unstoppable. And now turning it into more as well. Doggo here to sweep up some kills. But Bin, take a bow. He dominates WE.
Playing the aggressive stance there. Tian goes straight for Betty. Betty has nothing to say at this point, but Tian might have overextended. Shadow Surge gets Jackie Love. Harder shuts him down. Shadow Surge reset, but the rest of his team is getting picked up. He goes back in. He's trying to get the damage on the back line. This is actually working out for anyone's legend, but here comes Tian. He's going ham with the World Ender, but he gets caught under tower. He takes down Betty. It's a quick fight back and forth. AL Knight shows true in the end, and Knight will take them down.
得我常规赛发挥10分的话，给个6分吧。队友都打得挺好的。季后赛的话，我觉得第一场目标先进个冒泡赛吧。季后赛我就是希望我队友猛点吧，让我躺一下。
His teammates can carry the game. I don't think that's necessary anymore. I'm joined by Orcs. We're headed towards game number 4 here between OMG and FPX and Shanji. He brought out his signature rumble twice now in this series, and my career is safe because he grabs himself that MVP, and a well-deserved MVP as well, Orcs, because, I mean, he was just a menace all game long.
I mean, he just literally burned them to a crisp, did the most damage by a pretty significant margin, solo killed Summit as well. This is why he is solo kill leader right now across the whole league from regular season, and just dominated this whole game. Was basically using the ult on cooldown, just burning people up. But what I love as well is he had the treasure hunter runes, so there's so many times we got those early kills, like that pick on a LWX, and he got so much gold. This guy was just like items ahead throughout the game, which is exactly where you want to be with Rumble.
Oh, it absolutely is, because you just snowball so terrifyingly. And, you know, all set up from Aki. Really nice start to things, but then we got the pro view of him just flashing on Summit and the sheer damage that you could do early on. Again, another solo kill. You mentioned it onto LWX. Feels like just everything went Shanji's way.
Yeah, and I mean, finding these opportunities, I feel like the ults were always connecting really well, but also just playing so aggressively in the fights, willing to charge forwards and just burn everyone. But here, LWX, no flash, caught in the equalizer, just dies, and that was the fight that just solidified the game. It kind of felt like FPX there, Sivir start to scale. Maybe they could take the Elder fight and find something, and they just don't even give them a chance. And Shanji consistently, like the engage from Aki or Cold is there, and you just have it layered on top so well.
And I feel like like you say, that it's almost being used as an engage tool as well. Like you've got the engage from Aki and Cold, but you see this equalizer used basically at max range to get the slow to allow Cold then to find the hook, right? To allow Aki to get onto the target. So I feel like just so proactive from Shanji. Really, really great to see that his sheer proficiency on this Rumble. And now things get a little interesting, Dan, because we're into game number 4, which means it's no longer OMG choosing their side of the map. They got side selection for 3 games of their choice. I don't know for a fact, but I'm assuming that they chose game number 1, 2, and 3 since they got blue side all 3. Blue side has a 60% win rate this split. I'm going to assume that swaps over now for FPX, who will now have side selection. You'd assume will go to the blue side themselves.
Yeah, and I think the difficulty here is they've been banning Lucian, Kalista, Zeri the past 2 games. On red side, I don't think that really changes. I think you still have to do that. But they've been also denying Kare's Ari. This is by far Kare's best pick, best champion. And you've been picking it first pick every game to deny it. On red side, you can't deny 4 champions. You can ban 3, sure. But if OMG want to first pick Ari, they can. So we'll see if they do change their ban strategy completely on red side. But ultimately, this is going to give an edge to FPX, assuming they have taken the blue side. Because, I mean, why wouldn't you? With how successful it has been this split this year. For the LPL.
Yeah, and also just worth mentioning that across the course of this split, OMG 6 and 13 on the red side. It's not been particularly pretty for them. The one thing that you do run into, though, is giving Shanji counterpick over Summit. Summit has had the counterpick all 3 games so far, and Shanji's still been winning lane. Like, if Shanji also gets the counterpick, I'm a little nervous about how that top lane goes. I'm not sure that Summit will survive if Shanji gets the counter pick up there.
And I feel like the thing is, I don't know, man. I feel like we're coming into playoffs. I can't imagine Shanji doesn't have other picks up his sleeve, right? We've seen the Shyvana, we've seen the Rumble. I guarantee there's more. And I feel like counter pick, when you have that last pick, when you can see the entire comp in front of you, that's when often players will go, look, this is a perfect situation. And whatever that pick is, I'm so ready for it. Hopefully, we'll get to see that. But regardless, that is going to put more pressure top, especially since already we've seen Aki focusing around there. But obviously, FPX are going to be able to get that first product in the power picks. And that's my question is, what will slip through? Because if you do end up continuing with this Kalista, Zeri, Lucian ban trend, you know, FPX were banning like Poppy on red side, Silas on red side. They could just pick those instead. Is it a situation where maybe OMG leave up more power picks? So it's like, well, you can't pick them all on blue side. You only get 1. There's a lot of dynamics that can happen here, but ultimately, I feel like as much as draft has definitely been impactful in this game, like game 1 leaving the Zeri open was definitely a mistake. I feel like it hasn't really just been down to draft. I feel like, you know, it's very easy to focus and hone in on that, but a lot of it has just come down to the execution, and OMG have been ahead on that so far.
Yeah, they definitely have. It's time to find out about the pick ban strategies as we're going into game number 4 here. And I am curious about the mid lane matchup that we might see. Because if you're right, if the bans do stay the way that they have, and by the looks of things they might here, the Ahri could go the way of FPX. They actually respect ban the Samira. Wow, that'll be 480 carry bans, because no, it won't. The Lucian left open here for FPX. Do they go for the first pick Lucian, or do they prioritize something else? Do they want the Poppy, for example, that's still available?
I think the Poppy makes sense. I mean, this is the nice thing about being on blue side. You have so much more space to ban away, like, specific pocket picks, like this mirror, like the Rumble. You're not forced to ban OPs, and OMG, they are so set on denying the Ahri, they forego the Lucian ban. And now, the thing is, FPX can pick the Lucian Ami in 2-3, and normally we see things like Aphelios, Lulu being pretty good response. If OMG go Aphelios, and then they pick up, say, a jungler here, or a mid laner, then they're in a pretty solid position. They're going to go for that Wukong. So now they can take like Lulu or Renato on 3, which is a decent matchup with Lucian Nami if FPX go it. So I think OMG have done a decent job to cover their bases, but it doesn't matter. FPX is still going to take it, and why wouldn't you?
Yeah, see LPX there, confident in the matchup, a little bit of a smile on his face as the Lucian Nami will be locked in for the FPX bottom lane. We know how much they love to go aggressive on that bottom side, and they will have the tools for the job. But you mentioned Lulu Renata. It's going to be Nautilus actually locked in for Cold.
Yeah, so instead of going for the more like defensive scaling options where Lucian Nami can struggle to trade into you, they go for, if you misplay, we will engage on you. So this is kind of Cold to a T. We're going for the more aggressive option, but now neither team has picked
Sorry, I just want to quickly mention while we're on the topic of Cold, like he's played a lot of different picks over the split, but his Braum is second most played on 5, Nautilus on 13. Like, if in doubt, lock in Nautilus for Cold. He's got a 70% win rate as well.
Yeah, and it does do well in Lucian, that short range, hard to play with when you are against like the ultimate from the Nort. We have seen the bans come in, start to target Cream in the mid lane, the Carly going, but also that Celia syncs so well with the Poppy. Both of those champions stopping dashes don't want to give that combo over to the other side. Got to bear in mind that both top and mid haven't even been picked. I feel like OMG could ban Gnar here, because I think if Summit is going to have a blind top lane pick, it would be the Gnar. And I feel like you want to deny that, so Shanji has more opportunity to use that counter pick effectively.
Yeah, we'll see. There is the Gnar ban from OMG. And FPX could go with another ban on towards Cream in the mid lane, but I mean, you've already taken the Ahri, the Sylas, and the Akali, which are his top 3. Corki's not really in the meta anymore. Maybe something like the Victor, if you really just want to pinpoint everything that Cream has played across the course of this split, could be the answer.
Yeah, could also just look towards the top lane. Maybe something like a Gwen you don't want to give like a free matchup to, and they do end up banning that. So basically concerned if you pick something a bit too passive for Summit, that maybe Shanji picks something that could just scale exceptionally well. So that will be banned away. Now OMG, we expect a mid lane pick here. Victor is like the last remaining pick you maybe would expect from Cream. And, you know, moments like this are ones where you can wonder, has there been something else prepared? Is Cream able to bring something else out? It looks like they might just be committing in a direction, or could be a change of pace. Oh, lock in the Victor.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say, going blind on the top lane on red side does seem a bit weird, but Cream has been fairly comfortable on the Victor. 6 times played this split. Now over to FPX, as they need to round this comp out. Aggression in the bottom side. They've got their jungle. They need their solo lanes locked in, but with the Gnar band, I'm curious where Summit will go blind in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the question. Got to have confidence in Shanji, because he's a player who'll bring out those curveballs. And they actually, they go for the Yone, so wanting something aggressive they can play around, which, I mean, technically it could flex up the top lane. We don't necessarily know where it's going yet. We'll see what is locked in and see if we can compare in the positioning. But considering you having a mobile mid laner, a mobile AD carry, that is a very threatening pick.
It definitely is. This will be the first time that Care plays it this split as well, assuming that it goes to that mid lane for Care. So this is going to be an interesting one for him, as he's played it in the LDL a little bit, 50% win rate over 6 games. Something he has played in his career, never brought it to the biggest stage though. Clearly comfortable against the Victor.
Yeah, and the cannon, I think, confirms it's going to be mid, but a lot of backline threat from FPX, like super strong team fighting. And we
Look
get...
at the faces on OMG. They know that they're bringing out the cheese.
I mean, we expected it, okay? I even said it before we came to the draft. It's Shanji. You always have to think he's got something up his sleeve, and he's going for this Jarvan pick. I can't for the life of me remember when, but Jarvan has been meta as a top laner before. And I remember like it was good into things like Kennen because you just flag and drag onto him and just beat him up. It's that simple. So once again, OMG looking to play heavily through top side. They have the strong scaling mid jungle, but honestly, FPX team fight just looks so fantastic that they kind of. I expect another chaotic game. I'm going to say that much, Joe.
Yeah, Shanji taking a Jarvan top here. This is going to be something special, that's for sure. OMG, though, on the brink of getting their first playoff series win since 2017. That's 5 years ago, the last time that they got that win on the board. And if they did it this game, with Shanji playing Jarvan top, they'd do it in style as well. We'll see if they have what it takes, though, because they're up against FPX, a team with masses of experience. You've got a world champion on your roster. You've got a world semi-finalist. You've got a world quarter-finalist. There is plenty of experience to work with. And Care No Slouch bringing out the Yone himself in this mid lane. This is going to be a banger, and it needs to be for FPX if they want to keep their playoff streams alive here as we head into game number 4 between FPX and OMG.
And I feel like the talking point this whole series long has been the jungle. Aki finding the advantages over Clid. Clid trying to put out fires. And I feel like it's going to be no different in this game, especially the Poppy is such a fantastic pick at stopping plays, at stopping aggression. With the fact you can interrupt those dashes, knock people in the walls. So once again, going to be tracking that in the early game and seeing what can happen. Something to note is we're once more seeing the first strike victor.
Hang on a second. We've got level 1 action. Care moving forward, trying to get damage down. Cream flashed on by Clid, but the stun doesn't connect. So it's flash for flash there. That's a Hex Flash Poppy. I think Clid's happy with that trade.
Yeah, honestly, this is going to sound weird, but it's actually good to be down flash sometimes on like Poppy with Hex Flash, because it basically means you can now have more aggressive gank routes because you can Hex Flash over the wall, whereas baiting your flash would obviously feel pretty bad. We've definitely seen it, but now like you've taken Cream's flash, so he's at a disadvantage. You have your Hex Flash to make your pathing more creative, we'll say. Just opens up opportunities.
Okay, so Clid, tactical flash burn here in the jungle. Now, I want to pick your brain, Orcs, as we've got opposite starts from our junglers here. Anticipate linear pathing. Talk to me about this Jarvan. We've got a Doran's ring in his inventory. We've got Airy in his runes. Like, break it down for me, because I've not seen AP Jarvan in a little while.
Yeah, so we would actually see it. I'm not sure if he's going to go full AP or anything, but something we'd see a lot in support Jarvan was like Airy with a bit of AP, because your E has a decent AP scaling, and basically you look to harass with it. You just spam your E. It's very hard to dodge. It's not quite as good as like MF, Make It Rain, but like you just launch it on the head like that. Proxy Airy, Proc Scorch, very hard to avoid. And then when you hit level 2, you can just all in with a combo on top of Summit. So he's taking it for trading power. I don't know if he's going to commit. I feel like an AD build would still make the most sense, but he's basically going this for lane presence, lane harass.
Yep, Shanji hitting level 2 there, and you can see the push in the bottom side for FPX as well. Level 2 on the Lucian Nami. That's not a trade that Cold and Abel can ever take. You lose half your HP bar just for thinking about it. Cream, though, knocked up. Clid comes in. Knocked sideways as well. Bit of damage there. They won't finish Cream, but good damage and good punish by Clid on the lack of flash.
And that's the thing. Clid can Hex Flash over the wall, find a good angle. And I feel like this is why Hex Flash is so important on Poppy, because the angle of approach is more important than anything. Obviously, he doesn't get a stun there, but the direction you knock them can make all the difference. And there's a lot of back and forth trading in this top lane. Shanji kind of having the edge right now, but still kind of feels a bit of a knife's edge. But with Clid on the top side, maybe we see something happen.
You can see there, 1,236 days since Jarvan top was last played, 2019 spring there. It's been a little while. So I guess that's the meta that you were talking about, where we did see the Jarvan top. And I did vaguely remember the Airy being a thing back then, but I wasn't sure if I was conflating that with the support Jarvan that we saw, which often went area as well. So I will say, with the Scorch buffs for Shanji, this feels pretty good. Oh, nice denial on the reset there. Shanji is going to build himself a nice little CS lead. However, the TP is available for some.
Yeah, one of the things that Kenna really thrives on is being very one-sided in the fact that you hit your enemy doesn't hit you. Lanes become a lot more uncomfortable when you have situations like this where you're getting harassed down in return. And Shanji doing a great job of just punishing Summit, really putting a lot of damage down onto him. Clid has been kind of... Sorry, go on.
No, we're going to have a polite off. This is what happens when you get two English people on a cast, especially online. I will say, Summit actually finding a small CS lead, though, right? There was a big wave that was crashing with the TP. Summit able to return. So Summit's still doing a decent job up there of maintaining himself despite the fact that he was pushed out of the lane.
Yeah, so, I mean, the harass does something, but now, especially with TP down, that's when harass really starts to be painful because it will stick. You don't have the chance just to go back to base, come back in a lane and be comfortable. But now, there's a Hex Flash!
Man, Kareem is just not having a good time right here. Still not to care, though. And I will say to him, like, fair play, he is surviving these ganks. That's a lot of pressure that Clid has been thrown towards that mid lane. Kareem's still surviving, and his flash is almost back available.
Yeah, I mean, Clid's been trying. He's been looking at every angle possible, trying to find one that'll work. So far, the answer is none of them, but has at least been applying that pressure. With flash back up, I feel like maybe we see him move away from trying to pressure that lane. Now that we're seeing once again those heavy trades, it's so frustrating. Like, what can you do?
Oh, attempting the mid lane. Care flashes forward under the tower, but the flash from Cream, it's back available. And here comes Aki. It's a straight up jungle diff.
And he finds the kill. Care tries for it again. So close, but the flash being back up. Cream able to dodge away for the final knockup. Damage not quite there, and Aki is rewarded with a kill. I feel like we've watched top lane so much, but this is why Summit is struggling right now. And Shanji, he's got 2 biscuits in pocket. He is ready to keep going.
Yep, Summit might have to go for a reset on this one. Shanji should be able to just crash the wave as fast as possible. Cream here. Crucially, the flash just coming up before the play.
Yeah, and the thing is, if Care connects with this knockup, the extra damage from the E as well certainly would have taken him out. But managing to just survive, and I gotta respect Care for looking for the window, but does get punished pretty quickly. Now does have his ultimate available, so Cream with no flash, definitely something they can look for. But we'll see if that comes to fruition. For now, we do pan towards the bot lane. We haven't seen too much come out from this bot lane 2v2. It's kind of just been a back and forth, but now we're getting some action.
It's going to be a 3v3. Clids here, level 4. Abel takes a massive chunk, but the stun actually comes out onto Cold instead. But he just goes in onto LWX. Here comes Aki to finish the job. 1 for 1, though, as the support fell. But Abel just DPSing Clid here, hung with a bit of a heal. Aki trying to get the damage out. Clid goes back in! Double for Clid. Revenge for the mid lane as Care comes in. A knock-up, a fate sealed, and an Aki low on HP, finished off.
And the cleanup is there for Care. He gets the final kill, but Clid playing that one fantastically, hiding in the alcove, and then using that window to manage to get that second kill for himself. Aki pretty monster fed now with those 3 kills, but in the end, FPX win out on the play. And we'll get the replay, so FPX, they're not aware Aki's there, but they're just supreme confidence. They notice him. Clid doesn't care. He's like, we are killing Cold. Gets the stun lock. But Cold says, no, I'm going in. I'm killing this Lucian. And it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. Clid looks like it's in a comfortable spot, but remember, Poppy gets extra resistances when low, buys some time, and then this play, Abel just not expecting the turnaround.
Yeah, and to be honest, I don't blame him. I didn't think Poppy would do that much damage either, but really nicely played by Clid. And this entire series, so much of it has been down to the way that the junglers are interacting with each other well in game number 4. Both of them with bounties, both of them with kills. And now it's down to who can have the bigger impact in the game.
Yeah, absolutely is. And I feel like Summit's still struggling top lane, but like this Ken and the Jone, I feel like these picks in the team fight can be so hard to play against for OMG. Especially the Lucian as well. A lot of people talk about the Lucian Nami lane being really strong. I feel like we've seen time and time again it can struggle in some matchup. The big thing for me is the 1-item spike. That's what you can really lean on to pop off. So definitely can keep our eyes out for that. For now, OMG, they feel like they have control. They are just going to pick up the Herald. It will be at the cost of some plates, though.
Yeah, and this one, you know, is guaranteed. We've seen plates denied a couple of times, but with OMG rotating Cold up, Clid actually moving down as well to try and threaten the dive. This will be at least 2 plays taken by LWX and Hung. They already got one earlier on in the game. But the Herald finished off here, and actually they don't quite finish off that last play.
Yeah, might be able to get it in time now if they just push up, take the plate, and back away. But the other thing is a lot of CS denied, so I still feel like OMG are happy with the passage of play, right? Because the Herald, 300 gold you get for killing it, and then you obviously can get the plates as well. They will take that. The FPX are making them pay for it pretty dearly, especially if they can secure this dragon. Early Infernal doesn't have the most impact because it's percentage AD and AP, but you start to feel it on the later stages. When your carries are like 300 AD and you get an extra 18, that is a lot.
Yeah, it absolutely is. First strike taken there by FPX. And this was the thing that they were praised for during the regular split, right? If you think all the way back to the start of the day, when we talked about some of the stats that were coming out for this team, their first blood percent super high, first in the league. Their first tower percent, third in the league. Their kills at 15, really high as well. It was all about the early game, super low average game time as well. So good to see them bringing a bit more of that early game to the table here, because they've had a very slow series, right? They've been playing for the later stages of the game for the majority of this one.
Yeah, and I feel like as much as they've always challenged, it's not a good position to put yourself in. Have to fight back from a deficit. I don't think it's too big of a problem if you're a little bit behind, like we saw in that game 1, but when you start to feed away kills after kills after kills, that's where it becomes problematic, to say the least. Now, I think the focus, the lens, needs to be on Aki and what he can find with this Herald. They have set up here with the Wukong ult, with the Nautilus ult. They can look for a play. They've seen LW. I think I'm calling it, he's dead already.
Yeah, Hung's resetting as well. This is nightmare for LWX here. Knocked up, Cold walks up for the route. It's a good tidal wave, but I don't think anything can save LWX here, but it doesn't matter. He goes 1 for 1. He somehow turns that around and gets a kill for himself. Unbelievable there from LWX. Aki does have the Herald, though.
Yeah, so they should be able to get a positive play here for OMG, but they really should not have lost Cold there. Just a fantastic play from LWX with the base damage, with the Gale Force. And actually, Hung, he's fighting them off as well. They will put the Herald down. We'll see if they're able to, I'm not sure they'll be able to get the full tower off of this. They should be able to get 4 plates, which is pretty substantial. But yeah, the fact that LWX traded kills, the fact that Hung is just willing to fight them off from his tower, OMG get a decent amount, but maybe not as much as I'd hoped for.
Yeah, absolutely not. If Cold is there, there's no way that Hung can defend the tower as well. Cream now ulted in the mid lane, drops his gravity well. Chaos Storm, big damage onto Care there. And now Clid in a 1v1, but Cold's arrived onto the play here. Cream does not have flash available. Big damage out onto Care. He's 1 HP, but he zips on out of the play. And nicely done here. Clid and Care working in the 2v2, but Cold goes back in, denied by the steadfast presence.
Yeah, the Poppy's so effective against the Nautilus there. And it was so close. Care nearly going down. A lot of damage from the Victor. Managing to dissuade him. And I mean, you look at the fact that... Oh, yeah, he can take so many plates here. OMG really starting to gain some momentum on this, despite the fact Queen went down.
Okay, Shanji has just all in and maybe killed himself, but gets the knock up here. Summit low on HP. The flash from Shanji too early. Oh! It's a trade!
Oh, my, look, well, you said, Joe, you said at the start of the series, you expected solo kills. We just got 2 right there, apparently.
Oh, my days. That is not what I anticipated. Shanji, that felt like too much as he went in there. Flashing to try and dodge the shuriken as well, but Summit gets it. I want to say one of those kills at the end was actually an airy after.
I think it was. But yeah, so close. I mean, I just love that these two are willing to go head to head down to the wire. And I mean, it could have quite easily gone another direction. It could have been Summit getting a solo kill without dying. It could have been Shanji doing the same. But they both risk it. And I guess they both get half of the biscuit in that one.
They get a biscuit each, but generous here in the LPL. Bot lane tower, though, trying to be defended by OMG. Clid sticking around to try and threaten. 1 HP. Someone click on the tower. 26 HP. Okay, he's just gonna walk.
Yeah,
let's be honest.
wait, it's still. I mean, that's the tankiness without the minions, but he gets it. And actually, what's really nice is I'm not sure. I think he got a lot of the gold himself there, because obviously they let it reset. He came back in. They're gonna eventually OMG doing a decent job to stave it off, but right now, I mean, FPX ahead, they have that dragon, but not by not much.
Chaos Storm. This is big damage. Care forced out of the mid lane by Cream, and I feel like this matchup has flipped on its head, right? We saw so much threat from Care early on, but recently it's been Cream getting the better of it.
Yeah, I feel like... Oh, we're going to get a replay of this. We got to...
Okay, here we go.
I mean, I feel like Shanji just goes for it, starts beating on him. And I think the important thing is he manages to land the combo in the end to turn things around. But it's so close. And Shanji didn't have the gold ring for at this point, so not able to heal to get. It was the Airy, the Scorch, the minions. A lot of things hit Summit at the end. But yeah, I mean, now Shanji does have the gold ring here. I feel like you have to be a bit more careful about taking those extended fights because that heal can make a lot of difference. But regardless, top lane fight happened a while ago. The focus now is that dragon. 10 seconds away. Hextech Soul is fantastic for either side. The extra stats, I mean, sorry, Dragon, the extra stats fantastic. And OMG are looking to try and force FPX away, who already have control of the area. Both top lane is just TP top, by the way, so they won't be joining in on this.
Yeah, Blade actually smited that blue buff there, but he has the shorter cooldown available on his smite. The laser.
Oh wait,
not quite able
Shanji's
to get
actually
the
running
combo.
down. Shanji's running all the way. He TP's top, but he's like, what? I'm just beelining straight here.
He's got the inside track. Drake started here by OMG. We need to see a good smite come out from Aki if they want to secure it. But there goes Cold. See you later, buddy. Tidal wave on in. Aki still on the scene. Steadfast presence used a little early. And Shanji just jumps onto the backline. Aki and Care in the pit here looking at the Drake. Smite available. Aki takes it. OMG with the Drake for themselves. And now they have to escape as well. Abel on the front line, though. And taken down. Care goes ham. Taken two as LWX finishes the third. Clint chasing down Cream here, but I think Cream should walk away. Gravity well available in a second here. But my goodness, what a fight from FPX.
I mean, OMG gets the dragon, but you can see how hard it is to fight against what FPX has. Care flies in for the long-range engage. And bear in mind, Summit wasn't there. Summit didn't even use his ultimate. And think how much Abel just got decimated. What a replay of that one. And like the initial fight, a little bit scrappy. Shanji ults on a Hung. I think maybe trying to force a flash here. But ends up just backing away after he's exhausted and locked down. Like a lot of tools are used by OMG initially. They get the dragon sure. But Care is like, it is go time. I'm flying in on this one. It's fantastic. Gets the knock up, chains it again. And even with Abel flashing, he still gets caught.
Yeah, massive from Care. And you know, this is a player that has spent most of the year playing things like Ari, kind of being a setup tool for the rest of his team. This feels good to see Care bringing out a Yone, you know, going for the dive on Cream earlier. Sure, it didn't work, but now in the team fight, popping off with the fate sealed across the whole team. Like, where had this Care been? Oh yeah, I'm loving watching it.
Oh, 100%. And I feel like he has so much opportunity to take over this game. 4-1-1 now on that Yone. Going for the Blazing King has already been completed. He's spiking super hard. Going to have the tank mythic next. He's going to be a problem, especially with the follow-up in the team now. He might be in a little bit of trouble there, but he will just walk it off. Looks like Cole wasn't too sure about taking that play. But we still have...
Say he got cold feet.
Really, Joe?
Yep,
we've had a nice, pleasant cast today.
Yeah? Okay, he's fine. He's fine. He also got cold feet.
Oh my! Stop.
He got Care feet. No. Okay, that one I take back. That one I take back. I feel like I've upset you now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we were having a good time. It's been a nice cast. I think everyone's enjoyed the broadcast. And you just let's just focus on the gameplay.
Well, Clint is focusing real hard on the gameplay, but it's against his will. He did not want to focus on that gameplay right there. Good pick for OMG in the meantime.
Maybe he just was tired of hearing your jokes and he was like, I'm done. Take me.
Yeah. That was a visual representation of Orcs on the cast right there. Just walks in and accepts his fate.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a nice pick for OMG, but they're still at a deficit. They're still behind. And we do actually see a bit of a play in the bot lane. I think this was just Summit, like, going aggro. Yeah, Shanji. This is the problem, is that Shanji can always really dash away quite easily. But you can see Summit's gained a lot of confidence in the matchup. Looking for the all-ins. 2 minutes until that next dragon, though. And I feel like that is the point that we're kind of mounting up to. We're starting to see spikes come in. LWX has the Rapid Fire and the Gale Force. We've got the Mandate Manami. I think Care should have his Mythic by then. And also, FPX still have that Herald in pocket they can look to use. So that will probably be a point where I think OMG... I'm not even sure if they contest that dragon. I mean, they probably will, knowing them, but it's going to be a hard fight to take.
Shanji goes in onto Summit. Remember, no ultimate. We just saw that used, and Shanji just slowly but surely autoing down. Summit forced a flash there. I will say, not the most exciting 1v1 I've ever seen, but still, flash bird by Shanji. Nice window, but crucially, Summit will have his ult up for this next fight. And what a flip of the script from game number 3 in the series, right? Now it's FPX, the ones with an advantage after the 15-minute mark. They're the ones that are 2,500 gold lead up. They're the ones with that first Infernal Drake that will be looking towards Sword Point if they can maintain the pressure that they have.
And I mean, the flash being down for Kennen is a pretty significant blow, but still so many tools available. Now they're looking for mid with this Herald. Cole just chunked out there.
Oh, great ult coming out of the farm as well, but the Herald should finish the tower off here. You don't oh, knock-up called. The anchor still comes out. Oh, care! Where has this been all my life? I want to see more as they go under the tower. FPX putting their foot down, but Clint falls. It's an answer in favor of OMG here. Good little caliber onto LWX. Care under the tower. Once again, he finds his mark. 6-1. Care is a monster.
What an absolute beast there. Finds the kill on a Cold and then even gets Cream as well. And it feels like OMG just can't even defend towers in the mid lane against them. Dragon for sure, I'd expect to be forfeit. Clid being down though may make them hesitate and maybe OMG get there in time. But this Yone is becoming a prevalent issue. You see this play here, just sees that hold is low. And you know, we talk about the Lucian Nami. This is the Lucian Yone. Buffs up Care to have all that extra damage and the W at the end, allowing it to do enough damage afterwards, but then also finds his follow-up. And also Clip, great ult to knock away the Jarvan rather than hitting Abel. Does obviously go down, but Care just able to find these fantastic engages onto the backline of OMG.
Clean Yone play here, and man, I never want to see Care on RE duty again. This is something to behold. FPX, once again, we mentioned that early game lead. Literally a couple of minutes ago, it was 2,000. It's now 4,000. They've doubled it since we last spoke at the 20-minute mark. That's 2 Drakes for them as well. And remember, for FPX, this is a redemption story. They made it to playoffs last time around, and they fell at the first hurdle. It was EDG that beat them. Now trying to redeem themselves as Cream. Chased underneath the tower here. Cliff can't quite finish it. The Chaos Storm chases Summit away. But crucially, the next opponent for either team, I can't talk because people are dying left and right. Abel falls. FPX desperate to face EDG in the next round and get revenge for last playoff.
Yeah, we have more action coming out here, Joe.
The second you try and say a narrative, it all kicks off. Care to 2v1 here. Misses ulti, knocked up, double knocked up there, and taken down. In comes Summit. Good stuns there, but can't finish the kills.
I mean, that's a big shutdown. I think it's Aki who picked up again, unfortunately. He's got so much of the team's gold. But regardless, it is going to be kill found there, and then an objective bounty as well. So a lot of gold. Oh my. Oh, Creep's still looking. He has the laser.
He's got the speed. He's got the laser. And Creep, that's a solo kill technically. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have his Akali. He'll still find his windows. Big play here. Let's take another look at mid lane. Is Abel just caught out by LPX?
I mean, this is the problem with playing against Lucian Nami. It's like anytime someone contests a wave, you have the Gale Force, you have the dash, even have the flash there, and you just get bursted down. Now here, Care, I honestly feel like, you know, I understandably quite confident this play even dodges away from the engage. He would easily win this 1v1, but Aki showing up, and Aki pretty sizably fed with 6-1 good in this play, just starts to shred through him with that ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, Aki is the DPS threat in this game. That's 1,000 gold bounty that went into Aki's pocket as well. And then we see Cream able to just walk past the tower. Thanks to the minion, thanks to Aki tanking. Cream confident to just go for this one. Thought that the laser was going to hit, so went for the flash. But then with the Q movement speed, as you mentioned, just charges on it again. 405 gold, not too shabby. It was a tier 2 on the bottom side, though, in FPX's favor. So 3,000 gold lead. And I feel like we're starting to get to the point where it gets real exciting here. So let's talk scaling, because with a Victor and an Aphelios on OMG's team, I feel like the late game can look really good for them.
I mean, those champions scale well, but I just think they really struggle to team fight into what FPX has, because the dive threat, the dive potential, it's definitely going to give OMG an edge in that regard. I think they're going to fare better in the late game than they are right now, but I don't think it's clean sailing. I think the teams have different win cons. OMG want to front to back, FPX want to dive, and they're going to be fantastic at doing so. I do want to take stock of the items quickly. Just sorry to keep cutting you off, but look at the item differential between AD carries right now. It is pretty major.
Item and a half in favor of LWX. That is disastrous. And I feel like that's what we saw in Game 2 of the series, right? Where we saw OMG just brutalizing LWX's Sivir. Now the tables have turned and is able, the one struggling to get those items on the board. And you know, I find it funny that you mentioned how FPX, they want to dive in these fights. That's been OMG's MO basically for the last 2 years, and the script completely flipped here. Baron started by FPX, they have control of the area. Aki needs to try and find a steal here. Chaos Storm used very early on onto Care just to dissuade the all-in, but FPX will have to back away.
Yeah, I mean, the crown as well, massive for the victor, because you saw Care did no damage to him when he went on him there, but they'll do enough to dissuade them, and I think ultimately just have to be a bit cautious because FPX could easily throw this at Baron if they overcommit, but now I think Cole might get caught.
Oh, Zanga hit the wall, but the gravity well. It'll be enough. Cream keeps his support alive. This feels tense, Hawks. This feels really close. And honestly, for OMG, I don't blame them for feeling tense. They're on the cusp of making it to round 2 of playoffs. It's the first time in 5 years. That's as long as Code has been in the team. He wants to see round 2 again. He wants to see success again for this organization. Feels like this fresh squad with Cream, Aki, Shanji, and Abel returning to the LPL might just be his ticket, but they need to find a way back into game first.
And I feel like it's going to revolve around this dragon. Bear in mind, Mountain Dragon, 9% armor and MR. Look at the items across the board of FPX. You have the super tanky Poppy, Yone is pretty bulky as well, but even the non-tanky champions will get a lot of benefit from these stats, so you don't want to give this dragon over, especially as it puts them on soul point. But with the deficit and with FPX controlling the area, this is going to be difficult to contest. Aki's resetting. I think they're just giving this, but this is going to hurt so much.
But I think, like you said before, you know, they don't necessarily win the late game, but it looks slightly better in the late game for them than it does right now. So I guess OMG just deciding, look, now is not the time to risk everything. Give over the Mountain Drake, allow them to build their advantage and try and play topside. We see OMG now moving in towards the Baron area to try and get some vision for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you have to do. When you're not contesting the dragon, at least get some vision around the Baron area so that when FPX move over, hopefully they don't clear all your wards or they have to spend more on pinks. You can see Aki takes that one out. One of the powers of Wukong, able to dash over that wall. But yeah, there's extra stats. I mean, look, Poppy's just completed a Frozen Heart. You're already struggling on damage for Abel. It's like you either go low Dominic's now and then you get IE 4th, or you get IE now and you get low Dominic's 4th. Either way, Abel is not killing Clade easily anytime soon. And the extra stats as well. Like, look at this Yone in the bottom left. You can see the armor and MR. About 150 of each. He is super bulky, super hard to take down. And it just means, like, when he's diving on your face, when you're getting CC'd, knocked up and everything, it's going to be so much harder to try and trade it in return.
Yeah, what's in the pit for either side here, but Clade not wanting to move too far forward. Obviously, will naturally proc the Baron with the Chemtech if he uses any abilities there. Shanji moving to the bottom side once again. And I will say, oh God, it feels so bad for OMG that Aki has 7 of their kills. I mean, he's a monster. He's on 3 items before any of his solo laners are, which is not something you see too often. But man, they'd love to have more of that gold on Abel, on Cream, on Shanji, any of the above, honestly. But looking towards the team fights, Aki will be a big threat to LWX. That has to be said.
Oh, for sure. And that's probably the opportunity. If FPX miscoordinate the dive, like maybe Summit gets trapped in a Cataclysm, LWX oversteps, and you see Wukong one hit, that's kind of the thing you can do. There is good anti-dive from the side of OMG. I'm not sure if it's good enough, but I think something we need to track is any summoners that are burnt leading up to this next dragon fight, because I expect that's where FPX will be looking to lean around. Everyone has every single summoner available right now, but losing a flash on a Kennen, on a pivotal carry, can make all the difference going forward to that. And I wouldn't be surprised for both teams to try and like look for these windows, these opportunities to burn some of those. So now Shanji is gonna get aggressed on, but I think he just senses it and backs away.
Yeah, also, he's on the Jarvan, so relatively safe, but with Clint moving behind him, oh no, and his flag being on cooldown. Big opportunity, stun against the wall, facing a flash from, though, by Shanji. There's the flag and drag. But like you said, these flashes are crucial, and it's a big cooldown. And look at Care, his ultimate, it's already a quarter done.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal to burn. This is the thing, you trade an ult for a flash, this close to the next dragon, you take that every single time. Oh!
LPX just blasts out his ult there, trying to fight for Baron control. Honestly, I feel like FPX were kind of outnumbered on the play because Summit was miles away. LWX going really deep there, but just pure respect out from OMG.
Yeah, I think the fact is the GA makes it very hard to try and aggress onto him. And also the fact you have to walk through the culling, which is doing like 1,000,000 damage. FPX are going to try and get vision around Baron. This is really important because they don't want to lean too heavily on the Dragon and give this one up. But they're doing everything they need to. They're applying pressure, burning summoners where they can, making sure they don't lose control of the Baron area, and just constantly threatening OMG. And it's on OMG to try and find a window in, to try and find access to the Dragon area to try and contest it. A minute 45 away. We have seen the Rabadons picked up by Cream, so pretty big spike there. But Abel still struggling, still an item and a half down.
Ult's in the top side here. Summit has reinforcements on the way, but Aki's already here. Summit knocked up. Aki has to finish the job. Fate sealed only onto the monkey here. Shanji having to tank up his Care in a 2v1. Knocked up and knocked up again, but he's gone down. LWX has arrived. Shanji 1 HP. It's going to be Aki going down here. The shutdown into the pocket of LWX as Shanji desperately tries to escape here. Golden Aegis for a shield. Flag and drag. He might be able to get the execute. Honestly, Clid is running as fast as his little legs will take him. The TP. LWX finds him. And a solo kill as well.
And that's so brutal for OMG because now Shanji, no TP. He's going to be up like 10 seconds before the Dragon. Looks like they might just start the Baron up though. I mean, Aki is down. We'll see if OMG can force them off this.
This is the moment for Cream and Able to prove themselves here. FPX in the pit. Victor can do a lot of work. But the Chaos Storm currently on cooldown. Cold forced away by the culling. Remember, Clid has the smite available. OMG over the wall trying to deny. It's not going to happen. The smite is there. And FPX, they do away with the FPX Baron memes of spring.
Yeah, I mean, great job to secure that one. But here, I mean, OMG look for this, and Summit buys so much time with his ultimate. Shanji obviously can't do more, and shit, Aki bursting through. But now they have no cooldowns left for this Yone. This Yone's bulky, like you're not killing him easily. He starts to shred through Aki, turns it onto Shanji, and then Aki just ends up going down the burst of Lucian. Shanji, yes, he survives because, you know, maybe a miscalculation from Care, but regardless, Aki, what are you doing?
This is a big old pick onto Hung here. 1-for-1 if Aki goes down. Cold finds a hook onto Care as well. Summit in the backline, but Abel flashes out to safety. Keeps himself alive. Summit the next target. He falls double for Abel here. And Clid now getting chased out of the pit as well. Aki still going strong. There's a third one taken down. OMG, how have they done it? They flipped the game. They flipped the script. They find themselves a Drake.
And I thought it was a mistake. I was like, Aki, you're overcommitting for Anami. You're gonna die here. But he just dips and dives away, manages to get away from FPX, and they commit so much to try and take him down. You saw Summit flash on Abel, but he flashes away. They win the fight and they get the Dragon, and this game's still going. I mean, Hung warding a bit aggressively here. I think thinking you got the back of your team. But like here, look at Care and Clid. I was certain. I was like, Aki is dead. He is just thrown. But W's away. Clid gets the wrong target. And then Summit tries to go for Abel. Has to flash out the Cataclysm though. And as a result, Abel just flashes the wall. And yeah, I was so nervous for OMG. They make it work. They pull it out of nowhere despite the fact FPX had just won a fight and just gotten Baron.
Cold took the 1,000 gold bounty there. Bit of a disaster there. I will say, Abel though, Gale forcing in. I think Aki maybe would have been too deep if Abel wasn't there aggressively following up and making sure that kill goes down quickly. Cream now on wave clear duty. The Baron's still got 50 seconds on it as Care tries to threaten under this tower, but the whole squad is here from OMG. I'm not sure that this is siegeable, and once again we enter one of these games where the composition just doesn't have that much range. It's so difficult to siege for it.
Yeah, I mean, FPX need to find these big engages. And the thing is, if they do flounder on the engages, that comp looks so rough. Because Victor is hitting critical mass. He's so strong right now. Aphelios, he's got the Lord Dominic. He's closing in on IE. He's already got a BF. They will be menaces if you can't get on them. And shit, FPX got a tower here in the top lane. But I don't think they're going to break the inhibitor tower even with that Baron. And OMG, 3,000 gold behind. But the fact they denied the soul, so significant.
Massive here. Shanji as well, just trading towers. So, you know, tier 2 for a tier 2. Shanji's happy to take that trade any day of the week. You mentioned items. 3 on the Victor, 3 on the Aphelios. We're getting to the point now where these carries do exist for the side of OMG. I will say, LWX still comfortably ahead. He's finished his entire build. So, but I mean, LWX ain't getting any stronger this game.
That's the problem, exactly, is that he's not getting any stronger. He kind of vibed on the fact that he was ahead. He could just burst down Abel. It's going to become more problematic as Abel catches up in items. And I just want to say one thing. I have utmost respect for Cream, who hasn't bought a Zhonya's this game and has just opted. Like, sure, he's got the crown, which is obviously a defensive option, but he's not gone, I need a Zhonya. He's gone, I want as much damage as physically possible. And he is really starting to pump the numbers right now. And especially, as you said, the short range. Everyone remembers that famous double lift clip on the Lucian into the Victor. You know what can happen if you get too close.
L double lift X. Let's see if it happens in this game. Cream certainly has the damage to make it work with the Shadow Flame and the Death Cap. 2 minutes until the next Drake comes up, and that would be the key for FPX. They've got themselves 2 Mountain Drakes. They'd love to turn it into a Mountain Soul. That would do so much to mitigate that massive damage that we're talking about on the side of OMG. Whether or not they can find it depends on how they play the map, because OMG, their mid-game, generally speaking, has been a weak point across the course of this year when it comes to the shot calling. There's been some awkward decision-making, it has to be said. But we haven't really seen them playing for the late game like this with 2 scaling carries on their team. And we see now why this Java was picked, right? It's not just about the lane. Being able to keep Summit away from the rest of the squad feels like the goal.
Yeah, trapping him in a cage, and he has to burn his flash to get out of it, which means he doesn't have the flash to get on the back line. A lot of strength there. Something I want to know, Void Staff just picked up by Cream, and Abel has 1,900 gold. If he sells his Orange Blade, I think he pretty much has Infinity Edge at this point, so I think he's recalling for it now. These are humongous spikes for this next fight. And I think OMG, you know, we talked about scaling earlier. I said that FPX's comp can still find the backline engage, but it is going to get more difficult. And now these carries are fully online. The scaling OMG invested in is coming to fruition. And with 1 minute to go till this dragon, you couldn't have timed it better.
Yeah, and I feel like people always talk about 3 items with crit 80 carries, but generally speaking, 4 items is actually the part where you feel like, okay, this is it now. Like, you don't get much stronger. Even with the 5th item, doesn't make that much more difference than having the 4. Big poke.
5th item's usually defensive, but 4 items, like, I am doing max damage now, you know?
Exactly, yeah. It's like the Lord Doms or like the Bloodthirster or like a Zeal item that means you can really min-max your damage. Care over the wall here. Cold Anchors pretty much point blank, but he'll walk away with his life. Let's talk setup here, Orcs. Drake in 20 seconds.
I mean, I feel like it's simple. Either get on the back line if you're FPX or don't. Oh, Summit's caught.
Shanji just goes 1v1 with Summit, loses all of his HP. It's ult for ult, though. And I think maybe Shanji's happy with that. Aki has to flash away because he wanted the chickens. That's a little criminal.
Yeah, I mean, a bit messy. I do like the trade from Shanji because losing the cannon ult is huge. Oh, Aki's going to solo.
His
What are you
ultimate
doing?
as well. What is happening right here? Aki caught out. He's going to go down. That soul basically for free for FPX. I don't understand.
I'm perplexed. I mean, I thought the win con was, you know, you have to get on the enemy backline, not just the enemy front line gives you a freebie. And Aki's dead for 40. Baron's up. Soul secured. FPX, this is everything they want. And I feel like maybe they're a bit surprised by the situation as we are, but they aren't going to hesitate. They're going to head straight over to that Baron. And OMG, they're not even going to contest. They don't have a smite. What just happened?
And it's absolute heartbreak for Aki, right? You know that he's more disappointed in that play than anyone else in the world right now, because this man's 2nd year in the LPL. He's been one of the players that has kind of rebuilt this roster alongside Cream. Him, those two, and Cold last year making it to playoffs. And he's had such a good day until this point. Forced the flash after going for the chickens there. And then just staying too long, trying to find a pick onto a man that has a GA.
Yeah, I don't understand the game plan, especially because Shanji is recalling. Like, he traded his health. Like, he traded ult and flash with Summit, which is, I think that's a worth trade. But he lost his health, so the plan was recall, TP back in. Why you're trying to pick a fight before that happens, I have no idea. But Aki just not on the same page. And now FPX with the Baron and the Soul, they're in a position of strength again. And they're going to start to try and push down. We did mention it can be a struggle to hit the towers with the short range, but Care's looking.
Certainly is. Big damage onto him, though. That's half his health gone, and Abel has a lot of lifesteal to work with. So, honestly, OMG happy with that trade. But crucially, they're also losing inhibitor tower damage. LWX waltzes on in to finish that tower. Shanji, in the meantime, threatening inhibs. Abel low, cold low, misses the anchor, walks away with his life, but barely. LWX, though, the Calibrum just ever so slightly wide. That was on a knife's edge. Now Cream moving up top to defend this against Summit.
So much damage being thrown out at this point. This is why it's so hard playing picks like Nautilus this late in the game, because you want to be at the front line trying to engage, but you just get decimated. Now, they just get a tower. They just took him away. I mean, why not?
I love it. I absolutely love it. Abel with a billion chakrams there, but unfortunately, the Calibrum grabbed him. I mean, it's just not a good combo for fighting. So really tough for OMG, as they will lose, I think, 2 inhibs here. Maybe FPX have to back away. I don't know if they can quite finish the top one here, but I feel like they can just play the long game. Still a full minute of Baron.
Yeah, keep applying pressure. And look, we actually see Care pushing in the bot lane, has a wave there, and he's so hard to deal with the side lane. The problem is, against Poppy really thins out the ability to engage for OMG. So yeah, they have really good anti-dive, but they're trying to get on top of FPX. It's a bit of a struggle. And so they're just trying to clear the waves, and that's been their focus right now.
Yeah, over the wall, getting a bit of damage down as the siege continues. And once again, low range comp with the Baron, they can take these towers. Aki, once again, going in, trying to get stuff done. But my goodness, yeah, you take a little bit too much damage, you are going to go down. LWX, no slouch when it comes to just bursting people out here. The Baron's still going for 30 seconds. There's another wave on its way. I feel like this bottom tower might not be long for the world as Summit pressuring in the top side. Cold, low on HP. In goes Care. Face sealed on 3. Cold, 1 HP as well as the tidal wave hits everybody. OMG trying to survive. Summit locked up, but he still gets the double. The Cataclysm does nothing. Azaki will fall. And FPX, they keep themselves alive. They want to escape the shadow of the former team. They want to prove themselves as they push us to 5. They push us to silver scrapes, and they show OMG what an early game looks like.
Absolute decimation, and sure, OMG got a team fight in there, but LWX and Hong on the Lucian army. We see why this was banned away from them all series long. Look at the smiles. Care knows what he did in that one. Absolute flawless gameplay on the Yone. And I just feel like it's such a shift from what we saw in the regular season, where he was more of that Roma, more of that I'm going to play your Aries, your Lysandras, lean towards the rest of the team. And here it was about popping off on the Yone, being that carry. And OMG didn't have an answer. This is OMG's first game on red side, by the way. Game 1, 2, and 3 were all on blue side. Game 5 is likely going to be on red side again. It is going to be rough when you go 2 each in the series and you know that you're at a disadvantage in that Game 5.
Yeah, I will say, I keep forgetting that you're in a panda outfit. We keep going back to camera, and I
for
can't
anyone
help
who's
but
joining,
giggle a little bit.
For anyone who's joining later and is wondering, I had a bet with Lyric and Dagda that AL, Anyone's Legend, would make it into playoffs, and they didn't. So this is my forfeit.
They were
one game away.
short away from making it, and now you have to wear a panda costume. I will say, though, FPX, really impressive game here. Really, really good stuff. To see them being aggressive in the early game once again, that's the big takeaway for me, is that all through the split, we saw this aggressive early game from FPX. We saw them trying to make things happen early. This series, though, it's been much more focused on the late game until they get to the blue side. And now we see that aggression coming alive again.
Yeah, I mean, and I just feel like every carry doing so much damage, but the Lucian army, like, this is the problem. Like, you saw Abel, anytime he tried to just exist, he was being challenged, being dashed on, being bursted. Aki, remember, he got actually shut down, lost that big bounty to LWX, who was playing this Lucian so aggressive, but I just feel like FPX doing a fantastic job, and this is kind of what we expect from them. When they do get a lead in the early game, they can run away from it, and I feel like we've had 3 games this series where they've fallen behind. Now they're starting to find the momentum. It is worrying times for OMG.
Yeah, it's scary for OMG. And once again, we keep talking about kind of the age of this roster. They need to lean on Cold as the leader of this squad, because mental fortitude is going to be the name of the game. We've seen OMG laughing and giggling all through the series, though. Spirits have been high. We need to see that coming into game number 5 as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think for sure. I think the attitude's still going to be positive. At the end of the day, as much as I'm being all doom and gloom, still the opportunity to game 5. And I feel like now, at least, as much as they did suffer that loss on red side, they lost game 1 on blue side, right? And then they had a chance to adapt and they came back stronger. So maybe some learnings from what they banned there. Maybe they think, look, Care is really good on Yone too. Maybe Ari isn't the ban. We just let him have it, ban away the Lucian, and then we just deal with the Ari. We deal with the problems because there are answers to it in the meta, right? The Lissandras, the Silases. Obviously, Silas is typically banned in this series, but either way, that's my expectation.
We'll have to wait and see. We're going to jump into a break, and then we're going to jump into game number 5. We're opening playoffs with an absolute barn burner the only way we could. OMG FPX game 5 right after this.
Level 3 for Caps. Yanko's already level 3.
Larsen's in trouble
Larsen
here.
locks in the stun card, charmed up. Marang's on the chase though. Trippy's here as well. Larsen levels up in the middle of the fight, and Yankos just able to survive.
我觉得 Caps 吧，有狐狸选上吗？
最先阵亡的人，先把那种残血的排除掉。我猜应该只能是皇子先死掉，狐狸还有闪现的。就狐狸闪现 A， 皇子不就死掉了？
哦，应该是皇子。
啊，不是皇子已经死了吗？
皇子
吧。
Caps 没操作失误的话，肯定是巨魔先死。难道是派克先死？就肯定是这两个其中一个。我猜皇子吧。
皇子吧。
这应该是皇子吧？
应该是皇子吧。
皇子先死。
哎，皇子，哎，查着吧。
感觉应该是皇子吧。
哦，皇子。
你这应该是皇子死了。
我感觉是德玛西亚皇子先死，我觉得皇子先死。
这感觉应该是皇子先死。
派克吧。
派克。
派克。应该是派克。Caps。那我选阿里啊。既然这样问了，肯定是狐狸了。
也是巨魔吧。
皇子这个有点太容易死了，感觉狐狸闪现 A 他一下就死了，这么轻易就死的话，那应该不是他，不然就不会出这个题了，应该是巨魔。
那就巨魔，反正不可能，我记得不是皇子。
Someone level 1, no way for him to go. Ignite taking orbital deception. No, oh, he Q smited for the vision. That was beautiful from Malrang. What a play, and 2 kills come off it.
这都给巨魔，好像不走啊，好怪啊。
皇子不对，你已经说了，我就猜阿里吧。阿里也不对，那就派克。OK。
为什么能抢到蓝呢？这个怎么猜啊？
可惜。
惩戒回血。
我就知道。
哇！
太扯了吧！哦，巨魔是哪里？我都没看到。
那是谁呢？啊！你的我黑耶！哎，巨魔不是死了吗？已经。那是巨魔吗？哎呦！哎，要不就是巨魔用派克，他那卡狂拍给谁就以谁死。
皇子。
巨魔。
皇子回去逞了一口，我是没想到的。这种问题，最接近答案的就不是答案。
永恩吧？
永恩吗？是吗？是永恩吧？
这个应该是永恩吧？
永恩吧？
应该是永恩吧？
永恩。对我都不需要等你念完，这个一看就是永恩，他们这个阵容。亚索脚叶，然后这个上路这个装备，就看起来都是永恩。
那肯定是永恩吧，应该那个 G2 上路是不会玩别人的。
应该是永恩。我感觉吧，是永恩。
这个英雄是永恩。
永恩。这上路应该是永恩吧？
永恩，这个是永恩。因为我看了就是。
这个技能太简单，装备已经出卖他的永恩。
刀妹，
刀妹，
有人吧？应该是刀妹，艾瑞莉亚，是吧？不对，文恩也有可能，不过我感觉他应该会选文恩，应该是文恩吧？
是维恩吗？
凯尔，
是吗？哦，
简单啊，破坏盾弓。
一批日历还是拿捏的啊。Nice。
永恩吗？真的假的？
是永安，你会开始就突然给我选，没事，OK。
不是啊，我可以再猜吗？
不行，太难了吧？不行，太难了。对，太难，这个太难了。
开吗？
三角形，方块也是差不多的这样吗？
说一句话评价一下自己的话，就只能说可惜吧。然后可惜的点的话，应该我自己失误太多了。然后如果应该没那种失误的话，应该可以打得更好一点。春季赛的时候放 Plus 的话就有点可惜嘛。然后下一赛的季后赛就是对我们讲也是挺重要的吧。然后我也是跟翔哥一样，现在开始一把都不输。
I feel like these interviews now are just calling the players out themselves. Like, I agree with LWX that we won't lose the game as we go into game number 5. Look, I respect the confidence from FPX. They definitely have looked better during the regular season. Let's talk MVP Orcs as we go to game number 5 here. Care brings out the Yone, grabs himself an MVP. The team fights, especially the one around that blue buff, were just beautiful.
Such a banger performance, and for a player who, you know, in spring it felt like he was more leaning into moving the side lanes, right? You had, especially when Shallow was having some good performances, but the bot lane as well was the focal point. It was like lean side, end up stacking your waves, and you know, that's kind of the playstyle he's had when on things like the Ahri, but here on the Yone, just dominating. This was a huge carry performance from him, and really a side that we don't always get to see as much. Felt like Clyde was given a lot of attention over, but he was just delivering again and again at these skirmishes.
Yeah, Care doing so well. And like the amount of pressure that Clyde put into this mid lane early on as well. Then the first blood going the way of Cream and Aki, but still Care the one to take over. And I think it might be this fight where they follow up afterwards. Everyone groups up in the jungle and watch Care's ult here. Watch the Fate Sealed. It's just insane. Annihilates.
And I feel like this was the beginning of the end, because as much as OMG kept fights close later on, it just felt like the Yone was too strong. LWX started to pop off and take over and just be able to burst through people, and Care continued to deliver. And this is the thing with this build, is the reason we're seeing this tankier build rather than like the raw DPS of like a crit build, is you can go so much more aggressive when you're so much bulkier. You're still doing good amounts of damage, and against squishy targets, you don't need that much damage to kill them. But ultimately, like, he can sit here, dive in, not go down, even re-engage after, and it means he's no longer this squishy target you can just burst through the second he catches some CC.
Yeah, massive play at the end there as well. Summit coming in from the side to set up the play too. Really, really great stuff. And FPX keep themselves alive. They go to game number 5. OMG now, honestly, on the ropes as we head into picks and bans. Remember, OMG, they had side selection for the first 3 games. They don't have side selection anymore. They're going to be on that red side. They did not have a good record on the red side during the regular split. And look at this, FPX just basically banning comfort picks. One for Shanji, one for Cream, one for Abel.
But this was my prediction, that they would drop the Ahri ban they had the previous game and ban the Lucian again. There's too many OPs. FPX can't take the Ahri first because they sacrificed the Poppy, so banning the Ahri was kind of a bit irrelevant. So I think OMG locked that one in for themselves. Means they denied that powerful bot lane from FPX, and they can kind of adjust from here. They do pick up the Aphelios once more, which has been a bit of a staple for Abel, especially when Samir is banned. And now FPX, they go immediately for Summit Snarl, and then they grab the Akali as well for Care.
Care taking one of Cream's signature picks up against him here.
They both took each other's signature picks.
Yeah.
This is a trade.
We're flipping the matchup here. We're flipping the matchup. I will say the Ahri has been played by both a lot, right? Cream played a lot of the Ahri during the regular split, whereas the Akali only played twice by Care, but he has played it, and we know that this guy can play those assassins, hence the Yone game last time around. Shanji, though, goes for a Ken, or at least I assume that's a Ken and top.
Yeah, and something we didn't actually mention too much, you know, because we had energy champs buff on this patch. Care got a little bit more energy on the W refund. But Kennen, they felt like he had enough energy, so they buffed his W cooldown, the damage, his ult AP ratio is up as well. We've already seen Kennen one-shot before this patch, so it is pretty strong. Hopefully, you know, range against range, the top lane should match up fine and be really strong in team fights. But now, bear in mind, FPX haven't picked an AD carry. There's already 4 AD carries banned before this phase. Now it's 5 banned, 1 picked away. The pool is getting thinned heavily.
It really is. Obviously, Zeri and Civ are kind of the big 2 in terms of the scaling ones, with the Lucian and the Kalista taken off of the board. You've already got your Aphelios. What do you want to deny from LWX? I mean, if you go classics, it's like the Vayne and the Kai'Sa, but neither of them really meta right now. So we'll see if OMG even go for another AD carry ban, they could also just go for a ban in a different lane if they feel they've pinched the pool enough.
Yeah, I mean, they banned the Tom, so denying potentially Jinx Tom, but also Senna Tom. So really thinning that out. Does make me interested. I mean, OMG are probably going to take a jungler on 4 and then leave counter pick. That means that it'd be very risky for FPX to take like Senna, Seraphine, or they could just take Nautilus, honestly, on 4. It wouldn't surprise to see OMG that with how much Cold leans on the pick. But regardless, FPX, maybe they just ban it away here. They actually go for the Wukong from Aki, so choices are available. Do you prioritize the Nautilus here, or do you prefer to get counter pick? I feel like locking in the jungle would be the safe thing, but this is Cold's most played of the split. I'm not entirely surprised to see this locked in here.
This is Cold in a nutshell. And in game number 5, these are the picks that OMG will lean on. Now to the side of FPX. You've got a veteran AD carry, and Xayah may not be meta, but we've seen it plenty from LWX over the years, and Hung with a Rakan. We knew Hung for the hard engaged champions, for crazy engagers when he first entered the LPL, and you know he'll still be able to bring that to the forefront.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, a lot of power in that. And when you think about the fact there's a Nautilus, an Ahri, a Kennen, a lot of threat to the Xayah, it's a good pick for mitigating that. And we see Aki might just return to his old faithful. I feel like Xin Zhao has been the go-to for him. Even when he got nerfed a little bit, it's something he's lent on more than others. Obviously, serves pretty well as a frontline against the Xayah, being able to mitigate that damage. But yeah, I mean, I feel like both teams, a lot of comfort across the board. I do think OMG, their team fighting is going to be pretty solid in this one. Like, I think it's a higher burden of execution for FPX, especially you're going up against the Aphelios, the Kennen, the Ahri as well. But I feel like all these games, it's been about the early game. And if FPX can find an early lead as well, I think they have enough power in the team fights to take this one.
They certainly have the tools, right, to find leads that Xayah or Rakan can be incredibly aggressive in the 2v2. The Akali, if there are plenty of early game skirmishes, can just take over. We've seen that plenty of times. Cream knows that one better than anyone, being one of his own favorite picks. I feel like Shanji on the Kennen, though, is going to be a scary one for Summit. Summit finally getting that blind pick now that we know him so much for, and yet has to go up against this Kennen, has to go up against the pick that he did so well on in the previous game.
And I feel like it's going to be really interesting when these teams clash, because we have the dive threats of FPX, something we've credited OMG as being really effective on, whereas OMG, it's more about that peeling backwards to defensive play, very big split in how they're going to perform. But I think jungle has been such a big focus for this series so far, and I expect it to continue here.
Absolutely. We're headed towards game number 5 here between OMG and FPX. And I've just heard thunder rumble outside. I kid you not, it's like prophetic fallacy. It's like we're watching the Battle of Helm's Deep. Theoden's there and the rain starts pouring. It's going to be a bloodbath between OMG and FPX as we head onto Summoner's Rift for one final time today. Both teams desperate to prove themselves, to get the monkey off of their back. Their recent histories have not been pretty, but they want to change that. They want to go on to face EDG.
What a sick shot that is, honestly. Yeah, next round, I think that's the crazy thing. We're in round 1 of the playoffs. Next round, you're against the reigning world champion. So no pressure, but
yeah, in case anyone didn't know, LPL's kind of stacked. If that sentence alone just kind of says everything you need to know.
Just a tad. A big battle to go through the gauntlet, but we have seen teams do this before. We think back to summer 2021 when LNG made the run all the way from round 1. WE did as well. WE sadly didn't make Worlds in the end, but LNG did. It is possible. It has been done before, but that dream will die for one of these teams today after this game.
Cleared, playing really interestingly, waiting on the blast gun, doesn't want to be spotted at the red buff here. Is FPX going for a late ward onto that red buff? Obviously, Aki well aware of the situation, actually has a sweeper, so he'll clear that up, gets the 1 CS for himself as Cleared starts on his Raptors. Crucially, Cleared not actually spotted just yet, but will go for the sweep. But crucially, look at that ward. It's just like on the entrance to river, so the sweeper won't notice it.
Yeah, but what's crazy is there's actually 4 wards down level 1 for OMG. You don't normally see that many wards. You normally see like 1 or 2 at the entrances, and then they save wards for ganks. But like OMG are really set on not letting any sort of shenanigans come out in this one. Just ensuring that they have all their bases covered. And Full got a little bit aggressive on the level 1. I feel like we've seen so many back-to-back fights between these bot lanes, constantly looking to challenge.
Yeah, I love it though. I absolutely love watching it. Like Cold and Hung, both like kind of known for just going in, right? Especially Hung, like his Leona, his Nautilus back last year, very much making a name for himself as an engaged support. Cold as well, though, this Nautilus really has been the highlight pick for him. Hung moves in though to drop a ward onto the Scrump, onto the blue buff as well. See Cold moving on over to sweep that ward up. I'm not sure if it could see the blue buff or not here. Hard to say whether or not they have information on Aki.
Yeah, I mean, I think they definitely do. I think they saw him because they saw the blue buff move. I think it would from that range. I mean, regardless, you see Cold move over and clear it. You don't have full information of where he's going now. And actually, Aki doesn't do the Gromp. He starts to move for a gank. You would expect him just to finish the Gromp here.
Look in the bottom side, LWX the target, flashed away very early on. Calibrum, bit of extra damage from Abel. And you know what? You'll take that trade every single day of the week, right? Cold, a hook for a flash. He's over the moon.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is that maybe we could have seen FPX more willing to fight it back, but as soon as Aki showed in the side bush, they're looking for a dive. This could be huge.
This could be massive. Cold just walks on forward. There's a hook onto Hung this time, but he gets a double knockup. What a turnaround from FPX! Cold is down. Abel falls flash. Aki the next target. His Care looks for more. Abel down. FPX! They're alive!
Care comes in with a TP and gets a double kill. Massive misplay from OMG. They go in with no plan to get out. The TP catches them off guard, and a double kill for Yakali this early is devastation. Cold, the problem is, instead of walking up and like autoing and then being ready to queue out, he queues in, gets rooted fantastically by LWX, and then even fails to flash to get out of tower range. And here, the fact that Care gets the double on the Akali, that's a disaster.
It really is. Aki goes down the double, as you say, double buffs as well. 2-0-0 for Care, and Cream probably headed his hands at this point, honestly, because that lane ain't getting any more fun, that's for sure. Shanji at least will be able to pull his wave. He'll be able to get a freeze. That's like the only silver lining that's going for OMG right now, because FPX, they finally brought the early game in game number 4 of the series, and now 1,000 gold up just 5 minutes in. It's beautiful to see.
Yeah, and this Akali can become such a massive problem so quickly with any early boost, any early lead. The fact he already has Hextech Alternator for that extra burst damage, like this might not just cause problems for the bot lane, this could also cause a lot of problems mid. If Care starts to move around, it could impact the jungle matchup. The knock-on effect could be huge, and FPX start to play a bit more aggressive. See Hungum using the mobility off the Rakan just to get a pretty deep ward and track Aki. Remember, as much as they don't know exactly when the Gromp was done because the ward was cleared, they have a rough idea. Now they've spotted him over that wall. Clid won't do anything with the information, but they have full knowledge on where this enemy jungler is.
I mean, they also know that Cold is playing defensively here. Aki drops a ward. Information traded, right? It's going to be a ward down, but ultimately, at least Aki knows where Clid is, knows that he's safe. Cream, though, not level 6 just yet, really wants that cannon, but might pay for it with his life here. Clid moves in, flash available, but the charm is gorgeous. And actually, Cream just walks away.
Yeah, really nice charm to stop Clid from being able to get the play. I thought that would be a flash situation. Yeah. The Cream confident. Oh, no.
Oh. The Shuriken doesn't land, though. Charm goes wide, but Care won't be able to find a solo kill here. I thought if that Razor Shuriken, or Shuriken Flip, sorry, lands onto Cream, maybe it's a kill here. Abel, big damage onto the enemy bot duo, but can't turn it into more.
I mean, I saw Care hit 6 and go in, and then only like a split second later realized...
Summit messed it up. He altered too early. He didn't hit his target. Shanji doesn't have the damage, though. That was so close. That would have been such a disaster for Summit if he'd gone down.
I just don't get time to talk. I'm gonna be honest, this is just non-stop action throughout. And honestly, as much as we've had action-packed games, the early game has tended to be a little bit slower at times. Like, teams have applied pressure, but it hasn't been like flat-out action kills non-stop, but it feels like it is here. FPX are like, hey, we can do your dive better, and they're looking for it now.
They want to. Cold gonna just sit underneath the tower here, trying to defend, but Abel push back in. Clid using the flash there. Let's try and find the kill. It won't happen in the end as Cold just clearing the wave up for himself. Cold's over the moon. There's not many situations where a support gets this much CS.
Yeah, and as much as they don't get the kill, they deny a bit away from Abel. Abel's even scared to walk up here. I mean, they're just going to go for cold, honestly, at this point. Maybe overstaying a bit too much.
Oh, in trouble. Stunned against the wall. Knock is there cleared. One more shot won't finish the job. Just another beautiful dive by FPX. Just another early game play by FPX. Just another notch in the butt of their gun at this point, as they're 2,000 gold up at 7 minutes. And OMG, it feels like their own game plan has been used against them.
And I mean, the Poppy is so... This is why she's such a threatening pick, and we see her first pick. Because obviously, she can shut down dashes, great. That's really effective on a lot of champions in the meta. But the reason she's first picked, she's blindable, is because these situations, you go into a side lane, and how can you play defensively when you... The most defensive position you could be in is against the tower, against the wall, which just means you're getting stunned, and you're going down. And you see them executing it so well here, and now... You actually see OMG have moved up to the top side for the Herald. And they actually are on the Herald first, so maybe you can set up a pick here, but I think Cream got spotted. If they can find a kill, they can just take the objective, but there's already so much vision in the area. FPX is surely going to contest this one.
And I don't think this is my OMG can win if it's a fair fight, and it will be.
No.
Here comes Hung with the quickness, knock up against the wall here. There goes the jungler, and now looking for more as Summit dives deep into the play. Cream with the Spirit Rush. Here comes Shanji. Oh, but he's not sailing. He's not flying. The Thunder goes back to the sky where it belongs. And another double for Care. OMG, this could not be going worse for him.
Oh, I mean, just such smart play from FPX. They make sure they have the numbers advantage. They corral them in. And then the ult from Cleared. Shanji sees his hero moment, his big carry moment to get them back in the game. And he is denied. Fantastic from FPX. Now, they get the Herald. They have this 3,000 gold lead. 4-0 Akali. These are all, I mean, big issues for OMG.
This is terrifying for OMG. However... Clid is alone on the Herald, so it looks like he can't actually finish that one off for the time being. OMG moving up on the resets here for FPX. I think they will be able to grab this Herald for themselves. Orcs, I feel like we need to talk a little bit about this FPX team as well, because it feels so good to see them being so aggressive, being so proactive, being so good in this early game after the year that they have had. Remember, last year, this roster, it was Nuggery up in the top lane, TN, doing B, LWX, Crisp, like all legends in their own right, going to the World Championship. And it has to be said, not having a good time of it at that tournament. The full rebuild around LWX, and such a rough year around that rebuild until Summit came in, this split, and it feels like everything changed.
I mean, I feel like the two big additions for me was Care coming in for Gory, because Spring was a struggle before Care came into the roster. But even then, that wasn't enough. Knocked down by EDG in playoffs, and now a chance to defeat OMG and face up against EDG again in summer with Summit assisted with a team. And you see here, he's the one who makes the first move. Shanji is late to the play. They're already a man down, and then... Oh, man, this is just the worst feeling ever.
Yeah. Shanji not able to do anything, and Care in the meantime grabbing a double kill. And Clid, that is a hell of an ultimate, but I don't think you're looking at an MVP with the way that Care is playing this game. And man, the Yone in game number 4, Akali game number 5. This is a player that so often was on utility picks to set up the rest of his team. He started this series on Lysandra, and now changing the pace and making things happen. Summit in trouble, though, as Abel's moved up. Cold looking for a dive here on Summit. Aki with that Rift Herald. Summit forced to hop. Cold finding a good CC chain. In comes Aki as well. Do they have the damage to actually finish this one off? I don't think they do. He'll walk away with his life, but still, Herald will be placed on the top side. This will be a lot of gold for him.
Yeah, a lot of money if they can get it down, but FX are quickly responding. I don't think they'll be able to get the whole tower here, because, I mean, you have to walk away from Care. Oh, if they knock the Herald...
Oh my god, it's only 2 plates. It's absolute disaster. Nothing is going right for OMG and FPX. Aki getting suffocated by Clid here. Everything Aki tries to do, Clid is there to deny it. And in the meantime, LWX is getting all of the plates on the bottom side. 3v4 here, but the Herald goes down. And OMG can't finish the tower.
There's no way you can try and dive this as well. The Night Harvester on the Akali, you don't mess with that. Summit almost have a Mega as well. Summit's going to step up a bit aggressively. We'll see if they go for him here, but I think they're just scared of the Mega, so they won't. But look, FPX get the first tower. They deny the tower take on the side, and they're even looking for maybe a tier 2. Shanji I think he'll be able to defend it. Maybe. No, he doesn't feel confident. So yeah, 2 towers taken for FPX and LWX. I mean, we talked about Care being massively fed, but now the Zyra is too.
And we talked about, OMG needing to snowball, FPX needing to snowball. FPX basically said to OMG, look, this is how you do it. 12 minutes on the clock and over 4,000 gold lead with the first Drake already in pocket and the second one on the map. Their bottom lane just took a tier 2. That's how much pressure there is on the bottom side. There's no universe OMG can contest the Drake.
Yeah, and we've seen the picture-in-picture. Cream ends up getting his ult burned just because Care walks up to him. And yeah, that's enough. That is literally enough at this point. Dragon secured, FPX so far ahead, and we'll see what the soul is, but I mean, I don't think any option's really good for OMG. Gonna be a mountain soul, which, I mean, honestly, the extra bulkiness for Poppy and Gnar, the shield as well. I mean, there were no good options, let's be real, but FPX, 4,000 gold ahead, on a good pace for an early soul, and OMG struggling to find their way in.
Okay, but we've seen big comebacks in this series already, folks. We've seen OMG getting big leads and FPX coming back from the red side. Talk me through the game plan for OMG. Like, put yourself in the player's shoes. You're 3,000 gold down against this composition. What's the protocol? How do you play this out?
I honestly feel like you just need to buy yourself more time because the item advantage, the gold advantage that FPX has now is a bit of an issue. I mean, you have limited time because of the dragon, but when it comes to the fights, you need to be finding like big value from your pick tools, like the Ari, like the Nautilus, from the Kennen as well. And up until that point, just look to trade. Like FPX are focusing on this top lane. You try and make a play on the bot lane for the tower there. Keep the gold as close as possible. And then when it comes to the fight, just try and out-execute. It's not exactly a great win con, but that's what you got.
It's what you're working with. It's what you're working with. And in the meantime, LWX, we're trying to trade on the bottom side here. You see Shanji pushing up, but LWX, he already got 5 plates in the bottom side. Now, he'll finish. I think it was only 2. I don't think he quite got the 3rd plate, but he gets the tower anyway, so all of that local gold going to him. It's 6-0. And OMG got the Herald, so it's not a perfect game, but I mean, it's not far off right now for FPX. As Hung could be in trouble. Here's Rakan, though. LWX here as well. Shanji has TP'd into the play. Here we go. Big moment, but the quickness denies any follow-up, and Hung just walks it on out. Beautiful from the FPX bottom lane.
Absolute disaster though for OMG, because that's just a tool committed, and now that teleport's not going to be available for the dragon fight. Kennen TP flanks is such a massive tool to utilize, and even not even talk about the dragon fight. If you're trying to make that pick play again, you're gonna have to wait before that's available. And it just feels like OMG, every time they try to make something happen, the bot lane dive, trying to aggress on the top lane to get the Herald down, it's been shut down. FPX put on a masterclass at just not giving anything over to their opposition and taking everything they want.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just like, I keep using the word suffocating, but I feel like it's just such a good word to describe the way that FPX have been playing. They figure out what OMG wants to do, and Clid gets there before them. Care roams on up and finds a way to make it happen, and you can see the man on the bottom of your screen here, LWX, having an incredible game alongside Hung, right? This Xayah Rakan, after so many 80 carries were banned out, it was LWX that was focused in the draft, but denying the dive early on, able to just move around the map and soak up so much gold, and you just know that LWX is going to be a monster in the late game team fights, a proven entity here for FPX. He's the veteran of the squad. He's the man that this team was built around, and he's set up to be an absolute monster in the team fights.
Absolutely is. And you see OMG looking to posture around this. I don't think this is the fight you take, honestly. I feel like you wait for the dragon when it's a more important one, especially if you look, because of the mountain terrain, it's so hard to push into the river when you're stuck in that little choke. Against the Rakan, against the Xayah, that is death sentence. Trying to charm and care, but the damage isn't there to follow. Mid-tier 1. Oh, the
Gravitum. Aki has to use his ultimate. Hung in the middle of everyone. Will go down. It's 1 for OMG. As in goes Shanji. Able there alongside him with a lot of shurikens. It's red and white. But Care in the middle of everyone. Huge damage on the Akali. Down goes Abel. Care take a bow.
Huge performance coming in from the FPX mid laner. The 4-0 Akali doubles it. And with that, hammers away the chances of OMG taking this game. They were posturing, they were ready, they even thought they could turn it around, but we look in this replay And the initial engage is a bit scrappy, right? The charm comes on a Care, doesn't really lead to much. And then here, Hung maybe goes a bit over-aggressive. The root comes in from LWX, and he gets locked up. It's back and forth, but it's the moment that comes after. Abel is ready to fight, stacked up with shurikens, but there's no tools left to deal with the Akali. Flies in, takes out one, decimates the other, and Abel gets slammed into the wall by Summit. And Care is there to clean up. The solo laners of FPX, perfect execution.
Literally from Care there, finishing the job. Beautiful stuff. And I mean, I'm just mind blown at how well Care is playing in this series. It felt like FPX were falling apart towards the start of the series, towards game number 3 when OMG went 2-1 up. It felt like they had FPX's number. But Care brings out the Yone in game number 4, and now the Akali in game number 5. And what a performance he is showing. He wants revenge against EDG. They knocked FPX out of playoffs last time around. Care wasn't there to stop them. This time he is, and this time he's ready.
And I mean, the fact he's 8-0, it's just like so ridiculous. Look at the scoreboard for FPX. He has so much gold, so many kills. And I mean, I feel like you have to devote so many resources to take him out. You're gonna have nothing left for the rest.
Oh, LWX just goes in! LWX just gale forces onto Abel. Revenge for the Civer game. LWX just demolishes a veteran AD carry on the other side, and now with the Herald, they go for the inhib tower. Summit on the sideline, denying any kind of flank. The tower's so low with the TP coming through as well. I don't know. FPX might just try and end. Aki forced to use the Crescent Strike, but he's down as well. Now Summit with another kill on the board. Herald still alive here. It's going to get a charge onto Nexus towers. FPX showing no signs of stopping. Under the towers they go. Cold trying to defend his team. He falls. Summit in the middle of everyone. Shanji with a big ulti, but it's not quite enough damage. 4 strong for FPX. Abel is here, but he's got no items. Cream moves in, but the charm goes wide. FPX can't end the game, but damn, they gave it a good shot.
The damage done is devastating, though. I mean, the fact they kept that push going, they get a Nexus tower. OMG are limping at this point. And now FPX, it's a 9,000 gold lead. It's no longer about this Akali being fed. Everyone is strong on FPX. And OMG, 3 minutes 40 until that dragon. They don't have time. They don't have an opportunity to bring this back. And here, FPX, just the sheer confidence to keep going forwards. And the fact that OMG knocks Hung away and he hits Cream with the charm. But they just continue pushing forwards, keep using the Herald to get as much as they can. And the confidence, even when Shanji comes in with the ultimate, they're still able to turn things around.
Yeah, Care with the Sony's in the last second there. Shanji, so close to beautiful, right? If he just had a little more damage, if he hadn't got exhausted there, maybe that's the turnaround play. But now Cream caught out Aki, caught a look damage from LWX. It's just an easy kill for FPX. They're on the cusp. Orcs, they are on the cusp of making it in game number 5. Imagine going to 5 games. Imagine being 2-1 down and then coming into game number 5 and having this kind of a performance. What a way for FPX to not only enter playoffs, but to outdo their previous playoffs run as well. In spring, they got knocked out after 1 win in the first round. Now they are looking to make it to round 2.
And I feel like the fact that Care got the MVP for last game and is having such a pop-off performance here. He is the least experienced player on this roster. And honestly, they've been focused on denying this Aria away from game after game, and he hasn't needed it. He hasn't needed it at all. And the fact that he's against Cream of all players, playing his signature pick and delivering such a performance, and now FPX, they have the Baron. They're going to continue this push. I don't see a way in for OMG, but I'm certain they're going to try.
They've got to try. And I will say, on the point of Care as well, like, what a rookie year from this player as well. Against players like Cream, Aki, Shanji, who've all had amazing rookie years over the last 2 years. Feels like this is the moment. And you see a white flag coming up from OMG. They know how one-sided this is. They know that it's close to curtains as Summit hammers away on the bottom inhib as well. Redemption for so many players on this FPX squad. And I'm sure a very satisfying place to be for LWX after, you know, how the roster kind of fell apart back in 2021, or back at the end of 2021. He was the only one to stay. And it feels like maybe the experiment with these players coming in has worked out. OMG trying to defend on the top side though. Cole goes in. you just see the keeper's verdict channeled indefinitely. This is going to be 3 inhibs.
Yeah, I mean, OMG have to go for the fight now. If they let them get the inhibs and back off, they could get soul. They might even just end now. You have to go.
Summit is about to turn Mega Gnaw, and everyone's grouped up that scary. Aki with the Crescent Strike keeps himself alive here. Quickness, though, double knock up on the backside. And look at them fall. It's more for the birds on the team. It's more for FPX as the Phoenix comes out on top once more. They were 2-1 down, but the early aggression comes back, and FPX put their foot down to face EDG.
And for a series that was such a back and forth, such a battle, such a fight, that game 5 with FPX saying, yes, we are the better team, and we are making it clear. And now, going through the first round of play, the EDG, the next opponent, they bring it through here. And I feel like the new additions to the team were such relevant parts of that. Care in particular showing up huge. Well-deserved win for them.
Phenomenal stuff, honestly. Care having a great game. LWX as well, having a fantastic game alongside Hung. Like that early dive, if that goes sideways, if OMG get a lead there, this is a much more competitive game. But just outplaying in the 2v3. And not only outplaying it, but then Care down and getting a double kill, setting this Akali up. Then the next play, Care gets another double kill, 4-0. And then, you know, he had the 2 kills, doubled it to 4. The next fight, doubles it to 8 with a quadra kill. I mean, can you have much better of a game on an Akali? I don't think so.
I mean, it was just such a good read. Finding the time in the TP bot, using the Shuriken flip to catch up and take out Abel, but then also being able to come back and clean up Aki. Phenomenal performance, phenomenal game, and it must be heartbreaking for OMG to be so close to being able to take this series. But credit to them, you know, making it to playoffs after they failed to do so in spring, still huge. But FPX, I feel like something I was saying after game 1 was I felt like they'd leveled up since the regular season, and I think that holds true. They're not flawless, right? There's definitely some things that they need to show up on, especially looking towards the next series. But the fact that, you know, they were able to come back into games when they had a deficit, they're able to keep challenging, something they've really floundered on. I feel like, you know, we even had the stat at the start of the day that they'd never won a game when they'd been at a deficit of 15. That is no longer true, right? They managed to bring back that game 1. And I think their mid game, their late game had improved, and then they still showed what they could do in the early game in game 4 and 5.
Yeah, I think the player interviews saying we're not going to lose a game in playoffs was maybe slightly overzealous, but
ambitious.
Definitely you can tell the level at which this team has improved for playoffs, right? The fact that we did still see these aggressive early game wins, like game number 5, dominating in just over 20 minutes is completely insane. But then, you know, we also saw the slower games, right? We also saw the comebacks. We saw them playing for the late game and managing to make that work, especially in game number 1 of the series. So feels like a positive for FPX that they have more tools in their arsenal moving forward in playoffs than I expected them to. And now against EDG, honestly, I think EDG might be a little nervous going into this series, honestly, because this FPX squad looks real scary.
I'm going to be real, right? EDG have some fantastic players, but they have not looked like a fantastic team this year. They're in the same form as when they won the World Championship. I expect that one to be a fight, right? I don't think there's enough of a gap right now. And as I said, FPX leveled up for this series. No reason to suggest they can't level up against EDG as well. And this game was just textbook domination from start to finish. It felt like they found the early momentum. They continued along. And, you know, I feel like we've had these games that felt a bit one-sided in this series, but there was always that sort of moment where the other team put up a fight, looked like, okay, there's a chance, and then maybe the team still ended up winning. There wasn't any of that in this. This was just FPX domination.
And I just want to quickly shout out Hung as well. 100% kill participation, 2-1-18. Like, every single play, he was there, setting it up with the quickness, with the knockups. Phenomenal stuff. And I feel like Care probably still gets the MVP on this one. Like, just such an insane performance on the Akali. But Hung, definitely a fair shout towards him as well. If he got the MVP for game number 5, I wouldn't be upset with that, with the way that he played, especially that first dive. He was the one to, off the back of the root coming out from LWX, getting the double knockup as well.
Yeah, I was honestly concerned about the Xayah in this game. I mean, think how many 80 carry bans they threw towards LWX, right, as well. Like, I was concerned about what the bot lane would do with this many bans. I was concerned about the Xayah because the whole team kind of wanted to dive. Like, Xayah's not the best at moving forward. She's better at, like, kiting back. But they made it work. And I mean, the root in the bot lane play, Hung was consistently finding these engages. Even when he was getting knocked about or stunned in the fights, he still found his way on the right targets. So I feel like this was one of those games where everyone really performed well. Everyone had a solid performance and set them up for victory. If this is like the final form of FPX, this is when they're all working together at the best, then they are going to be a terrifying opponent.
Yeah, you give this team an early game lead like that, you can see that they're not going to slow down. I think that's the biggest thing that set this game apart from the rest of the series to me, is that it wasn't just about get an early lead and then slowly but surely find a win. Like the last game, they got an early game number 4. Sorry, they got an early lead, but it still took them 40 minutes to finish that game. Game number 5, they get an early lead and they push every single advantage they can find. They break OMG and win it in just over 20 minutes. Like that is insane. Playoffs game 5 won in under 23 minutes. Like, when do you hear about that? FPX putting their foot down. And like I said before, EDG should be sweating coming into their next series.
Honestly, I thought the game might have ended a bit sooner when they were going for it. Like, that was getting tense. So, yeah, I mean, it's great to see. I do think that the main thing that I'd say, like, the fact that they did lose those early games, it seems like blue side's still a bit of a struggle for them. Although I feel like against OMG, that might be a specific thing to get then, since there's so many target bans. But I feel like, for me, looking forwards, LWX against Viper is going to be a hell of a matchup. But honestly, with how Care's been performing, him up against Scout could turn out to be a banger as well.
Yeah, honestly, like, especially with things like Akali, that if you think back far enough, Scout kind of known for his Akali back in the day. So I feel like it could be a really, really interesting mid lane matchup. I think matchups across the board, honestly, should be really exciting in the EDG series. I do just want to give a moment here to OMG and kind of commiserate the end of their run here, because it feels sad for OMG that they finish in the same spot that they did last year. I feel like last year's OMG had a clear strength in the dive comps, but a clear weakness in that if you could deal with that, there was no way OMG would win. If you could ban out Cream, there was no way that OMG could come back. I feel like Cream has developed so much as a player. I feel like Shanji has become a very three-dimensional top laner across the course of this split. Like, I feel like there has been so much to praise on OMG. Going to 5 games and then losing in this fashion, it is a heartbreaking way for them to end their split.
Yeah, and I mean, little things can change that. Like maybe a different draft in game 1, maybe if they just played a couple of fights differently. That's when it comes this close in the series, it could have gone the other way. And, you know, I feel like at least they came out and performed in the day. They still had a solid performance, but yeah, I feel like a lot of these players, a lot of people look at OMG and think they are such a fun, enjoyable team to watch. Even if they aren't one of the top teams in the league, they still have a ton of fans. So it is sad we won't see more of them in playoffs, but I'm glad we got this long series for them today.
Yeah, and I will say, either of these teams moving forward in playoffs is a positive, because they're both extremely fun to watch anyway. So I can't say I'm sad that FPX are moving on either. Let's talk about the mid laner a little bit more, though. We've not quite waxed poetical enough yet, as he'll grab himself an MVP. Back-to-back MVPs here in game number 4 and 5 when it mattered the most, taking the Akali against Cream of all people as well. What a way to do it.
And I just feel like that first skirmish on the tower did everything right, but like in the continual ones from then on, that dive under the mid lane tier 1 was the big one that was like, okay, FPX have won and Care is carrying. Here's that first play. Obviously good from LWX and Hung here. What I love is like he shrouds down, then uses the shuriken to gap close on Abel, and then is able to dip back and clean up the kill on Aki as well. And then I'm hoping we'll get the big play around the mid tier 1 soon, but this is that skirmish around Herald where again just picking up more and more kills.
Yeah, I mean, just the snowball was unbelievable. I love that they exhaust Cold there. They're just like, blow summoners, blow everything, get more kills. Don't let them escape. And then, I mean, like, so many picks that just turn into magic, right? We see Care here, literally 1v3 on the backside of the play until Summit finds the Mega Gnar, gets in, and Abel would have been able to clean up Care if it wasn't for Summit coming in, blocking Shanji, blocking Abel, and setting up for that beautiful quadra kill.
I mean, just the fact he got a quadra kill as well, just absolutely massive. And just kind of showing the performance. Everyone had a good game, but it's a no-brainer. Care got this MVP. Full as Akali, as you said, into Cream.
Yeah.
And just a fantastic step up for FPX, a roster who I feel like after the disappointment of 2021 Worlds, it's been step down after step down, but now it feels like the trajectory is going upwards.
Yeah, feels like it's only up for the Phoenix here. FPX winning out.
Could you say they've been reborn?
3-2. And you could say they've been reborn from the ashes. I've been avoiding all of those analogies all day long. You know what? This roster was rebuilt around the superstar AD carry LWX. Let's pass it over for an interview with him.
Hello there, welcome to Post Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by LWX 80 Harry for FunPlus Phoenix. Congratulations on taking down your opponent 3-2, but also starting your playoffs journey with a W. How do you feel? And did you guys expect it will be 5 games before today's matchup? 好的，让我们再次恭喜 FunPlus 拿下本局比赛的胜利。我们邀请到 AD 选手林伟翔接受采访。那么今天是季后赛的第一轮第一场，也是鏖战5局3-2。在赛前有没有想到？哎，今天对阵到 OMG 会拉满5局呢？然后赛前的你们一个心态是什么样的呢？
赛前其实也没有想过比分吧，然后打的时候，因为我们是排名靠后的嘛，所以对面有优先选边权，然后感觉红色方就比较难打一点，然后但是我们觉得到了蓝色方会好打很多。
So actually, we didn't think about the result of today's matchup, but because our result was lower than OMG, so they can pick the blue side and the red side for they has a priority on this part. So maybe we think it's a little bit hard to play on the red side, but from my perspective, in the later games, we can pick the side. So it will be better for us. So second question is about, I think OMG picked so many strong and aggressive draft and they perform very aggressively in some games. Like game 2, they focused on the bowling. So how did you guys stabilize the whole situation in today's best of 3? 那么今天虽然 OMG 输掉了，但是可以看出他们也是展现了自己一个打法风格嘛，在阵容的选择上面都是选择比较强势，而且在前期也有想去做到一些事情，特别是比如说像第2局也是比较针对下路。想问一下 FunPlus 在这样的情况下，你们是如何应对，然后调整，给出你们的解题思路的呢？
当时就觉得希维尔这个英雄打的队伍好像有点难用，因为对面太喜欢冲了这个队伍，我觉得很难活下来，所以后面考虑换了一些英雄。
So from my perspective, because our opponent likes engaging draft, I think Severe is a little bit hard to leave. So we just think about we could change some AD carry champions like this. So how do you guys adjust your form and maybe draft or something else before the game 4 and game 5, which is really decisive for you guys? 那么也说到对于这个西维尔英雄的调整，那么想问一下，在今天5局比赛的4、5局之前，决胜局之前，你们是在哪些方面做的调整？除了这一个英雄的选择之外，比如说像整体的心态啊、阵容啊，或者说是游戏里的一些大致的策略是什么样的？
我们就调整 PP 吧，就考虑把对面比较擅长的英雄给ban掉，然后我觉得我们的反战什么都会比对面强。
So we just adjust our ban strategies and we decided to ban a lot of our opponent's signature champions. So in this case, I think we can perform team fights better than our opponent, so we can take this victory. So final question for you. People are talking about the difference between the playoffs and regular season, and maybe it's not a difference between the best of 3 and best of 5. So from your perspective, what do you think of the playoffs, especially in this summer season for FunPlus Phoenix, and what's your goal in summer? 那么最后一个问题要问到的是，现在我们也正式进入到季后赛的旅程当中呢，大家也都在赛前看到了非常多关于季后赛的讨论。那么从林伟翔选手作为一名也是经验很丰富的选手嘛，你觉得在今年的这个夏季赛，尤其是对于 FunPlus 来说，这个夏季季后赛的旅程会是怎么样的一段旅程，以及你们在这个夏季赛季后赛的目标是什么呢？
其实我个人的话，觉得季后赛对我没有什么区别，因为我打过很多季后赛嘛。然后对团队的话，就可能给大家一个可以进步更多的比赛嘛。然后季后赛的话，肯定希望能走到最后吧。
So from my perspective, personally, I don't think it's really different from the regular season because I have played so many playoffs before as an experienced veteran. So for my whole team, I think I can provide some improvement for my team and we can discuss about the game plan or anything else. Our goal is just to go far further as soon as possible. So thank you so much for joining me, LWX. I do hope FunPlus can show better performance in the second round. 再次感谢林伟翔选手来到我们的赛后访问，也希望 FunPlus 在接下来的几轮中也展现出一个很好的表现。Back to you guys，拜拜。
Thanks very much, Christina, and of course LWX. I'm back here with Panda Man himself. As I will say, I love that little answer at the end there from LWX. He's like, you know what? There is no pressure for me. I've done this before. I'm a world champion, for God's sake. Playoffs,
Respect
first round.
on the name.
Shit, I don't care about that. It's, he's feeling good about today, but like he's not too worried.
Yeah, I mean, I feel to be honest, I feel like even though obviously he's a world champion, you even saw that from OMG. Like going to that game 5, they were just vibing. I think that's the main thing that I loved about the series. Both teams had, you could see them on cameras, just like loving the fact they're back on stage playing in playoffs. And even though obviously OMG didn't win, still just a banger series.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. And massive congratulations as well to FPX, who are going to move forward in our bracket to face up against EDG in their next series. They'll have a day off. They'll have a day to kind of recover, recuperate, and get ready for that series, because it is going to be a tough one against the reigning world champions. But then tomorrow, we're also going to be going to LNG versus BLG. And I feel like that matchup is exceptionally difficult to call.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the problem with this one is we've seen both these teams actually perform pretty well recently, but they've also been rosters where they are stacked but have had massive issues. I feel like this isn't even a hot take. They are hard to read. They've been so inconsistent, but the expectation of some of the players in that series alone is astronomical. And it's like we saw LNG made that super deep run in 2021 summer. I feel like if they hit their peak, there's nothing to suggest they can't, go up against Weibo and BLG as well. I'm not sure it'll happen, but like I really don't know what I expect with that one. I feel like I had a much better read on today's series.
Yeah, I will say the top lane tomorrow is going to be spicy. Ala versus Bin. I mean, we had Summit versus Shanji, and there were solo kills. I guarantee there will be solo kills tomorrow between Bin and Ala. It's who they both are as players. Cannot wait to see that matchup. But Ux, it's been a pleasure casting with you. That's our first playoffs matchup done. OMG falling in the end, and FPX moving to round 2 to try and exact their revenge against EDG for last playoffs. That's going to be it from us. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you, production, for putting everything together. But until tomorrow, we'll see you guys in chat, and we'll see you in Jump Select.